One day, the hero, faced with soul-destroying black magic, fell into a deep sleep, leaving his companions behind. And 300 years have passed since then. But the restored peace and calm everyday life were only an illusion. And now the whole world is shrouded in darkness. 300 years ago, when the main character turned 31, one hero came to the magic tower for him. The girl said that she had heard that once every 100 years a genius magician appears, and she asked him if it was him, calling him a boy. Archmage Lin just looked at the girl silently, slamming the book he was holding in his hand shut. Still silent, he approached the bookshelf and, under the gaze of the stranger, put it away from the shelf. Ignoring the girl behind him, Lin began to sort through the books that were lying on the floor, and the girl decided to call out to him, asking him if he could hear her at all. With a stone face, the guy replied that he was neither a genius nor a child, and his name was Lin. The girl beamed and ran up to the guy, saying that he really was the youngest 4-star archmage in history, and she said that she had come to the right place then. She smiled, looked at the boy's back and said that he was still a child. Laughing, she said that it was hard to call him a genius magician when he still needed to change diapers. She continued asking him to join her party, and then she would change them for him every day. Lin turned around with a dark face. A fireball was shining in his hand. The girl immediately tried to back away, shouting at him not to rush in such a hurry because she was only joking. Without looking where she was going, the stranger crashed headfirst into a bookcase. The books that stood in tall stacks on the cupboard swayed and fell down like rain. The orb in Lin's hand went out, and he stared at the stranger who was buried under those books. Seeing such a sight, the guy could not help but smile and laugh. The girl climbed out of the books and laughed too, and that's when Lin became interested in her. The girl introduced herself by saying that her name was Esther Alter Chiprin, and she said that she was a fake warrior of the Heavenly Light Dragon Church. Esther asked Lin to help her defeat the void spreading from the young pole. In other words, she invited him to join her group of heroes. Esther's group already included 2 famous people, the famous archer of the Kaya's Empire and the fire dragon priestess from the Dragon Republic, Frida. In response to this proposal, Lin told Esther that he did not want to die, to which the girl asked who did. The guy asked the girl if he was as interested in those 2 as she was. Esther laughed and replied that they were as crazy as she was. But there was something even more interesting. When Lin asked her what it was, the girl replied that it was peace, a word that caused a strange dissonance in Lin, a man who had studied magic in the tower after being rescued from the slums. He had a goal to become the highest-ranking mage in the Empire, a 7-star rank mage. It was said that if you reached the 7th star, you could see the truth of the world, and Lin wanted to reach a dimension where no one had ever stepped before. Living here and reading books about magic for the rest of my life wouldn't be bad. But to reach the 7th star, he needed to know about the world outside the magic tower. However, aimless travel seemed tiresome to him, and he wondered whether he needed it at all. And then this clumsy heroine appeared and offered him to save the world. And this unexpected offer was enough to pull him out into the outside world. Even though he didn't have a burning sense of justice to save the world, he accepted it. Kaze was an archer whose accuracy dropped catastrophically without drink. He was also mute. Frida the priestess was a heavy smoker. She said that, as a priestess of the fire dragons, she should at least be able to cast a breathing spell. And then she would blow black smoke into Lin's face, giving out a crazy laugh. After this, a monster could suddenly appear and attack with loud screams. And although the party members had their shortcomings, they were masters of their craft. This monster prepared to attack people, and its eye lit up with a green light. But before he could do anything, a bright flash of light had already curled up in Frida's hand, blinding him. And then a huge wave of fire headed towards the monster. The party was strong. The terrible monsters they encountered on their way and the minions of the abyss approaching the server were nothing to them. Esther often joked with Lin. She would tell him not to dare fall in love with her. In the evening, she asked him when it would all end, and if he wanted to go on a trip with her. While Frida was fighting the bat, Esther nonchalantly told Lin that she was afraid that he would be deceived by another girl, since he was so innocent. And thus, in the company of his companions, Lin spent 5 years. As their journey to save the world from the abyss came to an end, Lin's body began to show signs of erosion. This was the result of 5 years of being attacked by enemies. Before the final battle with the abyss, he was dying, consumed by the poison that poisoned his soul. Kaze stared sullenly at the ground as Esther called out to Lin, urging him to wake up. She asked Frida to do something, but she replied that she could not lift this curse. Tears streamed down Esther's face when she was told it could not be healed. The girl protested and screamed that Lin could not die like that. But Lin muttered that he did not want to die. Esther screamed that she knew. She would find a way, he just had to hold on. Suddenly, Lin began to cough, drops of blood escaping from his mouth as he clutched his clothes tightly. Lifting his jacket, he showed his companions the seal on his chest, telling them not to worry too much. As it turned out, it was the tiny overlord's filter lapel, an immortality spell carved into his heart. It contained magic that would put his body into a dormant state and heal him. Lin muttered a spell, and his body began to be covered in ice. He didn't know how long it would take him to revive, but it was the only option. Esther watched with wide eyes as ice covered the boy's body. Lin tugged weakly at her cloak and told her that he would be back. He chuckled and asked her with all his might to win. Smiling, Esther promised that she would do it. She told him that no matter what, they must meet again. Taking his hands, she said with a smile that then the four of them would go see the world. She told him that she would be by his side until he woke up. Lin smiled at her, promising that she would, and the ice had already reached his head. Lin's consciousness was being pulled into the cold grip of death. He felt buoyant and empty, as if he was sinking into a swamp. Finally, he thought about the fact that he still couldn't see the truth from the magical system of the seventh star. Lin sank deeper and deeper into oblivion. Meanwhile, Esther, Kaze, and Frida returned to the fight. Their journey together across the vast world ended here. It ended in front of the army of the abyss, which rushed forward with terrible screams. All that was left in front of Lin was darkness. But in an instant, he was already tired of floundering in the darkness. Lin opened his eyes. A female voice came from the side asking him if he was okay, and the woman reflected back to him as Rain. Turning around at the sound of the voice, Lin immediately addressed her as his mother. Lin's appearance was now different. His hair was black and his eyes were red, and he looked like a teenager. Lin immediately stopped short, thinking about where his mother came from, since he was an orphan, and the woman looked at him questioningly. A bright light shone somewhere to the side and Lin covered his face with his hand, shielding himself from it. Looking around, he realized that he did not recognize these places. Next to him was not a battlefield, but a city and its crowd. The woman asked the boy why he was acting like that and said that it was Heroes' Square in front of the Vatican. The woman continued, saying that there was a monument there in honor of Esther's group. Hearing the familiar name, Lin turned around and saw a statue in front of him. The monument contained the names and dates of life of all the members of Esther's group. Lin asked the woman what year it was, and she simply asked him what was wrong with him. But Lin didn't calm down and asked again what year it was. Exhaling, the woman replied that it was now 1418, according to the Teresian calendar. Hearing this year, Lin's body became cold, and he began to wonder if he had been reborn, or if his memory had been superimposed on someone else's body. He noticed that the feeling in this body was very strange. The memories of Esther's laughter, Kaze's drunken delirium, and Frida's cigarette smoke were still fresh in his mind. But he realized with fear that all this had happened 300 years ago. With a trembling voice, Lin asked if they had won the last battle, but he immediately thought that it was a pointless question. He thought that if they had not won, they would not have had a monument erected to them, and the sky would not have been so peaceful. With a heavy sigh, the woman asked him why he was saying such obvious things, and then she said that they said that now, if you climb the Vatican Tower, you can see the frozen remains of Lord Lin. Lin didn't ask any further questions but answered tensely that he understood. He wondered what it meant that he had taken over someone's body. The woman continued, saying that Lady Esther had remained by Lord Lin's side until she died. She noticed that it was so beautiful and so sad, and then she asked the boy what he thought. Lin, in response to this, laughed, sweating, and the woman asked him why he was laughing because it was a sad story. Remembering his last moments with Esther, he thought it was amazing that she had kept her promise. Lin walked closer to the monument and reached out his hand to the plaque. As soon as he touched her, he pulled his hand back, thinking that someone had not kept their promise after all. Lin burst into tears and said he had not kept his promise. Lin didn't know what the three of them said about him next, but he became a historical figure. The emperor personally erected a monument to him. Many towers of magicians and families of magicians revered him as a saint, and Reina's mother watched her son with excitement. Lost in his thoughts, Lin thought about how these 300 years had left him with only magic. They left him with memories of travels to many places and the faces of his comrades who smiled brightly at him. Now these adventures could be read about in books. Now these memories have become legends. He recalled that Esther had once said that moments become memories when they are shared with someone. So his memories are not yet memories. Until he dies and meets them, they will remain unshared. These are memories he must live with alone, like an unanswered echo. Noticing movement out of the corner of his eye, Lin turned around and saw a cup of tea. Smiling, Lin accepted the cup from Rain's mother. thinking that his friends were gone now, but they had left him this world. Looking at the cup, he thought about what he should do now, and then he remembered Esther again. Lin's eyes widened, and he thought about what else he had to eat and work with. The Holy Human Empire divided the mage class into 7 levels. Eventually, Lin reached the 5-star level of a mage. Only 2 people in the entire history of the empire had reached the 6-star level, known as a sage. Lin thought that, one could say, they had not reached the end of the truth. But Reina's mother waved her hand at him, getting ready to leave. Seeing the outstretched hand, Lin remembered Esther and thought that if he hadn't left with Esther, he would have reached the 6-star level and then grown old and died. But he would regret it all his life. Even if someone could turn back time, he would leave to travel with her again and again. But now Esther is gone. The girl hoped that this world would be filled with laughter. As Lin followed her mother outside, she thought that this world, which they had all desperately defended together, was truly the way she wanted it to be. He remembered again that those who reached the end of magic would be able to see the true face of the world. So in this life, he must become a 7-star magician. Stopping again at the statue of his friends, he thought that in order to escape from this sadness and emptiness, he would try. He remembered Esther with a wide smile and flushed cheeks, calling him to look at the flower. He remembered Frida saying it was too romantic to show such things to a charmless brat. Kays only watched the flowers from the side. Lin then shouted that he would rather read another magic book than look at this. He asked what was so wonderful about this flower field. Lin thought that the people in Esther's group were all equally eccentric, but he really enjoyed traveling with them. Looking up at the sunset sky, Lin in Rain's body said goodbye to his friends with a smile on his face. He thought that now they were left in the past and could not be together. The living, following the flow of time, must move into the future. Lin had a dream where Esther asked him if he ever regretted not having a family, to which the guy replied that he didn't even know his mother. Lin replied that he didn't even know what it was, so he wasn't interested. He grew up in the slums. If the headmaster of the school Osiris hadn't noticed his magical talent and taken him in, he would have lived as an orphan and died on the streets. Frida came up from behind and hugged the guy around the neck, saying that he was a poor thing. Lin pushed her away, screaming that even if he had a family, he wouldn't know how to treat them, so he didn't need a family. Esther smiled at him, telling him it wasn't as difficult as he thought. She told him to just cherish them, but Lin took the advice with a grain of salt. Esther smiled brightly, telling him that he was a good child so everything would work out for him. Lin heard someone call him. He opened his eyes, waking up in Rain's body again. The maid entered the room, bowed, and said that she would prepare breakfast since he was awake. Stretching, Lin walked over to the mirror and looked at his new face. Memories of this spoiled 9-year-old boy's old life returned only 20 days ago. This boy, Rain, is the eldest son of the Ludwig family, one of the 5 great families of magicians. Since Lin himself is an orphan, he had to work hard to adapt to life in a noble family. Lin entered the dining room and was greeted by the maid and Rain's mother. She asked him if he could go and tell his father that breakfast was ready. She said that he would be very glad if he came. Lin smiled, not refusing. A couple of minutes later, he reached his father's office, where he was sitting at the table. Kevin Ludwig noticed his son and asked him if he hadn't had enough sleep. His face had a bad color. Ruffling his son's hair, he noticed that he still looked unwell after the journey. Looking at his father emotionlessly, Lin told him that breakfast was ready. Kevin smiled and removed his hand, saying that this was the only reason he came here. Thanking him, he said that he could go eat first. Lin asked the man if he was not going to have breakfast, to which he looked away at the table. There was a piece of paper with magical seals on the table. Kevin said that the dissertation presentation was next week, so he was in a hurry. The man said that his mind was foggy from eating, so he tried to concentrate and get as much done as he could in the clear morning hours. And looking at the paper, Lin wondered if he was really stuck on this. He asked his father if he wanted him to help him. Kevin asked him if he wanted to support him, to which the boy replied that he wanted to help solve the magic circle. Kevin said that the help was welcome, but his mother would scold him if he was late for breakfast. But Lin didn't listen to him and took the pen. As Lin drew his pen across the paper, he said that magic was the expression of natural laws numerically and then their distortion. He said that the Go rune complicates the equation and conflicts with the hand Cha, so it is better to replace it with the Gu rune. When he finished writing, Lin turned to his father and said that then, using the imperial equation 41:2, he would be able to get the answer immediately. Kevin picked up the paper, asking if such a method was possible. The man thought that this was a difficult problem that even the best scientists could not solve, and yet this was a high-level spell that was 200 years old. Looking up at his son in surprise, Kevin asked him how he had guessed. Digging through Rain's memories, Lin realized that Rain, in terms of his knowledge of basic magic, was a completely ordinary person. However, given that he belonged to a line of mages, this meant that he did not inherit the talent for magic. Lin did not answer his father's question and asked him if he could have breakfast with them now. Smiling, Kevin rushed to hug his son, saying that now they could all eat together. Raina's family was small: mother, father, 6-year-old sister. A little girl, Siri, looked into the room where her brother was sitting. Her hair and eyes were the same as Rain's. She was a sweet girl who inherited the traits of the Ludwig family. Lin turned around, noticing someone's gaze on him. The girl flinched when she realized she had been noticed. Without thinking twice, she ran away. Lin sighed heavily, thinking that such behavior was quite understandable. Because in Rain's memories, he was never kind to Siri. Instead of being cold, he was simply indifferent to everything. Lin didn't think about it anymore and returned to his book. Esther's voice echoed in his head, telling him that he had to take care of them. He couldn't just run away. Lin slammed the book shut, his teeth clenched in frustration, the words about him being a kind child echoing in his head again. Siri, who was standing behind the door, suddenly heard her brother call her, saying that he taught her magic. The girl looked out from behind the doorway uncertainly. Lin asked her if she wanted to play together then, but instead of answering, Siri ran off somewhere again. Lin sighed heavily, thinking that children were too difficult to deal with. But then, after a couple of minutes, the sound of little feet was heard. Siri walked up to her brother and handed him a book called The Basic Formula of One-Star Magic. Surprised, Lin asked her if she was really reading this at 6, and the girl nodded happily. He looked again at the girl, who was now smiling excitedly. Esther's voice came back to him in his head, asking him if he knew the meaning of this flower. In another memory, she happily shouted that she would tell the story of a certain cliff. Lin always complained that Esther treated him like a child, but in reality, he loved these moments more than anything in the world. Siri sat on her brother's lap and began to show what she didn't understand. Lin began to explain to her that a house with a thatched roof and a brick house are different. It all depends on the materials. In magic, this role is played by a magical figure. The shape of a magical figure determines the attribute of magic. For example, if you draw a triangle, it will be the attribute of fire, the shape of a fan, the attribute of wind. Lin continued by saying that the next step is runes. Runes determine the effect of magic, and runes are magic words. Yule means to bind, and Ho means to disperse. For example, if you engrave the Yule rune on a triangular magic square, you will get a spell of binding with the attribute of fire. Lin said that it actually uses mathematical formulas. Siri innocently asked him what mathematical was. The guy looked back tiredly while the girl looked at him with interest. But he continued to explain anyway, deciding that they needed to go over addition and subtraction first. The servants who watched Lin teach Siri said that Master Rain had changed completely, and someone remarked that he didn't care when Mistress Siri cried before. As they entered the room, Raina's mom and Kevin smiled at the sight that met their eyes. The woman said she wanted to capture the sight in a painting, and meanwhile Siri fell asleep, nestled comfortably in the lap of her brother, who was also sleeping. Kevin said the artist might not make it in time, and Siri is too shy, so it might be too much. Looking at the table, the man noticed a book and notes, and realized that his son was teaching his sister magic. He noticed that after returning from the square, Rain seemed like a completely different person, and the woman agreed with him, saying that his tone had suddenly become more mature. She asked worriedly if it was possible that the void had possessed him, to which Kevin replied that it was not like that. He said that he had a similar experience. He said that when he was still a student, he had the honor of meeting Lord Lin. At that time, Kevin bragged that he had become a 3-star magician. But during the war, Lord Lin rose to 5 stars. Living in the peaceful era that the heroes created, Kevin realized how complacent he had been. Perhaps Rain had the same thoughts. After leaving the room, Rain's mother asked if Lord Lin was really frozen in time. Kevin answered that it was true. He had mastered ice magic perfectly, and that he remained the same as he was at 18 years old. The woman asked him to tell her more, to which the man replied that he didn't know anything else. Scratching his chin, Kevin noticed that the ice contained Lady Esther's magic. He said that only Lord Lin and Lady Hester could have induced her. He said he suspected that this letter turned out to be Esther's bequeathed letter to Lin, because one day he would still wake up. Kevin said he thinks their son is a genius. He said that he, moreover, could reach the level of a sage, because he had solved the magic square, which he himself had been struggling with for more than a year, and he had only looked at it. The woman exclaimed in amazement and asked the man if that was why he had come to breakfast today. Kevin said that was true. and he thought it might be a bit early, but it was time to teach him their family magic. Rain can become a mage thief who reads and steals any magic. This is only allowed to those who belong to the Ludwig family. This magic is only available to their lineage. The man said he wasn't sure if he could teach him, to which his wife asked if it was that difficult. The man replied that everything was fine. He already had an idea. Under a blue sky, a dazzling field of tulips stretches to the horizon. Cius Tulica. It is a beautiful region famous for its tulips, and a third of its land belongs to the Ludwig family. Rising to a sitting position, Lin said that if you want to develop, you need to set medium-term and long-term goals, especially if it is the path to truth. There is a lot to do to become a 7-star mage. No matter how young you are, there is no time to waste. Lin placed a piece of paper in front of him and said that they needed to call the guide first. Siri appeared behind her brother and asked him what he was doing. The guy muttered that it irritated him so much. Sighing, he nevertheless answered, saying that he was going to call a magic guide. The girl asked again. The guy asked whether he and she should call him. The girl jumped up happily and shouted that she wanted one too. Watching Siri happily spinning around on the grass, Lin thought that she seemed to be enjoying herself. But for a 6-year-old, her speech was a bit clumsy. Could there be something wrong with her? Following this, the guy began to draw on the sheet. Looking at his sister, he said that this was a high-level magic containing 4 different elements, so only a 4-star magician could handle it. There were only 10 of them in the country right now. Lin finished drawing the elements and a bright light shone from the paper. A huge table of light shot into the sky and Sari jumped to her feet, screaming with joy. Suddenly, Lin grabbed his chest. Blood suddenly started flowing from his nose and eyes. He muttered that it was still too much for 4-star magic. He thought that it was good that it was a summoning spell for a guide and not a combat spell. Otherwise, he would have died already. The pillar of light dissolved into thin air. Lin muttered that this body was trash. He began to wipe away his blood with a handkerchief and called Rudian. A blue butterfly appeared and landed on Siri's finger. This butterfly evaluates the user's abilities and determines potential magical power. Lin said that it was Rudian's function to tell her what to study and practice. He said that all the best runes for learning are collected here. It may seem simple, but it is 4-star magic. He asked his sister if she liked it, while she looked at the butterfly with a smile. Siri nodded her head. The girl ran away. Lin told her that now she should go there and study. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Clutching his head, Lin said that while he was recovering his strength, he would summon the second Rudian later. The second Rudian was summoned. He showed that the physical condition assessment, magical power, is 30-24. Lin thought that this was the level of a beginner mage and began to calculate the magic and stamina. The magic calculation was 77, and the endurance was 64. The guy sighed and thought that he had a long way to go. But then he saw that a bloodline of magic had been discovered that was considered teachable. Lin chuckled and said that this body wasn't complete trash after all. He remembered that when he was traveling with Esther, a young magician came to him. He wanted to prove himself as the best mage of all the mages in the Empire and join the group instead of Lin. However, there was nothing special about his skills. With just one blow, Lin could have completely defeated him. Looking at the defeated guy, Lin became even more convinced that there was nothing special about his skills. However, the guy's eyes, sparkling with a bright light, did not give him peace. Suddenly, the guy stood up and, waving his hand, summoned a huge pillar of light. Lin was able to defend himself and noticed that with those eyes, the guy saw all the magic he used. A fight ensued where this guy only counterattacked. Now Lin realized that this was the power of the Ludwig family's bloodline magic. Bel Sidious. By simply observing the flow of magic, a person can determine what kind of magic the opponent is using, and if their magic skills are equal, the one who uses it better gets the advantage. This Bel Sidious is a legendary eye that only 3 people have opened in the entire history of the Empire. If Bel Sidious is the ability to recognize an opponent's magic, then Bel Curious is the ability to steal it. The reason why the Ludwig family became known as magic thieves is because of this eye. Standing on his feet, Lin thought that the goal of childhood had now been achieved, and he thought that without magical power and endurance, he would not become a great magician. Returning to the house, Lin immediately went to the library where Kevin found him. The man asked him if he was interested in the family's lineage of magic. He asked that it was, of course, a bit early, but would he like to try to learn it? Lin replied that he would like to, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to study the theory beforehand. Kevin replied that then from today, Elin would be his mentor, but only while he was at the academy, and when he returned, he would teach him personally. Lin asked again about Elin, trying to search through Rain's memory to find who she was. Nodding, Kevin said that she was a wonderful person, taught at Deleighton, had great magical talent, and most of all, she was Aunt Elin, who loved her nephew more than anything in the world. He said that they met her when they were 6 years old and someone came into the library. A girl appeared in the library, frowning and looking ahead. She walked up to Lin and looked at him intently, and he just moved away from her. Elin snorted in annoyance and asked if the genius professor Elin Ludwig had come personally to train some unloved child. She grabbed the boy by the head and asked him menacingly if he was ready. The girl asked the boy if he knew who she was, to which he replied that she was Aunt Elin. Turning to the window, the girl exclaimed that he should now address her as Professor Elin, the great genius, and she said that she could not stand slow-witted people who did not understand at first. She glared at him and told him not to ask her any questions after she had taught him once. Thus began Lin's training in the bloodline magic of the Ludwig family. She did not enroll so that it would not be stolen by other mages, so it could only be learned from family members. Elin sighed heavily and said that she would now demonstrate. Then she opened her eyes, which were shining like bright sparks. Looking into her eyes, Lin felt a strange feeling, as if his whole body was being frozen. His eyes widened. He thought with admiration that this was the very same Belle Sidious. He exclaimed in admiration, while Elin closed her eyes and laughed smugly. Then she screamed that in order to use this technique, one had to calculate 3 spells at the same time, something that someone like him couldn't even dream of. Lin exclaimed that he could do it, to which the girl exclaimed that he was too arrogant. Elin, satisfied with the boy's reaction, wrote down several formulas. It was an analysis of magic. Leafing through the notes, Lin noticed that it was more theoretical than he expected. If the founder of the family, Ludwig, had not imposed genetic restrictions, then Lin could have taken advantage of this. Leaning towards her nephew, Alice asked him if it was too difficult for him since he didn't even understand what it meant, to which he replied that he just needed time to understand. Alice had not expected such an answer, and so she hesitated to do the honor of helping. Lin bowed to his aunt and thanked her for guiding him, and he said that he would now figure it out on his own. Alice asked him if he didn't need any guidance, and when there was no response, she told him not to ignore her. Lin sat down at the table and began to read the notes. Alice got angry at being ignored and walked away, saying that he could do whatever he wanted, but it wouldn't work anyway. After a while, she sat down opposite the boy and began to read a book. Lin tried to make sense of the notes and got stuck at one point. Suddenly, Alice snatched the paper from his hands without saying anything. She quickly moved her pencil across the paper, her face expressionless. After a couple of minutes, she placed the sheet on the table in front of the boy. The girl buried her face in her book again while Lin looked at her in shock. After a while, Lin thought again, unable to immediately understand what to do, and the sheet was again torn right out from under the boy's nose. And again, Alice placed the sheet of paper with the written solution in front of him. The girl buried her face in the book again. Lin tried to understand what was happening. He was trying to figure out if this was how modern magical education worked or if she was testing him, while Raina's mother was secretly watching them. After some time, Alice announced a break. She left the room, and from the side, a voice was heard calling Rain. Lin asked her what happened. The woman asked him if he thought Aunt Elin was unusual, to which he replied that she was very unusual. The woman said that Elin is not really honest. She tries to teach him everything. So even if he already knows something, he should ask her questions. She remembered that Elin was the same when she followed her and Kevin around. A few minutes later, Elin returned and sat down at the table, burying her face in a book. Looking up, Lin noticed his aunt sneaking a peek at his notes. When the girl noticed that the boy had noticed her gaze, she immediately turned away. But after some time, when Lin returned to the notes, she began to peek again. Lin thought that Elin was very annoying, even more annoying than 6-year-old Siri. Finally, Lin decided to follow his mother's advice and approached his aunt, saying that she didn't quite understand that part. Elin immediately threw the book aside and screamed that if he didn't even know this, then their family was doomed. And she asked what exactly he didn't understand. Lin pointed his finger at the text on the page, to which Elin immediately told him how he should solve it. Laughing, she said that he should use this formula, and then he would be able to solve it much faster. Lin apologized to her, and she continued, asking him about what he did before he was 9 years old. Lin resigned himself to his fate and continued asking his aunt. Elin's teaching was such that it required a lot of effort, but thanks to her, he significantly reduced the time spent studying theory and gained practical experience. On the 10th day after receiving Elin's instructions, he felt a burning pain in the retina of his eye. He felt all the blood in his body rush to his head, the world slowly turning blood red. And then it happened. The eyes, glowing red, were engraved with the mark of death. All information about everything in the universe comes in the form of formulas. Lin used a fire spell and immediately a fireball appeared on his palm, and on top of it were numbers. Lin thought about what he realized was that in the eyes of the young wizard, all his magic looked like numbers. He said it was really amazing. Elin, stunned, asked the boy if he could really achieve this in just 10 days. Even after specialized training, it took Elin 7 years to master Bel Sidious. They said it would take 70 years to master Bel Curious. Elin thought about how in just 10 days, Rain had gone from a blank slate, knowing nothing, to using multiple spells at once. She thought that he could rival Lin, who was called a master of simultaneous summoning. Looking at him, she thought that he might be a genius. Elin went to Kevin, who muttered that his son had awakened Bel Sidious in just 10 days. The girl told her brother that thanks to Rain, the Ludwig family can become a leading family of magicians. He is really amazing. Elin walked out of her brother's office, slamming the door. Kevin said that as a father he had nothing more to teach him. After that, Kevin called out to Yud, and a black figure appeared behind the red curtain. The man told Yud to send a message to his father. Yud asked him if he was referring to the former head of the family, to which Kevin asked him if there was any problem with that. The man immediately replied that that was not what he meant. Kevin said to pass on a request to guide his grandson, who has an innate talent, on the right path. Smiling, Yud noted that Kevin had truly gone through fire and water for his son. He said he would do as ordered. Kevin just smirked in response. Thus ended spring and a short summer began. Looking out the window, Lin thought about how this summer seemed to last for about a year. Dark clouds covered the continent, pouring rain day after day. Lin was incredibly busy that summer. During the day, he studied household magic from Elin. At every opportunity, he taught Siri the basics of magic. And at night, he concentrated on training his physical and magical strength. The development of modern magic that Lin learned from Elin and from books was truly astounding. And for Lin, a person living 300 years ago, it was quite shocking. He noted that such complex formulas were simplified to such an extent that the activation time was reduced and the power was greatly increased. The level of magic has increased significantly compared to 300 years ago. But now Lin can lose to a modern 4-star mage. He thought that magic grows with time, and with his current state, becoming a 7-star magician in this era is absolutely impossible. He needs strength and incredible knowledge. At dinner, Lin told his father he had a favor to ask, and Kevin asked again. The boy asked his father to send him to the city of magicians. He said that it would take about 3 years. The parents' eyes immediately popped out of their heads. While chewing bread, Siri asked her brother if he really wanted to go somewhere, to which he said yes. He said that he was thinking of going to the Golden Rose in the city of magicians, where the best magic university, Delighton, is located. He asked his father if he would let him go. Siri rushed to her brother, screaming for him not to leave. Kevin said that was impossible. He told the boy to think about his age because he was only 10 years old. It was too early to leave home. Kevin said that children from magical families enter Delaith when they turn 16. Then it is not too late to go to the city of magicians. And he also said that he had already scheduled a very important meeting. Taking a letter out of his vest, Kevin told his son that this letter was sent by his father, his grandfather. Elin, who was sitting at the table and eating a steak, immediately froze with a piece of meat in her mouth. Choking, she coughed silently and asked her brother again, to which he told her to wipe her mouth before speaking. Lin immediately guessed who his grandfather could be. Kevin said that in their family, only 3 people awakened the Bel Curious. Lin's thoughts were confirmed, and he thought that this was indeed the Bel Curious Scalzi Ludwig Motivator. Kevin told his son that his grandfather would personally guide him through Bel Curious. Alice rushed to sob into her mother's skirt, and Elin began to wipe her mouth while the man told his son that he should first visit his grandfather. After some time, the carriage reached a huge mansion. Kevin and Lin got out of the carriage and walked down the corridors, Lin looking around. Kevin told his son that he would go and greet his grandfather first. After a while, the man came out of the room and called Rain to meet his grandfather. The man standing by the window turned his red eyes behind him. He raised his hand and pulled out 2 fingers, around which red triangles of the spell glowed. Suddenly, he dropped his hand sharply, which activated the spell. Lin was immediately overcome with an unusual sensation. Everything around shook. The chandeliers on the ceiling swayed. Books began to fall off the shelves. Lin wondered in fear what this old man was thinking. Meanwhile, Scalzi had no intention of retreating. His hand glowed even brighter with the same spell. Lin decided to put his thoughts aside and respond to such a gesture. He raised his hands and they glowed blue. But the next moment, Lin's spell in his hands faded away, as if it had never been there. The man said that it was Bel Curious, and Lin involuntarily shuddered at the voice. Looking at the man, he noticed that his eyes were glowing with a bright red light. Scalzi said that this spell can control visible magic at will. After recovering from the shock, Lin smiled weakly, admiring the man. Lin exclaimed in delight, in response to which his grandfather asked him if he wanted to try it too, while Kevin only sighed understandingly. Scalzi's eyes dimmed, and he said that mastering Bell Curious was not enough. In order to use it properly, a master must fully understand it. He asked the boy what level he was at now. Lin replied that he could barely do a speed calculation of a 3rd-star spell, and he himself thought that he could handle spells up to 5 stars, but Scalzi also said that it was almost amazing. He said that, however, Bell Curious requires a huge amount of magical power, so in his current state, he was still far from that. In response to this, Lin asked about it being just a long way, and he asked if it was impossible. Scalzi was caught off guard when the boy screamed at him to take him to this level. Scalzi said his training will be very hard, so he will learn the right way. He said that his first greeting was too rude. He apologized for it and greeted them. Kevin was about to leave when his father called him and said that they could have a drink together after they confirmed Rain's suitability. Kevin, not expecting this, turned to look at his father with wide eyes. Scalzi did not look at his son, but raised his hand to wave to him. Kevin bowed low to his father, saying goodbye and thanking him. After some time, winter came and snow fell in flakes to the ground. At this time, Scalzi and Lin were practicing outside. The man raised his hand to the sky. A bright flash was shining in his palm, and he exclaimed to his grandson that he should be able to use Bell Curious freely. Lin rushed back as his grandfather shouted at him to cast the spell quickly and not screw it up. Scalzi's lightning struck the ground, knocking the boy off his feet, and the man screamed, asking his grandson if he was just going to stand there and watch as the enemy's spell was activated. And Scalzi himself thought with admiration that this boy had an amazing talent. If you teach him one thing, he will comprehend 1,000. He is a genius who masters in one go what would take others a month. All that remains is to master the use of eyes and develop magic. Lin ran around his grandfather as he told him that he had to risk his life in his studies in order to grow significantly. Lin shouted back at him that he understood everything. A bright fireball glowed in Scalzi's hand, and he told his grandson that he would release it now. Looking at his grandson, he told him that if he couldn't dodge, he would die. Lin ground his feet, preparing to meet the spell. Rushing forward, Scalzi gave the boy the signal to take action. Lin screamed loudly as he used Bell Sidious, and his eyes glowed a bright yellow. Meanwhile, the fireball was getting closer and closer to him. Scalzi shouted loudly at his grandson to hurry up. Lin stared at the orb, thinking that he needed to master his opponent's magic with Bell Sidious, and then manipulate it with Bell Curious. The ball came closer and closer when suddenly a bright red light lit up in the boy's eyes. Everything in his eyes began to move in slow motion. The fireball disintegrated into numbers. The grandfather who stood behind turned into a silhouette, covered in numbers. Lin's eyes widened as he realized that he had been able to activate the Bell Curious, the universe being converted into equations and fed directly into his brain. He thought that now he needed to change the formulas for his provision. He held out his hand to begin changing the spell. Information immediately appeared in his head that the array consists of 2 triangles. The designated runic symbol is Rudihin. The range is 23 km, the size is 17 axles. The solution immediately came to his mind, and a moment later the fireball exploded in a bright flash. After finishing casting the spell, Lin began to fall from exhaustion, but Scalzi managed to catch him. Breathing heavily, Lin asked his grandfather if he could do it. Scalzi responded by joyfully exclaiming that everything had worked out. Now all he had to do was strengthen his magical power. Lin smiled faintly as the man continued, admiring the fact that he was able to awaken Bell Curious at only 14 years old. Scalzi thought that he had barely reached this level at 39. This boy could rewrite the history of the Empire. After some time, when Lin came to his senses, Scalzi said that he would not interfere in his life but wanted to give advice. With a serious face, he told him that when he turned 16 he should definitely enroll into Lighten. Lin didn't answer. He looked away and thought that he was no longer interested. Scalzi told him that if he graduated from the university with the highest level, he would have a chance to meet Archmage Lin. Lin agreed, but said that he was not very interested, and he thought that it was time for them to stop mocking the dead. Scalzi said he felt the same way, but Esther's character left a letter. Isn't he interested in its contents? Lin froze in shock. He couldn't believe that Esther had left him a letter. Scalzi told his grandson that no one had ever awakened Bell Curious at 14 years old. With his abilities, he should be able to read the letter. At that moment, Lin was so stunned that he could only listen blankly. Looking back, he could tell that this was the beginning. It became a story about a journey along the path of former comrades, following Esther's letter. Scalzi walked back into the house and Lin, coming out of her stupor, ran after him. There was about half a year left before the entrance exams to Delayton, so Lin decided to take this opportunity to find out what and where to visit when he went south. Kevin asked his son if he planned to stay in the magical city after the exams, to which he replied that he was going to, because all the knowledge was collected there. At the end of the year, the notoriously difficult entrance exam to Delayton takes place, and those who pass it begin their first semester in May. Lin's attention was drawn to a falling leaf when his mother asked him if he was sure about it, as he was worried about being there without security. Kevin told her that Rain's skills were exceptional and there would be no danger if he followed the known path. Looking up at the sky, Lin wondered if he would ever be able to call this conversation a memory. On the 13th day of his journey, Lin found himself in a small town somewhere in the forest. Namely, he found himself in the southern part of the Holy Empire, the Garum region, in a small town where there were many taverns and inns. And what's interesting is that all the people passing by were wearing bamboo hats. When Lin asked one man why everyone was wearing bamboo hats, the man asked him if he didn't know about Lin's caravan. The man said that long ago their first leader received help from the Archmage Lin. He said that as a sign of gratitude they wear bamboo hats. The guy's attention was drawn to the staff behind the man's back as he continued talking about how this was a trading group with such a great history. Rolling his eyes, Lin wondered who this first leader was. Maybe he would remember when he heard his name. Lin asked the man what such respected chickens were doing in such a small town. The man replied that there was a problem on the road leading to the sunlit highway, and ferocious monsters appeared and dozens of people went missing. So they wait for the Lord's forces to come and destroy them. Monsters are creatures whose essence has been distorted by the abyss. They resemble animals but have a much more grotesque appearance and dangerous magical abilities. And no matter how many of them are destroyed, they never disappear. Lin walked away, thinking that as long as this monster wasn't a top-tier one, he had nothing to worry about. Night fell and Lin walked through the bamboo forest. Suddenly he noticed that someone was definitely watching him. However, nothing attacked. Perhaps this creature sensed the difference in magical power, like an animal instinct. Lin thought idly that he could deal with these monsters, but it wasn't his concern. The monster-slaying team will take care of that. Lin walked on, memories coming back to life in his head. He remembered Esther pointing somewhere on the map, suggesting a route. An irritated Lin listened to how they wanted to stop by a flower field on the way. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted, asking them what they were doing. He reminded them that two groups of warriors who had crossed to the continent before them had been destroyed fighting at the front. Because of this, the front line has stalled and they are barely holding on, waiting for help from others. Frida took a drag on her smoke as Esther said that she understood everything. A legion of red and yellow dragons were heading to the battlefield, and all the strong mercenaries had crossed the sea for honor and glory. Lin exclaimed that they also needed to hurry, to which Esther responded that that was why she was saying that. Because now that all the strong ones were gone, monsters began to run around the continent as if they had been waiting for this moment. Lin exclaimed that they were at best a C or B level. They didn't have time to deal with such things. Esther told the boy that there are many people in this world who desperately need help. Even in what seems like a trifle, it makes no difference to ask for help. Covering his face with his hand, Lin remembered Esther's words about how she hoped he would grow up to help people like him. Lin muttered that even after 300 years they were still annoying. The boy sat down to rest, a spell glowing in his hand. Lin muttered the words quietly, activating the spell. Our seal in his hand shone even brighter, ready to act. Lin lowered his hand and the seal entered the ground and rushed forward to find the monster. The guy remained sitting in the depths of the night forest. Finally, after some time, he heard a loud roar in his head and ordered the seal to bring the monster here. Something flashed like a dark shadow above the bamboo, and something heavy fell in front of Lin. Looking down, he noticed a white monster that was bound by his spell. Lin frowned and asked if that was what he was calling a threat when the monster started growling at him. Squeezing his hand so that the spell began to squeeze the monster, breaking bones, the boy told him that he had already killed countless of his relatives. The monster began to writhe in pain as his body was squeezed even more. Lin told him that he would let him go if he promised not to harm people anymore. All he got in response was a roar, and Lin said he still didn't understand him. Lin left behind the monster's body, cut into pieces, and he said it didn't help, it was just out of boredom. The border between the central and southern regions of the empire is the Badantio Ridge, and as soon as Lin stepped onto it, he was immediately attacked by monsters. Lin thought with irritation at how the insignificant beast dared to look down on him. But suddenly, Instead of the guy's spell, arrows started flying at the monsters. Turning around, Lin noticed two people standing above. The figure and hairstyle of one of them seemed familiar to Lin, so he inadvertently called out to Kaze. The strangers hurried to jump down. Someone asked Lin if he was okay, and the guy smelled alcohol. A young man, who didn't look like Kaze at all, told Lin that monsters often appeared in this place, and he asked him if no one had warned him on the way here. The second stranger also jumped down, asking why anyone had to warn him, and he said smugly that they, the descendants of the Great Palace, guard it. Lin stood frozen in place, just listening to the strangers and thinking that there was no way it could have been Kaze. Scratching his head, he finally said that he didn't know what school they were from, but they helped him, so he was grateful. And he decided to ask them if this was really the Badantio mountain range. After exchanging glances, the strangers suddenly burst out laughing without answering the guy. A little angry, Lin shouted at them, asking what they were laughing at. The second stranger said that so much time had passed since this ridge became Kislanten, and he still called it Badantio. Kislanten means mountain range of the Palace of Kaze. After defeating the Abyss, Kaze seems to have taken root here. The strangers said that they were students of the archery school founded by Kaze. They also said that traditionally this passage is guarded by him, who was recognized by the school director. Watching the drunk guys, Lin couldn't help but laugh, thinking, is drunk archery really the main subject of this school? What did they do to be assigned here? One of the guys put his arm around Lin's shoulders, telling him that he had come at the right time because today was a festival, a day when everyone could drink free alcohol, and he needed to experience the taste of alcohol if he wanted to become an adult. He continued by saying that alcohol was the path to the sun and the moon, to which his companion wearily remarked that he was such a cultured man. The second guy walked away telling his partner that he can't even think about skipping his shift today talking nonsense. They still have to guard this place. To which the first guy asked how they could let this kid go alone. Grabbing Lin by the scruff of the neck, the boy ran away, shouting to his comrade that he would simply take him to the entrance of the village and return. Walking through the forest, the guy said that the road was hidden because of fallen leaves. Although they tried to clean them up, there were endless amounts of them this year. The guy continued to chat, but Lin was no longer listening to him, looking around. Listening to the boy again, he heard him tell him that if he climbed the wooden stairs from here, he would find the training room. He said that if you follow the path, you can get to the village, and at the fork there was a stone that looked like a tombstone. Upon reading the name on the stone, Lin immediately felt his heart break into pieces and his hope disappear. The guy asked Lin why he shouldn't make a wish if he was going somewhere. When Lin asked again, the guy asked him if he really didn't know. And then he said that at the Tomb of Kaze, people usually make a wish, asking for protection. Not believing his ears, Lin told the guy to stop joking, to which the guy asked why he was joking. With a trembling voice, Lin said that it was strange because tombs were not built in the middle of the road, and this Kaze was a hero. The guy asked him if he really didn't know the history of this tomb, if he was from this country at all. He asked him if he knew that among Caius's comrades was the Archmage Lin. He continued by saying that it was a well-known fact so he should know, but Lin was said to be very shy, which gave the real Lin a shock. The guy said that Kaze believed that Lin would return even after death. They said that if the grave had been in the village, Lin might not have come because he was embarrassed, so Kaze asked to be buried here. Lin remembered his moments with Kaze, how he got angry at his snoring and the smell of alcohol. He remembered how, in the middle of their journey, he taught him various symbols. Kaze loved to ruffle Lin's hair, which only made Lin angry and yell at him to stop. But now the guy involuntarily patted himself on the head. Looking at the stone, he wondered if Kaze knew that this farewell was forever. Lin continued to deny it, thinking that he had promised to return. Kaze appeared before his eyes, but when he turned around, his face began to melt, revealing his skull. Suddenly, Lin turned around and ran away. Like a madman, the guy ran through the forest without paying attention to the road until he tripped. He fell to the ground, but was in no hurry to get up, breathing heavily. As the sun began to set again, Lin reached the cliff and sat down on its edge. He told himself that he had to go back to Kaze's grave and say goodbye. Remembering Frida, he thought that even if it was already late, he had to go and tell her that he was back. Remembering Esther, he thought that he should say that he was sorry. He saw Kaze before his eyes and thought that he should go back and ask for forgiveness. The sun set behind the horizon, but Lin still didn't move from his place. He just lay down on the ground. He recalled how Kaze was able to find an eagle in the sky in pitch darkness. All the guys were wondering how Kaze could aim when he was drunk. When Kaze came down from his drunkenness, his hands began to shake so he could not aim. He recalled how Esther had told him that Kaze had no language and therefore could not speak. He remembered how loudly Kaze snored at night, leaving everyone else unable to sleep. Remembering all this, Lin couldn't help but laugh. But then he remembered their last moment together. But the guy kept laughing louder and louder. Soon this laughter turned into loud sobs. Lin raised his hands and covered his face with them. After some time, he rose from the ground and wandered through the forest. He walked towards the village where he again encountered the tombstone. Rustling dry leaves, Lin came closer, a bright red spell shining on his hand. Gritting his teeth, Lin smashed the stone with a sharp movement of his hand. Burnt leaves rose into the air, burning to ashes there. But the stone remained standing in the middle of the road, as if untouched by anything. The sun set again and Lin turned and walked away, making no more attempts to destroy the stone. He mentally apologized to Case, thinking that it wasn't because he was shy, and all because he lacks courage. He lacks the courage to face them and ask for forgiveness. Without looking back once, Lin walked away, feeling the past recede even further. Autumn in the south was simply amazing. Under such an autumnal summer-autumn sky, a glittering city spread out before Lin. It was the magical city of the Golden Rose, in the center of which the University of Delayton was built. This proud was interesting to Lin from his past life, but he did not live up to his expectations. Everywhere there were shouts from vendors trying to sell books on magic and teaching aids. All sorts of charlatans offered people tools to enhance magic and rare items found in the dungeon. All knowledge passes through the Golden Rose is a phrase that suits the status of this place where everything gathers. Lin sat down next to one of the merchants and asked him how much this item cost. The seller replied that it only cost 10 coins, causing Lin to ask again. Smiling, Lin said that he paid at least 80 coins for it back then. Suddenly, the seller called him, saying that the bell had already rung, which meant the exam would soon begin. Lin hurried to give the money to the seller, almost forgetting why he came to this city. Suddenly, a scream was heard, and a man flew past in front of the guy. People were shouting for someone to catch the thief. The thief ran further through the crowd. Lin thought that the security here was not very good. Turning away, he thought that this was a big city, so the guards should be able to handle it. But then his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that someone crashed into him. Having collided with the guy, the old woman lost her balance and fell to the ground. Lin apologized excitedly and said that he had to go already, he was late. The old woman quietly muttered that it was a family heirloom and that her grandson needed it for the entrance exam. Continuing to mutter, asking for help, the old woman stood up and walked on. Turning away, Lin thought that now was not the time. He had an exam. But suddenly he heard Esther's voice telling him to help her. Coming closer to the old woman, Lin asked her if the man had stolen something from her. Frowning, the guy stopped the old woman, telling her to wait here. After chasing the thief, Lin climbed onto the roof and flew further with the help of a spell. Lin was burning with anger that he still had so much to do, and he was doing this. A bright flash of light flashed in his hand, and he told the thief that now he would turn to ashes. But before he could do anything, a voice was heard from behind and someone's hand touched his shoulder. The girl pushed him away and ran on, shouting at him to move away. She flew down from the roof, and a bright flash shone in her raised hands. Suddenly the thief slowed down, noticing that sand was starting to rise in front of him. The man looked around in confusion, wondering where the sand came from. Meanwhile, the sand rose higher and higher. The girl shouted loudly to the thief across the street that stealing someone else's property in the Golden Rose was brave, she should give him credit. But he chose the wrong day. The girl stood on her head made of sand, and under her feet were 2 sand knights holding a sword, and she exclaimed that the thief was finished today. She continued her heroic speech with a smug grin, saying that it would all end for him today, because he had been caught by none other than Kristaten. Lin looked the girl up and down. He noticed her confidence in the sand swirling around her, and he realized she was Warden. The Varden family is located on the eastern edge of the border, like the Ludwig family. It is one of the 5 families of mages. Before Lin regained his memories, they met several times at family gatherings, the girl telling him to put in a little effort to not live like a loser. She pointed her finger at him angrily and shouted that he was a descendant of magicians, even the eldest son. She asked him if he was really not ashamed at all. Lin ignored her every time. Every time they met, she always acted smart, so he called her a nerd. Lin wondered how it was that she was already wearing a uniform since they were the same age. And in the meantime, the thief decided to strike back. Using a wind spell, the thief destroyed the sand tower and the knights, causing Kristaten to fly down. But the wind currents did not stop there. They began to swirl madly along the street, lifting other people into the air. One of the children that were there rose into the air far from its mother, but before it could fly far, it was caught by the tree roots. Using a spell, Lin, who was still on the roof of the house, returned the boy to his mother. Lin raised his head and looked at the thief again, his eyes glowing red, activating Bel Sidious. Looking at the thief, who had strange bracelets on his arm. He thought that this thief was a magician, and he also had quite decent magical power. The guy's gaze involuntarily caught on these strange bracelets, which shimmered golden in the sunlight. Kristaten didn't think of giving up. Frowning, she raised her hands again, activating the spell, and shouted at the thief that he was very good for a thief. She screamed at him to try and block this then, and then she quickly moved her hands with a bright flash shining between them. A little surprised by this outburst, Lin noticed that it was a 2-star magic that she even used mentally. The girl hit her palm against another palm, causing an even brighter flash. The whole city was shaken, and ordinary residents began to look around in confusion. Behind the girl, the ground began to crack. If the Ludwig family is known as magic thieves, then the Varden family is known as magic commanders. Breaking the earth into pieces, something rose from underneath it with a loud crack. A sand golem appeared behind the girl, its eye glowing red, and Lin thought that the Varden family's bloodline magic was earth magic. Kristaten asked the surprised thief if he would try to brag again now. But suddenly the golem's eyes flashed with a different red light. The thief raised his hand with the bracelets from under his cloak and shouted that with this he was invincible. His hand glowed with a dark light, and then something pierced the golem through and through. The golem's eyes went dark, and he was ready to collapse as a heavy mass onto the ground. But after that, the golem's eyes flashed red again, and he didn't care about anything. Noticing this, Kristaten turned to the thief and told him not to even think that he would fall from such an attack, while the golem prepared to attack its mistress. The thief smiled slyly, and the bracelets on his hand once again began to shine with a dark glow. But before the golem could strike, something flew into his hand, smashing it into tiny pieces. Lin appeared in front of Kristaten and said that if he showed his trump card so early, he could get a counterattack. Attacking the golem further, the boy said that just because someone used a spell first, it doesn't mean they've already won. Lin didn't think of retreating. His hand twisted again, but this time with the blue light of the spell. The thief screamed desperately, ordering the golem to kill those children. The golem obeyed the orders of its new owner and decided to strike with its other hand. Lin, in response to this, decided to use a fire spell in a circular shape. Raising his hands to the sky, the boy launched a fountain straight into the golem's face. Kristaten, who, like Lin, was soaking wet, asked the guy if he was a water mage. She said that although the water element is the natural enemy of the earth element, her golem does not fall from a 1-star spell. And to confirm this, the golem rose to its feet again, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. The thief laughed like a madman and asked how they could boast of such a thing. Kristaten pushed the guy away and rushed forward again. Meanwhile, the golem did not stand still either, and, at the command of its master, rushed forward. Lin once again put his hands forward, using another spell, and the golem was again met by a strong stream of water. Kristaten, who was once again behind the guy, shouted at him that he should already understand that this doesn't work. The man still wouldn't stop and continued to shout at her to stop wasting time and just die. But Lin didn't give up. He continued to use the spell, pressing on the water golem. After a couple of seconds, sounds were heard and cracks began to run across the golem's body. Noticing this, the guy began to spray water even harder at the stone golem. The golem stepped back, and then he noticed that his last hand was beginning to crumble before his eyes. However, she was still intact enough to strike again, which is what the golem decided to do. Lin grabbed Kristaten by the collar and quickly jumped to the side, dragging her behind him. The golem's fist hit the ground with a loud thud, shattering it into pieces. The thief used his bracelets again. Lin thought that he was stealing someone else's magic, but he couldn't use his own. Kristaten, lying on the ground, screamed, asking the guy what he was doing because it was dangerous. But Lin had already jumped to his feet, and a bright flash of a spell shone between his palms. Kristaten noticed that the 1-star spell had only been cast a few seconds ago. Lin began to transform the spell, looking for a solution to this situation. The guy changed the law of the spell. He raised his hands up, and the spell shone even brighter. Lin released the spell from his hands, and it crawled across the ground, breaking it into pieces. From these cracks, plant roots emerged and wrapped around the golem's body. After a couple of minutes, the golem's body was securely tied and pressed to the ground. One of the roots slid across the golem's face, breaking his red eyes. The golem was neutralized. The thief wanted to rush forward, but roots burst out from under the ground again. Approaching the shackled man, Lin tore off his bracelet and asked what it was. Taking a closer look, the guy realized that it was an artifact, and it looked interesting. The thief shouted at him to give it back, to which Lin replied that he had stolen it. The guy thought that stealing control over the enemy's magic was similar to Bel Sidious. There were 2 magic circles engraved on the stone, which meant that he could steal up to 2-star magic. In a panic, the thief asked the boy who he was and how he was able to cast magic so quickly. But Lin didn't answer him and just turned around, walking away and thinking that even if he told him, he wouldn't believe him. Approaching the old woman, Lin returned the artifact to her, telling her to pass this thing on. The old woman took the artifact back with tears in her eyes, and the crowd erupted in joyful shouts. People began to shout compliments to Lin and Lady Varden. Hearing about Lady Varden, Lin immediately remembered the exam and froze. Without paying attention to anything else, the boy broke loose and ran away. An unknown person in a cloak approached the chained thief and put a sword to his throat. Then this unknown person in a cloak approached Krista, who was still sitting on the ground. Krista recognized the stranger as Professor Caroline, who told her that she had made a mistake today. The woman said that it was great to be confident, but she shouldn't have used the golem so hastily. Getting up from the ground, the girl replied that she knew and would be more careful next time. And then she happily asked the professor if she had seen that boy, and noticed that his magic casting speed was almost the same as the professor's. The woman replied that he might even be faster than her. But then Krista said that the guy didn't seem that strong during the selection. Professor Caroline asked why the guy was here if he had come for the exam. Krista asked her what she was talking about, to which she replied that the exam had already started. Krista sullenly asked the professor if there was any other way she could not accept it. She asked if she could be given some slack if she was late because she was helping someone. The woman asked her since when she thought so much about others. In response, the girl exclaimed that a person like that guy should exist to make things more interesting. And she asked with a grin whether it wouldn't be better for the school to have interesting characters. Professor Caroline made no reply to this, but soon agreed. Back in her office, Caroline looked over Rain's file, which stated that he had no experience in magical competitions and no significant achievements in other areas. Perhaps he is a genius prodigy who can become the White One sent to the Ludwig family from heaven. But then the woman noticed that this guy had been Scalzi Ludwig's assistant for 3 years. She was a little surprised by this, because he was a former great magician and the head of Osiris. It didn't matter to him if someone was his relative. Everything depended on talent and strength. He ruthlessly rejected those who failed to produce results. Professor Caroline wondered if he was just an assistant. Then why was he called a prodigy by the 8 great schools? Thinking about this, the woman smiled to herself. Professor Caroline asked her assistant to make an appointment with the rector because she needed to discuss something regarding a private appointment. The sun was shining brightly into the rector's office, and she said that it seemed like history was repeating itself. They told her that it was impossible to say for sure, but it seemed that talents always appeared at the same time. Examples of this could be Hubert from the Rackland School, Lillian from the Rivendell School, Kaiden from the Harimun School, Nora from the Melev School, Logan from the Chehak School. 5 latecomers from 8 major schools were admitted immediately. The Varden family also sent a talented child, but he may have problems. The principal told Caroline that since the conflict between the magical families and the 8 schools was so deep, it was not very pleasant to get involved in the students' disputes, but it was certainly a special situation. DeLayton's principal, Madelia Page, said she would need to notify teachers and professors. She told Caroline to watch the students closely and intervene if necessary, but not too often. Caroline didn't answer the rector, so she asked what had happened. The woman responded that she thought it was too early. She asked if it was too early to make such a decision. The rector asked her to tell her more, and then Caroline said that she thought there was another genius in this generation besides Krista. Madelia asked if there were any new students she didn't know about yet, to which she received a negative answer. She then asked if this was the child she wanted to give an extra test to which Caroline replied that she wouldn't believe her even if she told her. She could very well have seen him at the family meeting. Madelia told her that she still had a bad habit of slapping her hands. Caroline replied that it was just her personal opinion, but maybe they could give Ryan Ludwig the opportunity to do so and not interfere at all. Madelia thought about this, and the professor continued saying that she was interested in how he would behave in this situation. The rector replied that they would have the results soon, to which Caroline agreed, saying that Owen was there after all. The rector asked whether he really said that he would not accept any award, to which she received the answer that he absolutely does not like it when it turns out that he is a hero. It brings him problems. Caroline said that he preferred to read his books in peace, to which the rector replied that he was strange. The professor grinned and replied that strange people make good magicians, as her teacher always said. But then she noticed that Madelia seemed a bit gloomy today. After a short silence, the woman replied to the other that she was still as insightful. She said that if Rain Ludwig caught that thief, then it seems to be connected to the Dark Church. Caroline said she didn't think so, but Madelia asked her if she remembered ever saying anything stupid, and then said that special cases had contacted them first. With a serious face, she told Caroline that she had a bad feeling about this, so she needed to be prepared. The next morning after the chaos, Lin was informed that he had been accepted, even after he missed the exam due to being late. Professor Caroline suggested that he pretend that he had passed the additional exam and was included in the list of successful candidates. She was worried that the extra exams would be seen as a disgrace for those who failed the regular exam. But that wasn't a problem for Lin. Fearing that he would have to retake the exam, the guy accepted the offer, and now he stood before the gates of the greatest magical university of Delayton U, where the pinnacles of the Sacred Empire's intellect had gathered. Looking around without much enthusiasm, Lin reflected on how he had never been involved with school. In his past life, he studied magic under the headmaster of the Osiria school, and in this life, all his education was given to him by his new family. Even now, he didn't feel the need to learn from anyone. But in this life, he needs to find what Esther left behind. She is waiting for him at the end of this path. Smiling to himself, he thought that until then he should improve his magical skills at least to the level of his previous life. Suddenly, a girl's scream was heard behind him. It turned out to be Krista. The girl immediately recognized Rain. He greeted her, and she shyly responded to the greeting. Krista wanted to thank the guy for helping her, but soon she screamed that she could have done it herself. The girl's scream caused other students to turn around, recognizing the girl as Krista Varden, who was the most popular of her generation. Lin noted that she was even more popular than he thought, to which she sheepishly replied that there was even a saying, "Anyone in our generation who doesn't know Krista Varden is a spy for the Republic." Krista waved her hand, telling Lin that he could be happy, because he was an opponent she had acknowledged. Lin scratched his head in annoyance, thinking about how he couldn't stand annoying creatures. And he remembered that there was someone like that in the past. Just like now, in the past, that girl as the number 2 candidate for the post of the next dean, he decided to consider Lin as a rival. The brat Lin met in the tower insisted on being treated like a senior since she entered the tower first. Lin remembered well how boastful she was. Lin chuckled as he looked at Krista, and she asked him why he was laughing at her. She brought her hand back and began to cast a spell, screaming that if he thought what he saw then was all she could do, he would soon regret it. With a wave of her hand, the girl summoned a sandstorm that filled the entire corridor. Lin couldn't understand why she was acting like that in a place like this. Krista asked the guy with a grin whether he had already understood what her true abilities were, whether he felt that he wanted to give it his all. The guy thought that this girl didn't care about her surroundings. He thought with irritation that she looked like Giselle. Maybe she was her reincarnation, and he decided to put her in her place. But suddenly someone's mocking voice was heard, which said that this was such a dramatic performance. Looking at the girl, he reproachfully noted that on the one hand, she was the best newcomer, and looking at Lin, he noticed that on the other side was a genius prodigy who had barely passed the additional exam. Coming closer, he said it was like comparing extremes. Krista immediately recognized the guy and named him Hubert. There were rumors in the crowd that this Hubert was from Rohwinham School. He was a graduate of Delayton High School, and he had also been a rival of Krista for a long time. Krista called off the storm, to which Hubert encouraged her to continue as it was great fun, to which the girl responded that the quality of the audience was too low, so it wasn't fun. She smirked and said that it would also be a shame if he got caught in her magic and flew away somewhere, so he should be grateful to her for her attention. Hubert laughed and said that it brought tears to his eyes, and he asked if it wasn't too shameless to open his mouth, when even she couldn't handle it herself. He said that she should know her place or she would regret it. Frowning, Krista said that a finalist shouldn't talk like that, and she asked him why he didn't show what he could do. Hubert noticed that her proud nature had not changed, and he said that she would disgrace her family if she continued to live like that. Hubert's attention turned to Rain, and he said that he was so insignificant that he didn't even notice he was there. Bowing to the boy, Hubert asked him what he, the brilliant young master, was staring at, whether there was something on his face, or whether there was something in his words that bothered him. Lin tilted his head in boredom and replied that it wasn't so much that he was bothered by it all, but rather that he had a question. Who is this man acting so self-confident? He asked him if he knew how to use magic at all because he had to be able to handle it well in order to fight him. Everyone present was shocked by such a statement and froze in shock. Hubert's eyes widened as he asked the boy what he had just said. Krista couldn't help but laugh out loud. She exclaimed that he was trampled while bragging to the newbie. Hubert glared at her as she continued, saying that if she were in his place, she would be too embarrassed to even show her face. The teacher's voice was heard asking what they were doing there, and then telling them to hurry up and come in. The teacher told Krista, as the freshman representative, to come in and get ready for the oath. Lin turned away from Hubert and headed into the hall under his gaze. Krista was dragged into the hall, but at the end she called out to Rain. She exclaimed that she would leave everything as it was for now because there was no time, but next time he might not even think about it. They would settle everything properly. The other students looked at Rain and wondered what this meant, since they couldn't even be compared. Someone told them that Krista would actually have a hard time. The student asked him what he meant, to which he replied that the young gentleman was the assistant of Director Scalzi. Soon everyone would see how strong he was. All the first years gathered in the hall, and the 1338th Delayton entrance ceremony began. Krista, as the freshman representative, gave her speech. Lynn listened to all this with boredom, thinking that it would all end as soon as possible. But then, the rector's welcoming speech to the first-year students was announced, and Lynn perked up a little. Madelia walked onto the stage as the host announced her as the best mage in the entire empire. The crowd began to whisper animatedly among themselves. Lynn thought about how she was the greatest mage in the empire, the current head of the Council of Mages, and a direct descendant of the founder of magic, Imitsa Page. When Madelia showed everyone, the guy noticed something in her appearance. As it turned out, he noticed her purple hair, which was a result of genetics. A microphone flew up to Madelia, and she greeted all the freshmen at Delayth and introduced herself again. She congratulated the 233 freshmen gathered there on their admission, but said that half of them would not survive until their second year, either being held back or expelled. The entire hall froze in silence as it listened to the rector's speech. With her hands spread, Madelia continued, saying that of the 117 survivors, about 60 would go on to third year, and only half would graduate, leaving less than 30 graduates each year. The rector said that Delayton was such a place where talents were honed. They would be constantly tested under the guise of polishing to determine if they were raw gems. Delayton's policy is unlimited competition. Those who resign in the competition will not even have the right to receive a diploma. She said they would feel it acutely throughout their stay here. Finishing her speech, she exclaimed that they should sharpen themselves. Hubert smirked and Madelia continued, telling them to fight each other and evolve. After all, Delayton only works like this, until the insignificant cameras shine with their own brilliance. Madelia told them that she would be happy to meet them again in 3 years. She said that after these 3 years, she will greet them as a fellow magician. Smiling, she said that only then would she wish them luck. After a while, the crowd began to clap hesitantly. Then the audience burst into joyful shouts and Madelia walked off the stage. The students stood up from their seats, clapping their hands loudly, and Lynn thought about how much he was looking forward to this day. Meanwhile, the professor stood on the balcony and watched the new students. Caroline said they were chaotic, but she liked the energy, to which they countered that energy should match ability. The woman asked Professor Owen what he thought. Tall replied that he expected this party to be of a high level, but so far he sees only idiots with manure in their heads. He said menacingly that they were all doomed to failure. The next day, Lynn went to the faculty building, the Hall of the Sleeping Dragon. He noticed that the building was truly majestic. Lynn found his office and went in. There were no people there yet. The guy sat down at a desk by the window and began to sort through his notes. A voice came from the side, saying that they were now classmates, so they should take care of each other. Lynn turned his head with a smile. He froze when he noticed Krista sitting down next to him. The guy covered his face with his hand, and the sky immediately darkened. Krista smugly said that he had the honor of sitting and competing with her, the best student, from the very beginning. A little girl with pink hair appeared from behind Krista and said that this meant she was very happy to sit with him. Krista laughed and said that she was really happy because she would be turning up this guy's arrogant nose from the very beginning. Hubert walked by and said ironically that it was so delightful. He said that the daughter of the Panton family was also watching this performance, and he was very sorry that the lady was behaving rudely, pointing her finger at others. The girl replied that he did not understand. This is actually often Krista's charm. Gertrude Panton grinned and said that even without that she was quite charming, at least more so than someone who was only impressive in appearance. Krista, Gertrude, and Hubert began to exchange barbed remarks which made Lynn's stomach ache. He remembered how Frida had once asked him if he had ever wanted to go to school, to which he had replied no, and the woman had said that was strange. Lynn told her that he was already an elite magician. There was nothing left to teach him at school, to which Frida replied that he was an idiot. And she said that school is not a place to study for academic success, so Lynn asked her, what is the purpose of studying then? Frida replied that there you learn to communicate with people. Looking at the trio, Lynn wondered if Frida was right, and school was the place where they would learn about people like these. The hands on the clock moved closer to the start time of the lesson, and Professor Owen entered the classroom. He walked behind the lectern. Lynn wondered if it was a gorilla, but immediately realized it was the curator. An excited hubbub began again among the students. Noticing the tension, the guy asked Krista who the man was, and the girl told him that he was a professor known for being stingy with grades. Owen looked at all the students with an appraising glance. She noticed that many were yawning, talking among themselves, and in general were not in the mood to study. Covering his face with his hand, Owen made a displeased face. He muttered that he had no motivation at all when he thought about spending a whole year with these pathetic monkeys. Taking a piece of chalk in his hands, he said that they only have manure instead of brains. After asking someone where he was looking while he was talking, he snapped his fingers and sent the chalk flying. The chalk immediately flew into the chin of one of the students, forcibly knocking his head back. Noticing that the students were laughing, Owen raised his voice and said that they didn't know anything. They think that the whole world belongs to her. Since they have come to Delayton, they dream of becoming a court magician of some noble nobleman or living in clover, having built their own tower of magicians. They should cast aside their illusions if they ever become like that. They can call him master, but for now they are just monkeys, barely growing fur, and they still have a whole mountain of things to learn. He asked them if there was anyone from the 8 major schools there, and several students, including Hubert, raised their hands. Owen sighed and said that the worst thing here was them, the idiots from the 8 main schools. He said that the strange mathematical formulas they used in the name of school traditions were simply astounding, so he didn't even expect any contribution from them. They just needed to be left alone. He then asked if there were any noble families of mages, and Krista and Lynn reluctantly raised their hands. Owen told them they were just disgusting. He said that it was all because they were acting all know-it-all and arrogant, and without experiencing any difficulties, he told them to go home and learn to change their clothes on their own first. Lynn thought grimly that their professor was a great ape with an unparalleled talent for rhetoric, perhaps even more suited to the role of a cult leader than a magician. The man said that his task this year was to make them at least useful magicians, even better than monkeys. He sternly said that there was no place for anyone worse than a monkey here. Anyone who couldn't cope would be thrown out, so they should at least try to evolve. There was a deathly silence in the audience. Owen asked them why they weren't answering. Were they not paying attention? Approaching one of the students, he asked him whether he should teach him to answer. Owen asked if he was scary, to which the student quickly replied that he was not scary. Then Owen asked him if he was easygoing. The man announced that they were going to have a test now. He told the students to form teams of 2 with those sitting next to them. Owen said the last team would be eliminated. The students began to talk quietly, not expecting that they would be expelled so easily. Some began to suggest that this was all just to scare them. Owen walked up to the board and began writing the test assignment on it. A few minutes later, a task in the form of a spell appeared on the board. The man said that they were given 20 minutes for everything. From that moment on, they had to solve the problem on the sheets of paper that were in front of them. Those who cannot solve it within this time and those who pass it last will be excluded. A tense silence fell over the audience again. Owen shouted that the exam had already started. The guys actively got to work. Owen exclaimed that even monkeys could handle 2-star spells if they tried. Lynn glanced at Krista, who began to search for a solution, muttering under her breath. The girl told the guy to help her and make the basic formula using matrices, and then find the answer using the cubic function. Hearing about the matrices, Lynn asked her if she was the one who suffered unnecessarily. In response, Krista screamed that he stopped talking and started doing something. Krista's mind was filled with memories of everyone saying that the Varden family was already finished. And all because the eldest and youngest daughters were so disorganized. Krista was given the responsibility, believing that she would definitely be able to restore their family. Krista stubbornly scribbled her pen on the paper, muttering under her breath that she had to become the best at everything. Lynn looked at the girl and thought about the heavy burden she had to bear. Krista asked him irritably why he was looking at her like that. Had he already found the answer from the function? Lynn handed them a piece of paper with the function written on it, and Krista happily said that all that was left was to decide. But suddenly a strong wind blew, and the girl irritably asked why this was happening right now. Lynn extended his hand, using a spell to stop the interfering wind, and then all the sheets of paper with the solution were torn to shreds. Krista jumped up and screamed in panic. Owen told her to be quiet, and he asked if they couldn't do anything without making noise. After apologizing, Krista sat back down and said in a weak voice that she would have to start all over again. Lynn, noticing something was wrong, activated Bell Sidious. Near the torn sheets, he noticed a stream of magic. Following this stream, Lynn noticed that it was coming from one person, who turned out to be Hubert. The boy thought that the 8 main schools were just playing childish pranks. The Rohirrim school is the school of wind. Their secret art has no sound or color, meaning the magic used is wind manipulation. Lynn was pulled out of his thoughts by Krista's scream. telling him to give her his paper. She told him to rewrite it quickly. Unable to bear it any longer, the girl quickly took the piece of paper from him, asking him what he was doing. She began to write nervously, thinking that there were 8 minutes left, and she already had the solution process in her head. But then Lin snatched the paper from her hand. Before the girl could ask anything, the guy told her that they wouldn't be able to finish on time using this method. Krista asked him how he could know if he hadn't tried it, to which he replied that she wouldn't understand anyway. The girl looked at the guy with irritation, almost cursing. Lin told her that the task was doable. It was just that the solution was too difficult for her. And right after that, the guy started to quickly write another solution. After some time, the solution was already completed. Lin told Krista that she couldn't be a mage if she burned out so easily. He told her to remember that a strong magician must remain calm at all times. And he himself remembered that in the world where he lived, even 8 minutes was not enough. We had to fight fiercely with the enemies, winning every second. The price for a few seconds of delay was not just exclusion, but death. He thought sadly of all the lost people who had died because of his delay. Lin told Krista that this time he would take the lead, and that she just needed to help. He told her not to delay them. Hubert and his partner had already finished the entire task and got up from their desks and went to the professor. Hubert handed Owen the solution sheet and asked him to evaluate it. Owen took the paper and placed it on the table. He raised his hand over it, which glowed with a bright blue light. The spell on the piece of paper activated and it rose into the air, releasing steam. Owen, with the same stone face, noted that all the runes were working fine. Considering that she had done it before everyone else, that was not bad. Hubert smiled and his partner relaxed. But then the man told them not to be so confident because it was not good. Sitting down at his desk, Owen told them that the problem would only take 2 minutes to solve, and so he gave them only a C. Bowing slightly, Hubert said that he couldn't accept it. He said that he had solved it first and his formula was perfect, so why such a low score? He asked what the reason was, to which Owen sternly told him to stop fooling around. Looking at the boy with a piercing gaze, the man told him that he knew better why he had a C. Hubert's partner asked the professor what it meant, and Lin appeared behind her. Lin asked the girl to step aside. Other students began to whisper that their answer sheets had also been torn up earlier. The students were surprised that they had already finished. Hubert looked at them in amazement. Lin handed the paper with the solution to the professor and asked him to evaluate it too. Smiling slightly, Owen exclaimed that they were already finished, and he was delighted to expel these newcomers from the magical family. Lin said that if someone can't use magic just because the wind blows, they can't call themselves a mage, and Krista handed over a piece of paper. Snatching the paper from the girl's hands, Owen told the boy that he liked his spirit, but it couldn't compare even to his mother's wart. Looking at the solution, the processor noticed that the magic circle was different from what he had proposed. Lin said that one magic circle is shaped like a fan and the other is drawn as a circle. The professor asked him why he changed it, to which the guy answered him that the rune J works well with water attribute magic. Based on this, he simplified the formula for this rune to work. Lin said that if the rune requirement could be solved with a first-order equation, the activation time would be accelerated, to which the professor remarked that I was reminded of this in high school classes, and he knew it very well. Lin and Owen continued to talk about it, which was starting to give Krista a headache. Lin said that one cannot say that one is using magic correctly until one has fully mastered the runes. So, with that in mind, he changed the shape of the magic circle. Owen thought about how he was trying to shorten the activation time based on his understanding of the runes, and he said that was a smart answer. But whether it would activate properly was another story. Lin didn't deny it, but simply nodded. He grinned and suggested that the professor check it out for himself. Owen raised his hand over the solution using magic and exclaimed that he couldn't wait to see it fail. Krista tensed up, and the professor continued, saying that if he made a magic circle with a double attribute, the math to solve it would become several times more difficult. The paper began to glow with bright colors, and the man said that they would see if it was skill or just a trick. To Owen's surprise, the spell began to work and the flash of light became even brighter. Streams of wind began to spread from the leaf, rushing towards the ceiling. Streams of wind gathered above the heads of those present and came together in a bright flash of light. In this flash of light, a bright star lit up, indicating that the spell had definitely worked. Noticing this, Owen suddenly clapped them lightly. He said he had been teaching for 13 years, and he had seen many geniuses. He said with a smile that, however, they were the first to give such an answer. The students looked at the other students below in amazement. Owen said that it certainly pissed him off, but he had no other choice. He said that this answer deserved an S grade, which he had never given to such a trivial quiz before. Krista started shaking with happiness, and Lin said with a smile that this was high praise. Smiling broadly, Kostra thanked him loudly. Raising her hands to the sky, she began to jump for joy. After a couple of minutes of such joy, Owen came up to her and said that they could go back to their seats if they didn't want him to lower their grade. Turning to Hubert and his partner, he told them that they could leave too. The assessment was over. Krista walked past Hubert with a triumphant look. Lin stopped in front of Hubert and stared at him, causing the latter to flinch. Lin's eyes darkened with irritation, and Hubert asked him with a smirk if he had anything to say. Taking up his book again, Owen told them not to make him repeat it unless they wanted to get discipline. Walking past Hubert, Lin told the boy with a menacing voice that next time everything would be different. Some students were able to pass the symbol test, however, and then she endured her first lesson, listening to the harsh criticism of Owen's processor. Lin turned to Krista, pointing out a part of the work. However, the girl did not answer him in any way. Then the guy asked her if she was listening to him at all. The guy raised an eyebrow in surprise, not understanding why she was acting like this. The bell rang, and Professor Owen told the students that this was the end of the level. The students breathed a sigh of relief, noticing the expressions on the students' faces. Owen asked them what was wrong with them. Was it really too hard? He told them not to worry, because next time he would show them something even more difficult. Those who failed would be left behind, so they should drill today's lesson into their heads as if their lives depended on it. Standing up from her desk, Krista turned her back to Lin and addressed Rain. Lin asked her what she wanted to tell him. Still not looking at the guy, the girl quietly thanked him for helping her with the test. The guy told her that her voice was too quiet and he asked her to repeat it. With a red face, Krista turned around and told him not to make fun of her. She shouted that next time she would definitely return the favor, so he shouldn't be impudent. They were still rivals. Continuing to scream, she told him that they had helped each other only this once. The other students discussed Krista and Rain, still shocked that they had received the highest grade. Someone said that it was quite logical that Krista received such a rating, to which the other said that they were in pairs. Krista and that genius were on the same team. The next day, Krista and Lin got to the dorm. The guy asked her to return the favor and asked her what floor the dorm was on, to which she answered that it was on the highest floor of the freshmen. And she asked him if he had forgotten that he was the best in the class, but then told him not to show off. Lin told her that she started it herself. He asked her about whether promises that she cannot fulfill do not seem frivolous to her. Krista walked away in irritation, shouting at the end that she was looking forward to this. Lin entered the dorm when everyone around him started talking about him. Someone recognized him as the son of the Ludwig family, but another immediately stopped his thoughts by saying that he would not get a room next to Krista. The first one answered him that with such skills he would have passed the regular exam, so why take the additional one? Lin, however, made it to his dorm room. Taking out a small piece on a chain, the guy brought it to the door. The pendant lit up and the door began to open. There were bookshelves on either side of the entrance, and Lin noticed that this was a solitary room. In the corner of the room, by the window, there was a table and a chair. Walking up to the table and running his hand over it, Lin said that it reminded him of his time in the Magic Tower. He smiled as he thought about how even in his past life, he had sat in a room like this, focusing only on studying magic. And he immediately remembered his room in the tower, where Esther came for the first time. Lin shook his head, trying to clear the memory. Approaching the bed, the guy fell onto it with all his might. He thought that there was nothing else here except the first lesson, and he wondered if he should instead infiltrate the Vatican and explore its remains. He thought that it would be too difficult to get in there with such a personality and abilities. He raised his hand, on which the spell began to gather. 3 red triangles flashed in the air above the boy's hand. Following this, they began to cross paths with each other. But the very next moment, the spell burst like a soap bubble. Lin frowned and thought that even 4-star magic was still too much for him. Suddenly, the guy noticed someone sitting on the window frame of his window. As it turned out, it was an owl, with a rope tied to its paw in a bag. Lin got out of bed and stroked the owl's feathers, taking the bag and taking out a box. The owl flew away, and Lin noticed that the box had the date 1388 written on it. When the boy opened the box, he noticed that there was no sender on the box, and he assumed that his father might have sent it to him. Inside the box were several books with no inscriptions on the covers. Lin carefully took out both books, examining them carefully. One of these books was pretty worn out. The guy looked at it more carefully and his attention was drawn to the inscription. He immediately recognized in this book the diary which he had entrusted to Esther at that very last moment. Lin froze in shock and immediately wondered who could have sent him this. In a panic, the boy looked out the window in an attempt to see the owl or the sender. Looking around the street, he wondered if anyone knew his true identity. The next day, Lin and the other students went to the campus's magical training facility, the Battle Dragon Field. The students watched someone fight while a countdown sounded that there were 30 seconds left to the goal. As it turned out, it was Krista, who fought various monsters alone. Gertrude noticed that there were only 15 seconds left, and she asked the girl if something good had happened. Continuing to fight, Krista asked her why she thought so. Gertrude continued counting and said that she felt more excited than usual. Counting down 5 seconds, she asked her if it was all because she met Lord Rain. Gertrude said she wondered what happened between them. While furiously killing another monster, Krista screamed that nothing happened. She was just annoyed that she would see his annoying face again today. Krista continued to make excuses, and Gertrude remained silent, thinking that she would not deceive anyone with her behavior. She thought that it seemed like the rumors about Rain Ludwig helping her during the exam were true. The girl thought that it was surprising because he was not like this at the family meeting. By that time, Krista's training was over. Hubert walked down the central hall of the student dormitory. Suddenly, someone called out to him, calling him a loser with a C grade. Hubert told this guy, whose name was Logan, not to mess with him. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he might die. Logan, a graduate student at Chakek School, told the guy to calm down. He just heard someone get a C and nearly died laughing. The guy continued by saying that besides, Krista got an S rating even with sandbags. He asked Hubert if that genius wasn't in his group, and he wondered what he really was, whether he was just a coward like the rumors said or not. And he noted that he was still better than him. Hubert simply told him it was none of his business, calling him a muscular fool. Turning around with his eyes blazing with anger, he asked the boy if he wanted to challenge him. Logan's eyes also flashed dangerously, and he said that he could and wanted to. The room began to shake slightly, under the pressure of the two mages' forces. The noise was cut through by a quiet female voice asking them to stop. The girl indifferently insisted that it wasn't just the two of them here. Logan told Rivendell graduate student Lillian that it was just a joke. The guy said he was thinking of a strategy to take down Krista and that genius, and he asked the girl if she wanted to join. Without looking up from her book, the girl replied that this was the reason why his magical achievements were not growing. He was always up to senseless pranks. She said that even this was Krista. There was no benefit in bullying the weak. Hubert just turned around and said that he would destroy them himself. As he walked away, he told Logan that if he touched them by accident, he would be the first to go down. Hubert reached his dorm room and cursed quietly at Logan. Taking a deep breath, the guy suddenly hit the wall with his fist. Gritting his teeth, he could not believe that this Rain worked under Professor Scalzi as an assistant, chosen not by blood ties, but by skill. While Hubert was thinking about how Rain couldn't even get a rank, he was sitting in his room reading one of the books from the package. Leafing through the book, he summed up that the first part tells about Lin's life. The second tells about the magic and fighting styles that he used. The guy slammed the book shut and sighed, thinking that this was incomprehensible. He wondered if anyone knew his identity, and even if they did, why they hadn't gotten in touch. Looking at his watch, Lin began to get out of bed to turn off the light before the duty officer arrived. As he approached the switch, his gaze caught on his diary. Thinking of Esther again, Lin couldn't help but pick up the diary. He leafed through it, and suddenly a blue butterfly flew out of the diary. Noticing this, the guy immediately threw the book aside and jumped back. Looking closer, he noticed that it was Rudian, whom he had created in his past life. He frowned as he thought about how this one was twice as big and much darker than before. He thought that even if it was him, how could he have survived for 300 years with whose magical power he managed to do this, and most importantly, for what purpose? The memory of his friends flashed before Lin's eyes again, and Rudian sat on his finger before the boy could react. Rudian informed Lin that his progress in researching the unique magic could be continued, with progress at 37%. And then a whole wall of text flew out of Rudian. After briefly glancing at the text, Lin immediately realized that this was all the things he had researched in his past life to reach the level of a sage. He immediately noticed that all 12 original runes that he had tested in real battles 300 years ago were there. He thought they had all failed, but they made up 37%. He immediately thought that there was no way that a 4-star magician like Rudian would be checking the progress of a 6-star magician. But then he smiled and thought that if this was all true, it meant that he had not made a mistake in his path. The butterfly flew from his hands, and he thought happily that if he continued in the same spirit, he would definitely be able to reach the truth. Lin sat down on the bed, completely oblivious to everything around him, and began to read his research. This sudden hope made him completely forget about the sender of the books. This information disappeared from his head in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lin got up and started getting dressed. Having dressed, He went to the door intending to continue his research again after 300 years. On the way to his destination, he was reading one of the books sent and noticed that it was raining. He noted that unlike the north, where it gets cool during rain, the southern regions remain warm even during rain due to the influence of the Badantio mountain range. The guy went out into the rain and, humming a song, walked on. Lin reached the place and asked about where he could freely practice magic. The girl at the answering machine said that Battlefield was perfect for him, and she asked him why he was wet. According to the head of the dormitory, Battlefield is a place to train powerful magic with a wide range, surrounded by high-level fire magic to prevent and restore damage. Grievances can mindlessly cast spells without caring about the surrounding environment. The headman pointed to the ring and told the boy to use it to enter. Lin followed her instructions and used the ring, and the walls of fire immediately parted to the sides. A voice came out greeting the student Rein Ludwig and informed him that there were currently 30 rooms available. The headman told him to feel free to use them all. Lin walked inside and took the farthest room, room 15. He told the system to give him a stronger target, and half the room lit up with bright light. A green one-eyed monster immediately appeared from the circle of light on the floor. Looking at the monster, Lin noticed that it was at the level of 2-star magic. The boy opened his book, choosing a spell he wanted to try. Closing the book, he decided to start with the rune U, which gives molecules the property of wriggling, thanks to which the flame, if engraved on fire magic, can burn for a long time. Lin decided to get down to business, and a triangular magic circle began to glow above his hand. On this magic circle, he found the rune U. However, the spell did not work, but simply dissolved into thin air. Frowning and putting all his strength into it, the boy noticed that the magic of 1 star was not suitable for this spell. He put his hand forward and 2 magical triangular circles began to shine in front of him. Vigorously waving his other hand, Lin began to engrave the rune again. Triangles with runes quickly rotated in the air. Slamming his fist into his palm, Lin caused the spell to explode. But it didn't end there. The fire turned into small flames that surrounded the monster. Lin watched intently as the lights surrounded the monster. When the monster was already shining with lights, someone in the next room asked what kind of trash magic it was. It was Hubert, and he wondered if this guy couldn't even use the magic of 1 star properly. He thought that the characteristic of flame magic was to be noisy, and since it was so quiet, it seemed like this guy was still in the beginning stages. Turning away, Hubert thought with a smirk that it seemed the rumors that he was Scalzi's assistant were not true. Meanwhile, the monster continued to quietly shine from these lights, but suddenly his whole body began to crack, and then he fell to the ground, dead. With a sigh of relief, Lin noticed that he had barely managed to cope. Looking at the monster with its head smashed like a watermelon, he thought about how the flame with the hand U penetrates the target's body and melts it from the inside. But it took a full 30 seconds to melt the 2-star monster, making Lin wonder if he needed to refine the rune, and then realized that it was a possible problem in mathematical theory. Smiling to himself, he thought that he still had a lot of time to work on this. He thought that no matter how much he messed up, he would always be able to solve this problem. Before, he had never thought that magical research could be so exciting. Sitting down on the floor, he turned to Rudian again. He informed him that the theory of mechanics had been restored and the U rune had been changed. Lin noted that Rudian not only detects magic nearby, but also summarizes and reports on the research conducted during the day. Rudian informed him again about the progress, which had increased by only 0.1% today. Noticing the improvement, the boy wondered whether the mathematical theory had improved or whether the rune had become more perfect. He thought that there might be some sense in such training, but he did not think about it any further because he still had a lot of time. But then a strong gust of wind blew into his face. As it turned out, it was Hubert, who was also practicing his wind magic. Several one-eyed black monsters were flying around him. One of the monsters decided to go on the attack, and Hubert clenched his hand into a fist. And then the wind currents cut the monster into small pieces. The other 2 monsters were knocked down by the wind currents. Hubert quickly turned around and cut the bodies of these monsters with his hand, using magic. Looking at the guy who was shaking off his hand, Lin thought that he was not bad. At least it turned out well. Hubert continued training and Lin continued to watch him and noticed that something was wrong. The next day, Lin headed back to the classroom for class, where they were taught the procedure needed to cast magic. This procedure was divided into 3 parts. The first was the creation of a magic circle, the second was the engraving of the rune, and the third was mathematical calculations. Owen said that among them, many magicians have difficulty with the 3rd stage. Mathematical calculations. If at any of the stages an error in calculations is made, then a catastrophe will occur. He said that in order to prevent them from turning to coal or shattering into pieces, the magician Lin created a mathematical formula known as the Lin discriminant. Having started writing on the board, the professor said that he would now give an example, and they should try to solve it using Lin's discriminant. Taking out his pocket watch, the man said that it might be too much for them, so he would give them 10 minutes, and he said that this formula was made to be very easy even for dummies like them. The time began, and all the students held hands. Lin wondered who had passed on this formula. Thinking about his friends, he remembered that they didn't even know this formula. They barely knew how to add and subtract, so they couldn't learn it. But, delving into his memories, he thought that there was one person who could remember her. One person came to his mind, that annoying child who had proclaimed himself his disciple and stubbornly followed him around. This child was a man named Tarina. Lin wondered if he had passed it off as his idea, but then he thought that couldn't be true, since it had been 300 years ago. A touch on his shoulder pulled him out of his thoughts. Looking at Krista, he told her to let him see it if she didn't understand something, to which he responded that it was nonsense because she was a great genius. Noticing that Krista was talking, Owen gave her a non-stern look and the girl quickly apologized. The guy asked her what she wanted to ask then. Without answering, Krista handed him the box. When the guy asked what it was, she quietly said that it was cookies. Lin looked at the girl in surprise, and she said that she had stolen it because she had a little time left after her magic training. She pointed out irritably that she still owed him. Lin lazily thanked her and began to open the box. When he opened it, he didn't see any cookies, but only some coals. The girl continued to chat enthusiastically, and Lin froze in silence. Rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers, he wearily wondered if it was really a cookie. Still, he decided to ask again. When he received an affirmative answer, he asked her if she used mud instead of flour, to which she exclaimed that they were real. Enraged, Krista began to yell at him, but something else caught Lin's attention. He heard one of the students exclaim that he couldn't believe it had been that easy all this time. He said that Lin really was a genius, and Krista had stolen Owen's chalk. The students continued to praise Lin, saying that he was simply a god, or that he was an angel sent by God, which made Lin himself feel embarrassed. The disciples continued to talk about this. Someone said that he could be the reincarnation of a great sage, but not a god or an angel. They talked about how they envied him because he could handle any magic freely, which made Lin feel even more embarrassed and covered his face with his hand. Noticing the guy's embarrassment, Krista wondered why he was so blushing. Looking at his red face, she mockingly asked herself in her head if he was really that embarrassed because of a few cookies. She continued to smile, thinking about this proud boy being embarrassed because of the cookies. And in the meantime, Owen approached her with a threatening look. He sternly told her that for a monkey who does nothing in class, she knows how to protect herself. He asked her if she was interested in attending special classes. Krista wanted to justify herself, but she didn't have time. Owen announced the end of time and told everyone to hand in their answers. The fourth period of study was attending classes. Lin and Krista came out of the class and the girl asked him about what club he was going to join. Krista, without waiting for an answer, said that she would definitely join the Magic Volleyball Club because the descendants of the Magic family are obliged to maintain dignity while playing volleyball. Lin asked her again without interest. He asked her about the connection between volleyball and dignity. Krista didn't know what to answer, and so she started screaming, asking him why he was asking her something just to cut her off. He told her to take her time and look around, and he said goodbye to her. Krista ran after him. There are various clubs in Dilaton designed for the exchange of experiences and competitions between students, and they were created for this purpose. This is how the Combat Magic Club and the Fire Attribute Magic Club were created. A Festival Magic Club was even created. Clubs are created by students with common goals or motivations and receive funding for their activities after approval by a faculty advisor. This gives everyone the opportunity to dedicate themselves to research outside of classes. Lin thought that there were a lot of great places here, so he should look around. And he noticed with irritation that because of Krista, who was following him closely, he could not concentrate. She followed him, exclaiming that the magical family should join the volleyball club. The guy answered her that he hadn't heard that, but even if so, it was not a problem. Krista asked why it wasn't a problem, to which Lin replied that his father told him he wouldn't interfere wherever he went. Gertrude appeared from behind Krista and said that this couldn't be. She told him the same thing as Krista, in response to which Lin asked her if it was necessary. He smiled and said that he found the Fine Arts Magic Club much more interesting, and there was also this local development club. He thought happily about how in those days people were clinging to survival, but when the world became free, everyone was gradually able to do what they liked. He remembered Esther one evening talking about how when Lin grew up, the world would be a prosperous place. She hoped that Lin could protect these lives. Gertrude began waving her hand near Lin to break him out of his thoughts, but to no avail. The guy, without saying anything, walked on. The girl asked him where he was going. Lin told her that he was going to check out the local development magic club. Gertrude watched him go, wondering if he didn't know that magic volleyball was an integral part of all Soviet get-togethers. She said that the glory of the Ludwig family, which has been rivaling the Page family for over 100 years, could end with Lord Rainey. But then she remembered that the eldest daughter of the Page family had disappeared after a certain event. Smiling, she thought that even if the Ludwig family lost heart, a new era would begin under the leadership of Lady Krista. Realizing this, Gertrude turned to Krista with a joyful expression. However, there was no one behind her. Having lost all her enthusiasm, she thought about whether she could go after Lord Rain. Krista actually followed Lin, justifying herself by saying that she was just curious about what the Magical Development Club was like. Finally, they reached the hall above which the name of the club was written. As Krista continued to make excuses, Lin glanced at the sign and wondered if this was the right place. From behind the door came the voice of a guy asking how he could accept such ridiculous conditions. Krista and Lin quietly looked inside. The other guy answered him with a grin that the strong take everything. That's the main thing. DeLayton is right. Logan told the guy that the room would be useful to them, so they should give it to him. Lin asked Krista who the guy was, to which she asked him if he really didn't know. But she still said it was Logan, a junior at Chehak High. Now Lin asked about the Chehak school, and the girl told him that it was a school that specialized in producing magicians with an emphasis on martial arts. Logan asked the guy with glasses if he really wanted to settle everything with a duel, if he had the courage to fight the elder. He continued by asking why they even needed this ridiculous lust of magical development. While the other students leaned on the couple in the doorway, Krista said that this happened often, because a club needed a room to run its activities. Logan continued to say something to the guy with glasses, and the girl continued, saying that sometimes there are no free rooms and you have to take the premises of another club. Lin asked her if it could be solved with a magical duel, to which she replied in the affirmative. She said that this was the clearest and most convincing method. She asked the guy if he wanted to join. Lin walked away saying it was too annoying, and the guy with glasses exclaimed that 8 schools didn't realize it, but learning math or academic success wasn't the only reason magic existed. Logan mockingly asked him what else she needed it for, to which the guy replied that it was true that academic achievements led to the development of magic. He continued by exclaiming that agriculture and aid were areas where magic was not used. He exclaimed that if they could find a way to use magic, it would easily solve problems like poverty. Pointing his finger at Logan, he shouted at him that the seniors had created this club to make this happen. He shouted that he thinks about people who are having a hard time every day, and therefore he absolutely cannot give up this club. Logan just laughed, saying that if it were possible, the archmages and sages would have done it already. Suddenly, he came closer and grabbed the guy with glasses by the collar. Lifting him off the floor, he said that he couldn't even hold the club against a rookie, so it was all useless. He mockingly asked the guy if these seniors had produced any results. He asked if he really believed that such pathetic research, left behind by these insignificant people, could change the world. Logan told the guy that he didn't even dare fight with magic, so it should be nothing. And he asked why he wouldn't help the person in front of him rather than some stranger. Clinging to Logan's arm, the boy replied that he couldn't do that. Logan noticed that he couldn't open his eyes properly. He asked him if he had just woken up. He squeezed his collar tighter and told him to wake up quickly. Logan began to swing his arm to throw the guy, shouting that he would help him wake up now. But suddenly a flash of lightning flew into his hand, causing him to unclench his fist. The guy fell to the floor, entering the room. Lin asked Logan why he didn't have a magical duel with him. Looking at the guy, he asked him who he was. Lin replied that he was a new member of the club, his finger still emitting smoke. Rudian in the room was still reporting that the process of researching the unique magic in the surrounding space could be continued. Now the progress was almost 38%. Magic did indeed open up many possibilities, but there were still many things that magicians could not do. In the past, Lin was able to create an oasis in the middle of the desert, which means there is an opportunity to help travelers looking for water. Esther turned around and asked Lin if she could ask a question. Then she asked him if he could create spells after this journey that everyone could learn and use easily. Esther wanted these spells to help people in trouble and make their lives a little easier. Remembering Esther's request, Lin glared at Logan. Logan mockingly asked him if he really wanted to join here. Behind the guy, Logan noticed Krista, and he also noticed the guy's red eyes. Turning away from the bespectacled boy, Logan apologized for speaking his thoughts out loud and said that as a student of one of the 8 great schools, he was on his way to greet the noble Lord Rain when he encountered him. As he got closer, he noticed that he had just mentioned a magical duel. With a threatening look, he asked him if he had made a mistake. Frowning, Lin answered him that he heard correctly. He asked him about why they didn't have a duel since he wanted to fight so much. Laughing, Logan asked him if he seriously thought he could beat someone like him. Lin just laughed in response and asked him if he was really afraid. Maybe he should give in. He asked him what if he didn't use combat magic. Logan's eyes widened in surprise, and Lin asked him if that would be enough for him, or if he could only use the 3 spells that the club had developed. Logan looked dumbfounded and asked him if he was serious. Still with that same carefree grin, Lin replied that he didn't think he would lose. Logan just laughed, saying it was a total failure. Covering his mouth with his hand, he said it takes 3 days to approve membership. He said that it was therefore just a personal challenge, and Lin told him to get to the point. Logan replied that if he lost, he would surrender, and he would drive out all the troublemakers himself. But if he wins, Lord Rain will apply for expulsion from Delatane. Laughing, he said that the reason would be that he felt an insurmountable barrier after meeting Logan. Krista, unable to bear it, slammed the door. Frowning, she told him to stop joking and just stop trying to take the premises. Logan told her that outsiders should shut up. Lin agreed with him and told her to stay out of it. Krista asked him if he understood what was going on, to which he said that there was nothing to understand. He was going to win anyway. He told Logan to choose the time and date himself. Laughing, Logan asked him again if he accepted the terms. Walking past the guy, Logan said that he would invite the professor as a judge. Passing by Krista, he said that they would not delay and would meet today at 6 o'clock at the Dragon's Blood Arena. Turning around, he said with a threatening look that they would see each other there. As he walked past the students in the hallway, Logan muttered smugly that they had caught a really big fish this time, so the seniors would be pleased. He told himself that it would be a fantastic day. Krista was still standing at the door, and she asked Rain if he had forgotten his position here in order to participate in a magical duel. While leafing through the book, Lin asked her if it was because he was a freshman, to which the girl told him not to joke. Noticing that the guy was not paying attention to her, she turned around and walked away, telling him to do whatever he wanted. Lin looked after her and wondered why she was so angry. Getting up from the floor, the guy with glasses told Lin that what he did was something logically incomprehensible. The descendants of a magical family never engage in magical duels. Lin noticed a ring with a dragon with spread wings on the guy's hand, and realized that he was already a second year. Lin asked the guy why this was so. He replied that it was because you had too much to lose compared to what you gained. He said that he was more puzzled than grateful, and he asked why he had helped him. The guy replied that he wasn't going to help, but you could say it was for the task. The guy with glasses said that he was grateful anyway, but it seemed like he was underestimating Logan. Lin asked him if he was really that impressive. The guy replied that he was a king-type mage, and was especially strong against general mages who specialized in long-range magic. Moreover, thanks to his strong physical abilities and character, he has already participated in several duels and won more than 90%. Sitting down on the table, he told Rain that he had embarked on a very reckless adventure, all because he had spoken carelessly. He went on to say that he may have exaggerated when he argued with Logan. It is not such a great club. While wiping his glasses, he said that he grew up in a village and that the villagers collected money for his education here, and he decided to repay them in his own small way to make the village better. That's why he joined this club and started studying magic. But things didn't go as planned. Over time, the anxiety and worry only increased. But he continued to cling to it for his own personal reasons, but he never achieved anything. He asked Lin if it was really a shame. Laughing, the guy with glasses said that it was simply the will of God that he drop everything and take part in this duel himself. But Lin asked him what was pathetic about it. He said that he had agreed to this duel himself, and he asked if he could borrow some books related to the club's magic to look through. Taking the books, Lin walked away, saying that he would return them when the duel was over. The guy with glasses called out to him. Suddenly, Lin asked him if he knew why Archmage Lin started practicing magic. He himself answered by saying that he started it to survive, and everyone starts for personal reasons. Lin walked down the hallway to the sound of other students sniffing, wondering if the rumors had already spread. Catching glances at himself, he thought that this was more than expected. Suddenly, someone called him sharply, causing him to flinch. Turning around, he noticed his Aunt Elin, all sweaty, asking him how he was doing. Before Lin could respond, Elin ran up to him and punched him in the chin. Just recently, she received news that the genius of the Ludwig family was participating in a magical duel. Rubbing his cheek with her fist aggressively, She said that she must have misheard that he was starting a duel. But Lin told her honestly that it was true. Squeezing her nephew tighter, Elin said that her nephew had caused quite a stir, and for that she needed to drink some liquor. After letting the guy go, she told him that if Logan hit him, it would hurt several times more, and she asked him what he was even thinking. Looking at his aunt's back, Lin asked her if she was worried about him. Running up to him, she screamed, asking him if she really looked like a pathetic aunt who was worried and asking about someone like him. Tapping her finger on his chin, she said that he would only come to his senses after he got a good beating from Logan. Puffing with irritation, Elin walked away down the corridor. Rubbing his cheek, Lin apologized to his aunt and told her that he didn't know that wasn't allowed. But he assured her that it did not bring shame on their family. Elin replied that it was already connected, because of his thoughtless actions. In the worst case, it would end in expulsion. And then she said that everything was fine. She was still irritated by those who laughed at him as if he were a worthless offspring. She smiled and looked at the guy and told him to trample them properly when he left with victory, since he started it. She exclaimed that the name of the Ludwig family was on his shoulders, so he must do something that others could not even think of, to rise to his level. Lin smirked, and Elin told him to teach them a lesson. At 6 o'clock in the arena, Lin and Logan met. The stands were filled with people. Lin thought that his aunt need not worry, since that had been his intention all along. Some students in the classes noticed others running somewhere. All the students came running to watch this duel. All eyes were on the worthless loser and jock from Chaycock. Professor Caroline asked Professor Owen who he supported. Logan from the same faction, or Rain, whose student was being sent. Owen replied that status, pedigree, or education meant nothing to him. He simply replied that he would support the one who was stronger. Judge Theon entered the arena and announced himself. He announced that this duel was officially sanctioned by the school. Therefore, the winner must fulfill the conditions of the winner set by the school. The judge told the challengers to step forward. Logan took a step forward, throwing his cloak off his shoulders and revealing his chest, hidden by bandages. Lin looked him over and asked him if he had prepared too much for the battle against the failed nobleman. Krista said that it would be difficult to defeat him. Gertrude secretly approached her and told her over her shoulder that she had come after all. Krista waved her hands and began to justify herself, saying that she didn't come here because she was worried, but just wanted to see how this guy would get beaten up. Gertrude gave her an understanding smile. Caroline thought that apprentice mages had very long casting times, so mages who could immediately engage in close combat were a threat. She wondered how he would fight it, and in the meantime, Lin began to twirl something in his hands under his cloak. The crowd froze in surprise. Someone even whistled. As it turned out, there was a cleaning broom hidden under Lin's cloak. Logan froze with a shocked expression on his face. He said he thought he was holding some kind of wooden stick, but this was too much. The entire stadium burst into loud laughter. The professors looked at this with ambiguous expressions on their faces, and mockery was heard from the students. Krista covered her face with her hand in shame, and Gertrude simply froze in shock. Judge Theon asked the guy what it was, to which Lin replied that he took it from the library. Fortunately, the cleaning had just finished. The judge asked him if he was going to use it for a duel, to which Lin asked him if it was prohibited, to which he said it was not prohibited. Logan asked the guy if he was really so easy to indulge. He noted that he used to be so confident in himself, and now he came with a broom. He told him that they could finish now. He could just give in and not embarrass himself. Lin told him that it had always been that way since he came to the university. He noted that from a senior's perspective, it was truly unfortunate. Logan asked him, confused, which senior he was talking about. But Lin didn't answer him, but only continued, asking him why young people at this time are so good only at empty talk. They are not witches sending curses. He asked him since when magicians began to win with words. Judge Theon told the boys that they were getting too close and he told them to move away. After clearing his throat, the judge said that he would now announce the final confirmation before the duel. He announced that if Logan lost, he would serve as a security guard at the local magical development club until he graduated. Otherwise, Rain will be expelled from Delayton. The judge asked them if they agreed to these terms, and the boys answered yes in unison. Theon, raising his hand with a spell, told them to disperse. Logan and Lin moved a few meters apart and the referee began the countdown. Using magic, he summoned a golden clock that began to count down 10 seconds. Students from all over the university ran to the duel. Elin's assistant asked her if she wanted to take a look, and she would sort it out, to which she replied that she didn't want to. The assistant noticed that she was so calm when her nephew was facing a serious test. Elin asked her threateningly if this meant that she could not remain calm. Elin turned to the window, and the assistant began to say that she had not meant it. Smiling to herself, she mentally told her brother that Rain could be a sage. As Logan began to remove the bandages from his chest, he said there was no need to watch. He said that the outcome was already predetermined. 10 seconds passed and Logan ripped off his bandages, telling his opponent to watch carefully. He shouted at him that once he was expelled, he would no longer have the opportunity to see it. Waving his hand, Logan cast a spell on the mark on his chest and exclaimed that this was the secret technique of the Chehak school, strengthening the body. Gertrude noticed that he seemed to be going to finish it in one go. The mark on Logan's body glowed green, and that green light began to flow through his veins. Noticing the speed of the spell's activation, Hubert thought that a small mistake could lead to broken bones or ruptured internal organs. Caroline thought that it was no wonder that Logan was considered one of the great graduates of Chehak school. Lin gripped his broom tighter. Lin closed his eyes and exhaled, collecting his thoughts. Logan's eyes turned red from the strain, and he exclaimed that he would finish this in 10 seconds. Lin continued to stand in place, and Logan jumped up and rushed forward. Lin stood there with his eyes closed, even as his opponent came very close to him. As Logan raised his fist to strike, he thought that this guy couldn't even move, but the result would be the same even if he could. He thought that body fortification was a spell that both attacked and defended. It created a wall of magical power on the surface of the body to defend and exploded the magic at the point of impact to damage the opponent. As he flew forward, he thought that this could not be stopped. He would end this duel with this blow. But suddenly, a broom handle approached his fist. Lin began to spin the broom in his hand, pushing away his opponent's hand. But he didn't stop there. Turning around on the spot, he swung the broom. Lin swung his arms and hit Logan hard in the chest with the broom. The force of the blow sent Logan flying upward. The professor's eyes widened and they froze in shock. No one expected that Logan would fly back with one blow from some broom. Owen noticed that it was a staff technique from the Osiris school. He remembered that 300 years ago, this amazing achievement elevated the Osiris school to the rank of one of the 8 major schools. This staff technique was developed by the great magician Lin. He thought that even mages needed strength to engage in close combat. That's why it is said that he created this technique with the help of the hero Esther. He wondered how the heir of the Ludwig family had mastered this technique. And in the meantime, Logan woke up. He immediately turned around in the air and landed on the ground a few meters from the enemy. Caroline kept her eyes on Rain, still surprised. She noticed that even from such a blow, the broom was not yet broken. She thought about how if the guy hit the body surrounded by body reinforcement with a normal broom, it should have shattered into pieces, she replied. The incredible magic control that was needed to enhance the strength of this broom. She wondered what this guy really was. Lin twirled the broom and threw it over his shoulder, and the entire stadium exploded with cries of delight. They started shouting that Logan had simply been thrown out while he was still on his knees. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and saliva began to flow from his mouth. As he leaned on the ground, he thought that the reinforcement of his body had been broken, and he couldn't believe that it had happened with the broom that this useless scum had used. Lin said mockingly that 10 seconds had already passed and the end had not yet come. The guy said it wasn't fun to torment a promising junior, to which Logan shot him an angry look. Twirling the broom between his fingers, Lin said he was done in 6 seconds. He moved the broom behind his back and told his opponent to attack. Logan stood up with difficulty, thinking that he was showing off just because he was able to land a punch. Deciding to take a different approach, Logan quickly lifted his leg. Releasing magic, he smashed the ground with force, shattering it into small pieces. The destruction reached Lin too, causing him to jump. Logan didn't stop there and jumped up, swinging his leg. The guy kicked one of the fragments in the air with all his might, shattering it into even smaller pieces. These pieces flew straight at Lin, but he successfully deflected them with a broom. All the fragments fell to the ground and silence fell over the arena. Not noticing his opponent nearby, Lin began to look around. He slammed the end of his broom onto the ground, casting a spell. And suddenly, a huge boulder started flowing from the dust towards Lin. But Lin managed to notice him in time and fight him off with a broom. But in the meantime, Logan jumped up to kick his opponent. The guy flew down with force, bringing with him a roar and even greater destruction. After a couple of seconds, everything became quiet and someone's figure appeared among the dust. That someone turned out to be Logan, whose feet were stuck in quicksand. From somewhere, Lin's voice came, saying that he had heard that this magical remedy was used for plowing fields. Logan looked up where Lin couldn't remember the name of the spell and said it was 1-star level anyway. Lin stood on top of the pile of rubble and he said that this spell, which creates a temporary dam during a flood, was already 2-star. He smirked and asked Logan how he felt about it, if he found it useful. After the crushing defeat, a roar swept through the stands. Some spectators whispered in bewilderment. Others shouted in admiration. Owen chuckled, noting how deftly Lin had neutralized Logan's close combat with a well-thought-out strategy. The man was amazed that the guy not only predicted the attack and turned the ground into mud, but also cast 2 spells almost simultaneously, binding the enemy. Caroline thought, no one expected him to be capable of such precise mental calculation. Owen glanced around the stands and concluded that the fight would soon be over. But suddenly Lin swung his hand sharply, throwing his broom down, right at Logan's feet. The professors froze in shock. Their mouths dropped open in surprise and their eyes widened. Krista jumped up from her seat and screamed, demanding an explanation of why he did this. She shouted that he should have just used a ranged spell and ended the fight without further ado. However, before the broom could reach him, Logan, gathering his last strength, managed to escape from the mud trap. His blow shattered the broom into pieces, and he himself, without slowing down, rushed forward to attack. Logan's fist froze a centimeter from Lin's face. At the same moment, a vine wrapped around his wrist. Logan froze in amazement as he realized that his entire body was now entangled in living vines, restricting his movement. Lin calmly explained that this was the 3rd spell, reviving dead plants, and the stands exploded with new exclamations of surprise. He added that the effect would only last 10 seconds, but that was enough, and Logan noted with annoyance that the vines were created from the remains of his own broom. Breaking off one of the branches, Lin reminded him that he kept his word and only used 3 spells as he promised. He leaned over to his fallen opponent, placed the sharp end of the branch against his face, and asked, "Isn't it time to end this fight?" Logan's face was veined with rage, and he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't move to break free from the wooden bonds. Casting an angry glance at Lin, he thought that he could not allow such a disgrace to lose like this without a fight. Suddenly, he was distracted by a sharp tightening of the vines around his body, and he jerked in surprise and almost screamed. Lin, noticing this, muttered thoughtfully that perhaps he had put too much magical power into the spell. He mused out loud that the vines were too sticky due to the nature of the plant, but overall the technique needed some work. He then reassured Logan, telling him not to worry, but he still flinched when the sharp end of the branch came close to his face again. Lin looked at him with an icy gaze and said that he would soon feel more comfortable. Instead of gouging out the eye, he hit Logan on the head with the blunt end of the stick. Logan shouted after him that he promised to finish it all with 1 blow and not to mock him. Lin responded indifferently that the fight was already over and Logan should accept defeat. He ordered him to shut up since he had already lost and not to disgrace himself further. Then, turning around, he asked Logan if he now understood what it was like to be hit and advised him to change if he didn't want a repeat of it. The stone platform beneath Lin's feet began to crumble, sending him plummeting downwards, leaving Logan hanging helplessly in the vines. Logan couldn't believe what was happening. For the first time in his life, he felt so helpless, as if he was that boy again that everyone laughed at. Memories came flooding back. The taunts that he was only pretending to be a magician, the shouts for him to stop embarrassing himself and stand up like a man. He always believed that magic was a world of power where the weak did not survive, but now that the vines began to crumble, he simply collapsed. Lin, watching this, noted to himself that the vines lasted longer than expected, meaning the spell had potential. But then he remembered that a duel officially ends only when one of the parties is completely defeated, and he decided to deliver the final blow. Before Logan could come to his senses, something heavy hit him in the head and his consciousness went black. Lin explained that the outcome had already been determined, so it was not an attack, but simply a point in the fight. A stunned Logan fell to the ground unconscious. The judge sighed and raised his hand, summoning a flying microphone. "The winner is Rain Ludwig," echoed throughout the stadium, and the applause grew even louder. As the stadium applauded, Lin looked around and noticed a familiar figure hurrying towards the arena. It was the president of the club who had started it all, a breathless guy running towards him, waving his arms. He began to thank Lin for his kindness, but Lin interrupted him, asking what kindness he was talking about. Lin noted that in all 3 spells he felt the guy had potential, although not perfect. He added that the efforts of the senior students were clearly not in vain. Then, as if realizing it, Lin sheepishly apologized for the lecture and fell silent. But a second later, he asked the club president if he could ask for one favor. "Continue to develop local magic so that I don't have to interfere again," he said. He confidently added that everything would work out for him and turned around to leave. The guy in glasses, barely holding back a smile, bowed low behind him, unable to hide his delight. As Lin left, he wondered what Esther would say at such a moment. He immediately pushed these thoughts away because he was not Esther, but he still wondered if he had managed to maintain his dignity. By evening, the news of the nobleman's victory over Logan had spread throughout the dormitory. The students heatedly discussed what had happened, one shouting that it was impossible, while another claimed that he had seen everything with his own eye. Logan was lying in the infirmary and heard the students outside the window saying that the guy's skills were serious, since he was able to not only win, but also lecture Logan before knocking him out. Logan sat up abruptly in bed, but immediately grabbed his head in pain. Owen's voice came from nearby, asking how it felt to bring shame on his school. Logan looked at him and replied grimly that his punishment had already caught up with him. He greeted his mentor, but he cut him off abruptly, reminding him that he was a professor here, not an old friend. Logan quickly bowed and apologized, trying to make amends. Owen sighed and told him to rest and recuperate. Clenching his fists, Logan muttered quietly that the elders would beat him to death now. Owen turned away and said that he shouldn't think he was a genius just because he was considered an elite. After a pause, he asked if Logan knew anything about Scalzi Ludwig. He explained that, according to the students from Rivendell, this old man had kept Rain as his assistant for 3 years. If even the heartless Scalzi tolerated him for 3 years, it means that this guy's abilities are truly impressive. Logan thought angrily that he would never acknowledge the eldest son in such a family. Owen advised him to establish connections with Rain now, because one day he will become an important figure in the magical world, but Logan sharply refused. He shouted in irritation that this guy was a disgrace and next time he would definitely beat him. Owen also started to get angry and asked if Logan was so stupid that he couldn't see the obvious. He asked sharply who was really the disgrace if Rain defeated him in close combat, and even felt sorry for him. Owen added that he was the one who observed Rain the closest and understood his strength better than anyone else. But if Logan can't realize this, then let him do whatever he wants. As he left, Owen reminded him that since Logan lost the duel, he had to fulfill his promise. Left alone, Logan admitted defeat through clenched teeth. He muttered that he wasn't at all afraid of Rain, but kept silent out of respect for his elder. 15 minutes before the duel, Lin went to the Delathan Central Library, where thousands of books, biographies, and historical records were kept. Lin found it strange that his own diaries and biography were now lying before him, already part of history. He approached the librarian and showed him the list of books he wanted to find. The girl looked through the list, then took out several volumes and placed them in front of him. They were The Life and Achievements of Palace Archer Caius and Fire Dragon Priestess Frida. Seeing them, Lin smiled slightly, remembering the past. He remembered how Frida had proposed a bet on whose biography would be longer. Lin then asked why he should care about a rating compiled by a stranger, to which Frida replied that he didn't have confidence in himself. She laughed, came closer and asked if he was afraid because he was arguing with the legendary priestess. While Esther was training, they continued to argue, and eventually Lin accepted the challenge. Holding a huge boulder, Esther suddenly said that she was betting on Lin. Frida laughed, calling it an obvious choice since she always spoiled him, while Esther wiped the sweat from her face. Lin asked why she chose him anyway. Esther laughed awkwardly and said there were many reasons, but he insisted on an answer. He didn't back down, demanding honesty, and the smile slowly faded from her face. She admitted that due to the limitations of her lineage, she would not be able to live long. Kays was older than all of them, so his life would also be short, and Frida would not outlive him by much. But Lin is still young, and therefore his biography will be the longest. Smiling awkwardly, she added that this was precisely why his book would be thicker. She laughed and said that the future was unknown, but she hoped to see his biography one day. Remembering this, Lin bitterly thought that he had died first. He looked at the book in Frida's hands and mentally congratulated her on winning their argument. Comparing the thickness of the volumes, he noticed that Kays' biography was still slightly larger. Opening the book, Lin began to read about how Kays, known as the Holy Archer, founded the Drunken Archers School, where they taught archery even when drunk. As Lin continued reading the book, he was surprised to learn that Kays had married a noblewoman 20 years his junior and had descendants. Smiling, the boy realized that his friend must have lived a happy life. Lin put down the book about Kays and picked up the book about Frida. As he leafed through the book, he noticed that there were no entries after 1168. He read there that she had led the Republic for a long time as a priestess, but her subsequent whereabouts were unknown. She did not appear until 1200, and the Republican Association of Witches officially announced her death. Lin couldn't believe that Frida, who loved being the center of attention, died alone. But he didn't think too much about it, deciding that this could have happened. She could have changed. But the very next moment he changed his mind again, because he could not come to terms with this information. He knew Frida better than anyone alive, so she certainly couldn't die alone. Lin thought that there was definitely some kind of incident that was bound to happen. The thought crept into his head that she had simply been made to disappear. Lin's head couldn't get over the fact that the altar priestess who saved the world simply disappeared, and no one noticed anything. The boy was pulled away from his thoughts when he noticed that he was gripping the page of the book tightly. Forcing himself to relax, he thought that this book would not be suitable. He decided to look for books from the Republic. The librarian came up to him and said that if he was studying Esther's group, then he should read this book too. Thinking it was a book about Esther, Lin thought he shouldn't read it, but he still couldn't help but accept it. But when he looked at the title, he was surprised, because the book was not about Esther. It was called The Ash Shaman Terena. At the sight of this name, the image of a girl with blue eyes immediately appeared in the guy's head, who happily called him master. Noticing the strange expression on the guy's face, the librarian asked him what was wrong, to which he replied that everything was fine. As Lin leafed through the book, he wondered if that little girl had actually become a shaman. A shaman who commands spirits belongs to the fourth highest class of witches. Not every witch is able to reach this level. Lin wondered if she had become more successful than Frida. Running his eyes down the page, he noticed the dates of Terena's life. The guy thought that this didn't make sense because a person couldn't live that long. Still debating whether he should get the book from the Republic, Lin heard a sound. He immediately realized that he was signaling that it was time for a duel. The guy lazily thought that he needed to go, even though it was none of his business. Getting up from the table, Lin asked the librarian if she could keep the book. Taking the broom, Lin went to the duel, and the girl promised to keep it, but if someone asked to give it back, she would have to do it. Lin told her not to worry because he would be back in just 15 minutes. After finishing the magical duel with Logan, the guy rushed back to the library. He saw that the librarian Karen looked very agitated and was looking for something. Karen asked the guy if he had taken the book, to which he replied no. Lin asked her if the book was missing, to which she replied that when she finished her business the book was gone, and no one could have taken it out, because if they hadn't taken it out of the library the sound signal would have gone off. As Karen continued to babble nervously, Lin looked at her and thought that it didn't look like she was lying, but not much time had passed. Karen continued to apologize non-stop when Lin got an idea. Interrupting the girl, he told her that they could just buy a new one. The guy said he would pay for the book so she could make it look like he had lost it, to which Karen exclaimed that that wasn't necessary. After some more persuasion, Lin was able to convince the girl, thinking that this was not something he should be principled about, but she was very attentive. Suddenly, Karen said that she was surprised that a person like him existed, and she thanked him sincerely with a smile on her face. As night approached, Lin returned to his dorm room and lay down on his bed. He thought about how lately he was constantly hearing thanks. Thinking about the head of the club, he thought that it was a waste of time, but he doesn't feel bad, which is strange. He thought that it might be because his body had changed, or maybe he had become more free in life. In any case, he should think about the incident. Sitting up in bed, he noticed that there were many strange things about this case. He remembered that the diary he had entrusted to Esther had returned to him, and just when he had begun to investigate the companion's past, Terena's chronicle had disappeared. Could it have been Terena herself? Lin thought that this was impossible. She herself was already dead. Those times were 300 years ago. Everyone he knew was already dead. Angry, Lin began to actively think about who it could be. He took a book from the nightstand and opened it, and Rudian flew out of the book. A message has appeared stating that the research progress of unique magic in the surrounding space is 37.9%. Lin couldn't understand how it was that his progress had increased. He thought about how all he did was beat people. He wondered if using magic against people actually increased progress. He began to think about whether he should use more violence to become stronger, but immediately stopped such thoughts. The guy decided not to worry and think it over. He thought that although power can rule the world, it doesn't seem like it works only through power. He noted that he did nothing else, and the increase in magic when he used it on inanimate objects was minimal. But after the fight with Logan, who is a living being, it increased by almost a whole %. Getting out of bed and stretching, Lin thought that there were no other clues yet, so maybe it was worth checking. He thought that using magic against living beings inside the school might be problematic, so maybe he should try becoming an adventurer. When he thought about it, he realized that he would still need money to buy books. He asked that it wouldn't be so bad. The day after the resounding victory, many girls crowded around Rain trying to get his attention. Looking up from his book, Lin sternly told them that he had no desire to remember their names or get closer, and asked them to leave. The girls only laughed in response, telling him not to be so embarrassed. The young men began to talk about how this Rain was deceiving girls again. Lin listened with a dark face about how he had been seducing someone since early morning. Krista walked between the girls with a stony face, ordering the girls to clear the way. The girls immediately ran in different directions, and Krista took her place next to Rain. Gertrude walked up to Rain and whispered in his ear, asking him if his last name was Casanova. And then, proud of herself, Gertrude went to her place. Lin was about to turn to Krista when she sternly asked him if he could not talk to her. Taken aback, the guy asked her if she was angry, to which the girl, interrupting him, said that she asked him not to talk to her. Leafing through the book, she calmly said that they had already talked. There was no point in it anymore. Lin assumed she was angry about the magical confrontation, and sighing, he said that they were certainly not friends anymore. Slamming the book down angrily, Krista told the guy that she wasn't angry and was genuinely happy. Looking at the guy, she said that it was unpleasant for her to watch him pretend to be weak, having such skills. She told him that strong people had to show their strength, so he needed to square his shoulders and walk with confidence, and she said that he had won over her and Logan. Slamming the book on the table, the girl said that thanks to this she could now trample him, and she thanked him for the fact that now she would no longer hear any talk about bullying the weak. Pointing her finger at Rain, Krista said that next time she would grind him into dust. Everyone else in the class couldn't help but hear Krista's screams, and they assumed that Rain and the top student were arguing. They noted that it was simply a great confrontation. Lin noticed that it was Owen's job and asked her if she would stand there any longer and have her points deducted. Having come to her senses, Krista sat up and calmly thanked the guy. Gertrude thought that if she had rehearsed this dialogue all night, she must have at least tried. When Lin came back to the library, Karen told him that they had a problem. When the guy asked what the problem was, the girl replied that it seemed like all the books about terrain had been discontinued, and all the publishers had reported that there were no books and there wouldn't be any. Lin asked about the reason for such an event, to which Karen told him that it was not exactly known, but they say that the Golden Children, the body for investigating the heresy of the Light of the Dragon Church, suddenly put all books related to Terrena on the censorship list this year. The guy couldn't understand why she was considered a heretic after her death. He asked the girl if she had read these books, to which she replied that of course she had. She said that since she worked in the central library, these books were required reading. Besides, she was a follower of the Archmage Lin and Frida, the Dragon Priestess, and Terrena left behind as many great achievements as those two. This information did not surprise the guy. Lin asked her if there was anything strange in those books, something like black magic. Karen replied that she didn't remember such a thing, and since it was a biography, even if there had been any dangerous content, it would have been censored. The guy shrugged and said that they needed to go to the black market, and the girl asked why. Lin said that there was everything there, from books that had fallen under the status of heresy to magical items destroyed in the pool, so he would quickly be able to find works related to Terrena. Karen voiced her suspicions about the price. Since the books were censored, Lin thought that this could actually be a problem, and it would be difficult to ask the family to buy something like this. Karen said it would cost at least 3 gold, so her salary wouldn't be enough. Scratching his head, the boy thought that he needed to find money, but he thought that in this life he would not have to worry about such things. He thought about how he could get a lot of money in a short period of time. The first of his ideas was to sell magic on the street. Next, he thought about becoming a teacher. But all this took a lot of time, so the only thing left to do is move on to a strategy with high returns and risks. Thinking about where he could make money by risking his life, Lin immediately realized what he had to do. Turning around, Lin thanked Karen and said he was leaving. The girl asked him where he was going, to which the guy replied that he needed to try something. He said confidently that he was going to take part in an adventure and make money at the same time. Hearing this, Karen rushed to stop him, saying that he couldn't do such a thing with his status, and she would sort everything out herself. The guy quickly stopped her, saying that this was the only quick way that came to his mind. The next morning, one of the library workers noticed that Rain Ludwig had taken Turena's biography. He said that a first-year student during the first semester cannot take such a thing, and he asked who gave him the book. The girl standing next to him answered that it was Karen, who had been working for them for 4 months. The worker asked the girl where she was, to which she replied that she had a day off. A girl passing by overheard a conversation about how Karen had not yet received permission to issue books, and apparently Rain had been begging her for a long time. But the worker said that she was not the one to make mistakes. The girl suggested that the name might have been written incorrectly, and Professor Elin often comes here. The workers noticed that Karen's handwriting was very messy, making it really difficult to tell who had taken the book. And since everyone is talking about Rain right now, Karen might have accidentally made a mistake. Besides, she's been spending a lot of time with Rain lately, and when she's in love, she could make even worse mistakes. The worker decided that there was no problem then. And you just need to correct the reader's name to Professor Elin's. If we talk about adventurers in the past, their work was always dangerous but at the same time profitable. There was still a chance to run into scammers among such people. However, now it has taken on a different form. Adventurers are either masters of combat who help people or mercenaries who exterminate monsters. If they reach the highest level, they will be treated as a hero. Lin entered the Adventurers Association building, and conversations could be heard from all sides. The guy heard talk about how things were going well with earnings lately. It wasn't the same feeling without dead ends and labyrinths, to which another man said that after the Red Dragon Legion left, the mountain range was full of monsters. It was literally a gold mine. Others said that the spider rats were a nuisance and dangerous, but the rewards were substantial. Lin decided for himself that he would then go after these spider rats. Approaching the counter where the girl was standing, Lin said that he wanted to register with the association. The girl asked him to show his ID or student card, since he was a student. The guy asked her how long the registration would take, to which the girl, taking his student ID, said that she would just check his details and it would be done. Looking at his student ID, the girl noticed that he was Ludwig, and she was talking to him like a commoner. She couldn't understand why he needed to register as an adventurer at all, and Lin asked if there was anything else required. Handing over the piece of paper, the girl told him to fill in the necessary information in this section. Pointing her finger, she told him to be sure to check the last part. Lin asked what it was. Lighting a stick, the girl replied that it was a special form for noble families, something like that they were not responsible for problems that arose during work. The guy asked if there were people who tried to hold the guild accountable. The girl replied that she had heard that this happened often 100 years ago, so they developed such an agreement. Handing over her ID, she said that registration was complete. Now his ID is made of iron. Then the level will rise in turn: brass, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Lin asked if everyone started at the bottom, to which she replied that this was not always the case. If a person had combat experience before becoming an adventurer, then the level in the association will depend on the level of the above. This simply shows whether someone has the ability to carry out assignments. The girl continued to explain, saying that you need to pass an exam to reach the level, but the guy interrupted her, saying that he understood everything. She asked him if he wanted to know anything else, to which he replied that that was enough for him. The girl wished him success and said that the higher his level, the more difficult work he would be offered. Looking at the entire ID with a smile on his face, Lin thought that now he had the opportunity to receive a reward for exterminating monsters, and with the ID, he could enter dangerous areas, thereby increasing his scope of activity. He calculated that he now had 44 silver coins, and he decided that he would first catch the rat spider that people had talked about. Looking at the quest rack, he noticed that one head was worth 2 silvers, and it looked like they were pretty weak to be worth that much. Scratching his head, the guy said that all he could do was catch as many as possible. Deciding to get down to business, Lin headed to Dragon Peak. Looking around at the red peak in the city in front of it, he noticed that the place had changed a lot. As he entered the city with the red arches, he immediately heard someone selling life force potions for 10 copper. People immediately started buying up the potions at such a low price. Lin thought that with the dragons controlling this territory, everything here was occupied by monsters. The merchant, noticing the adventurer, told him that if he went further, he would run into monsters, and he advised him to buy a potion, but Lin simply walked on. A tall staircase appeared in front of the guy, and he thought that this staircase leading to the dragon's abode was still in place. Crouching down to take a closer look at the steps, Lin noticed that they were kept clean. Smiling, he mentally addressed Frida, saying that it was good, her house was safe and sound. Rising to his feet, Lin stretched and said that he had looked everything over, so now he was going to destroy all the pests on this land. But suddenly from behind he heard a voice calling him. The girl asked him if he was a magician, and then she said that it was useless to hide, you can't fool her eyes. Lin told her that he wasn't hiding. He asked her if everyone could tell who he was just by looking at her uniform and asked her why she was bragging, to which she told him to shut up. The stranger invited him to join their group. They just lacked a magician to complete the team. Lin asked again, and the girl enthusiastically decided to introduce everyone. A huge man appeared behind the guy, whom the girl introduced as Bart. Lin turned around in fear and met his gaze, and the girl continued, saying that he was a very strong silver-level fighter. Lin finished telling her not to play a prank on him. He can't be human because he looks like a monster, to which the stranger told him to be more polite because Bart is sensitive. Behind the girl stood another guy, whom she introduced as Sam. He was a priest and a doctor. And finally, she exclaimed that her name was Rem, and she was a genius shooter. Looking at this suspicious group, Lin asked them if they were a group of criminals waiting for entry-level adventurers. Rem asked again, in response to which Lin asked them if they were really trafficking people and using their abductions as a cover for joining the group. Bart's eyes widened in menace, causing Lin to flinch. Noticing the strange expression on the man's face, Lin shouted at him that they could fight if they wanted to. But suddenly, this huge, menacing man burst into tears, and Ram and Sam began to calm him down, saying that this was not the first time something like this had happened to them. Lin asked the girl why they needed someone with an iron level at all. Rem replied that they didn't care about his level at all, she identified people by smell. And she noted with a smug smile that he was strong. She said that Bart simply couldn't bear the thought of walking alone on a mountain road infested with monsters. Sam said that young students sometimes get into trouble when they come to earn money. He told the guy that they were not insisting and he could go, but he should be careful. Lin turned and walked away, saying that he felt more comfortable acting alone. Rem sighed and said that nothing could be done. She continued to reassure Bart that everything would be fine with this guy. Once Bart had calmed down a bit, Lin heard Rem say that it was time for them to go exterminate the spider rats, and they already knew where they were, so they could just go have some fun. Rem took a map out of her bag, but suddenly Lin came up to her and grabbed her by the shoulder. With a wry smile, Lin introduced himself as Rain and exclaimed that if they needed any magic, they could feel free to contact him. And so, together with 3 new comrades, Lin set out on his first hunt as an adventurer. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the cave, a huge monster on 8 legs was crawling around, with many bones lying around it. Somewhere in the forest, one of the rat spiders was gnawing on a tree, when suddenly a voice was heard that said that they had been walking for quite a long time, and there was no trace of these rats. Bart said that these creatures are very shy, so they hide, but here and there are traces of gnawed trees, so they are definitely somewhere nearby. Bart asked Rain if he was okay with splitting the reward 4 for 4, to which Rain said it was fine. Rem crouched down to examine the gnawed tree, and Bart asked the guy if he knew anything about these creatures, in response to which he asked him to tell. The man said that spider rats are monsters with the body of a spider and the head of a rat. They live in colonies, which include a queen, an army, and workers. The latter are carnivorous pests that gnaw trees, and the warriors attack people. Lin asked about the queen, who was not on the mission. Sam told him that it was because this colony did not have a queen. The man said that the army is being exterminated, but the queen, who almost never comes to the surface, is not touched. This is the basic strategy. Lin asked why they weren't touching her. Shouldn't they all be exterminated? To which Bart replied that the danger of the queen was no match for the army, and that finding her would require a full-scale operation that cost a lot of money. Smiling, Lin noted that if such a monster were caught, the reward would be appropriate. Rem continued to search for rats, digging in the grass, and she said that in this colony there are none anyway, but it is difficult to catch her, because she is a tough opponent even for skilled adventurers. Finally finding the rat somewhere in a ditch, Rem jumped into it with a loud scream. The spider rats looked up at the girl, looking up from eating the deer. On the fly, the girl took out her bow and quickly fired several arrows. Bart also set to work, cutting the rats in half. While Ram and Bart were actively fighting, Sam and Lin stood aside and watched. Somewhere above, another adventurer appeared, who called out to his comrades, shouting at them to come here, because there was a whole bunch of them here. Rem shouted at Bart to deal with the others quickly. Lin asked Sam if he could really not fight and get his share for this matter. The man answered him that it would be enough if he later made a fire and got water. Sam told the guy that the two of them had never intended to involve him in the fight in the first place, to which the guy replied that he didn't understand why they even invited him into the group. Sam said they just genuinely wanted to help. Recalling the old days, he said that the same thing happened to him. He had to earn money to pass the exam to become a priest, and they, only after hearing this, accepted him into their group, although they saw him for the first time in their lives. He had already collected the necessary amount long ago, but he was still with them, and when they were together, he could feel the love of God. Lin asked if he was talking about unconditional love and remarked that God would like that. Sam just laughed in response. The man said he didn't know the reason. He felt a sense of unity that religion couldn't describe. He said it was like wanting to be one. And the reason is simply because it's a lot of fun. Sam said that the days spent together, the travels they took together, made his chest feel warm. The man quickly came to his senses, apologizing to the guy for talking so much and saying that he, as a follower of God, should be ashamed. But Lin suddenly agreed with a smile, saying that traveling with someone really is great. Remembering his comrades, Lin suddenly remembered terrain. He asked Sam if he knew about terrain. The man asked him if he was talking about the Ash Shaman. While the adventurers were chasing rats, Sam calmly told them that everyone knew her. Lin asked him if the church had recognized her as a heretic. The man replied that it seemed so, but at the same time it seemed as if it wasn't. Meanwhile, the adventurer, who had run away from his comrades, met a huge monster. Sam and Lin's conversation was interrupted when they heard a loud scream. Everything around shook. The adventurers began to look around, not understanding what was happening. But then a huge spider rat came into their field of vision, with the body of that adventurer sticking out of its mouth. Rem immediately tensed up when she noticed this monster and cursed quietly. The huge monster was getting closer and closer to the adventurers, looking at them with its dark eyes. Everyone screamed in panic that it was the queen. Lin panicked and asked Sam how this happened. Because they said that this colony did not have a queen, Sam only noted its size and said that this queen was twice as big as usual. Rem answered the guy that everyone had simply forgotten about this queen a long time ago. With her red eyes shining, the queen raised her head and screamed piercingly. The adventurers immediately panicked and ran away. Bart shouted after the fleeing men to stop, because they needed to fight her face to face. Feeling something strange, Sam yelled at Rem and Bart that they better leave. Rem replied that there was no problem. The queen was just a huge rat, to which the man responded that that was not the issue. The man exclaimed that when the queen appears, the remaining individuals turn into groups of mass murderers. The monster's eyes glowed red, and they began to attack everyone around them. Taking out a bottle of alcohol and taking a sip from it, Rem began shooting, exclaiming that this was why the young were useless here. Bart, breaking the rats into pieces, shouted to Rem that there was no point in catching these small fry. They needed to target the queen, to which the girl replied that she knew. Rem yelled at Sam to heal the newbies and at Reina to protect Sam. Taking 4 arrows from her quiver at once, the girl shot at the queen with a precise and quick movement. All 4 arrows hit the queen in the eye, causing her to let out another piercing screech. Hearing this cry, Lin turned around and noticed that all the arrows hit at the same time. A bunch of small monsters wanted to pounce on Rem, but Bart appeared in front of the girl, chopping them with his axe. Having pushed aside the crowd of monsters, the girl and the man ran to the queen. Continuing to suffer from her damaged eye, the queen did not have time to do anything, and Bart managed to run up to her and hit her on the head. Noticing this, the other adventurers immediately perked up and began to smile. The queen stopped moving, her eyes rolled back, drool began to flow from her open mouth, and everyone decided that she was dead. But then Lin noticed that black liquid began to ooze from the wound where the blade of the axe had hit. The boy shouted at the man to run away quickly, otherwise he would die if he touched him. Leaving the weapon in the monster's skull, Bart rushed away, managing to run away a moment before the black liquid gushed out like a fountain. The other adventurers, who were still fighting off the other rats, suspected something was wrong because it wasn't blood. As it turned out, the queen was not dead. She grabbed the axe in her skull with her paws. With a squelching sound, she tore the weapon from her head. The axe flew to the ground, and the edge that was in the rat's skull melted. Without thinking twice, the queen raised her paw again and tore her wounded eye out of her head. But soon the eye recovered, as if nothing had happened to it. Having regained full vision, the queen immediately looked at Bart, who then plunged the axe into her skull. Rem immediately became excited and wanted to run to her comrade to protect him. But the queen quickly rushed forward and bit Bart on the hand. Ram, ignoring the rats that were biting her, took out her bow and fired in an attempt to protect her friend. The rats continued to bite her, but the girl did not pay attention and continued to run towards the queen. When there were even more rats around, the girl screamed in irritation, trying to push them away. A panicked Sam shouted for Rain to help them. Lin just froze in place, not hearing anything around him. The only thought in his head was that the black liquid was not water. He immediately remembered himself dying from this liquid, which was a black poison that destroyed the soul. Lin thought that this poison meant that there was a black magician nearby who was empowering the queen. Taking a step back, he thought with excitement that this magician was somewhere nearby. Sam jumped up and grabbed Rain by the shoulder, shaking him to come to his senses. When Lin looked at him, Sam asked the guy what was wrong with him. He told him that he can't use offensive magic, so Rain is the only one who can fight. Sam shouted at the boy, begging him to help. Cold sweat ran down Lin's face, his face darkening immediately when Sam shouted that he didn't want to lose his friends. Lin looked around randomly and noticed that Rem was still trying to deal with the rats that surrounded her. Bart was clearly losing the fight with the queen, who also had his hand in her teeth and had already knocked him to the ground. Finally, Lin said something, but Sam couldn't hear him. The boy repeated his question, asking the man how much they would get if they killed her. A little confused, Sam answered him, saying that they would get about 20 gold. The guy still had sweat running down his face as he exclaimed that it was almost 1,000 regular spider rats. He nevertheless agreed, and with a quick movement launched an arrow with a spell at the queen. The spell, as soon as it hit the victim's body, immediately worked, exploding and tearing apart her flesh. Lin walked out in front of the now wounded queen and called out to her, calling her an ass with hands. Holding out his hand with a fire spell, he desperately screamed at her to attack, and he would make a roast out of her. Lin summoned another spell onto his hands and slammed his palms together, causing a bright flash to occur. The guy opened his arms, causing a bright light to fill the entire space, causing Sam to close his eyes. The rat also couldn't stand such a bright light, and she covered her eyes with her paws. Almost unconscious from blood loss, Rem noticed that the rats that surrounded her fell to the ground from the bright light, and she was caught by a root. The light went out, and the root quickly threw Ram and Bart aside. The boys fell to the ground next to Sam. Lin, who was in front, shouted at the man to take care of them. Without waiting for an answer, the boy called the other adventurers and told them that if they wanted the healer to return alive and help everyone, they had to protect him. Rem lay tiredly on the ground in her own blood, looking around. Having resolved the situation a little, Lin shouted to the queen that he would deal with her himself. The wound that the explosion had inflicted on the queen began to heal, becoming covered in black poison again. And suddenly, with a loud sound, a new whole paw burst out of the rat's flesh. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lin noticed that the rat was missing one leg, but it didn't seem to care. Deciding to act a little differently, the boy rushed forward, casting a spell as he went. He quickly ran past the rats, and behind him, the spell exploded. Getting closer to the queen, Lin began to cast a spell again. The queen wanted to hit him with her paw, but the guy managed to dodge. Sliding on the ground, the boy said that he was using the spell's power at full capacity. But the spell was never cast. The queen struck again with her paw, which distracted the guy, forcing him to dodge. Landing a little to the side, Lin thought that there was no guarantee that 3-star level magic would work, and there was also a limit to the power he could use, and he forced himself to calm down. The guy decided that first of all, he needed to understand the enemy, and he decided to use Belsidius. Looking at the queen, Lin noticed that many dark spirits were crowded around her. The boy noticed that it was 3-star level dark magic. The regular rats didn't stop attacking, but Lin still managed to come to his senses and dodge. The boy extended his hand and cast a spell, causing a thin twig to wrap around a tree branch. Pulling himself up, he thought that there was too much poison and his body could not handle such a dose. He thought that if he couldn't remove it with Belcurious, then he would have to use 4th-tier magic, but he immediately thought that it was too reckless, and if he failed, it would be the end. He couldn't forget that there was a dark mage somewhere nearby, and the risk was too great, and Rem was watching Rain. She couldn't help but notice how the guy's face distorted in painful thoughts. The girl slowly rose from the ground where she was lying. Sam looked at her in surprise. He worriedly told the girl that she should not get up and that she needed to stop the bleeding, to which the girl objected, saying that she was fine. Sam tried to say something else, but the girl interrupted him with a loud scream. She looked at her comrade and, in a calm voice and with a smile on her face, told him to take care of Bart. And the girl again entered the battle with the monsters, mercilessly making her way through. Running past one of the adventurers who asked her if she was okay, she yelled at him not to ask questions and to focus on the fight. Lin still couldn't come up with a solution, thinking that nothing would work. Deciding that he should retreat first, he noticed that something had flown into the tree he was sitting on. Looking to the side, the boy noticed with fear in his eyes that it was the eyeball of a monster. Looking back at the queen, Lin noticed that she was throwing her own children at him. The next such projectile hit exactly the branch on which Lin was sitting. It broke and the guy flew down. When the boy fell to the ground, the queen immediately rushed to attack him, but he managed to use a spell, summoning a stone shield. Meanwhile, the sound of a shot was heard again, and the arrow again hit the queen's eye. The rat took the arrow out of its eye and looked in the direction it came from, breaking the arrow into small pieces. Completely exhausted, Ram told the rat that she shouldn't have ignored her, and now she would pay for it. With a furious cry, the queen now rushed at the girl who dared to attack her. While everyone around was shouting at the girl to run away, she just dropped her bow on the ground and thought that it was not time yet. Almost falling off her feet, the girl thought only about how she had to stand firm. Noticing that his comrade was in danger, Lin immediately jumped to his feet to cast a spell. Throwing a small dagger, Rem shouted at the guy to finally pull himself together. The dagger hit the queen in the eye, causing her to lose her balance, and Rem was able to jump on her. Looking at the guy, she desperately shouted to him that he would cope with everything. Lin hid behind a rock and tried again to calm himself and concentrate. A first-level spell glowed between his palms with a dim red light. As Lin worked with a tense face, the triangles in the spell grew larger and larger, and the light grew brighter. Rem was trying her best to resist the queen who was desperately chasing after her, and Lin couldn't believe that something had thrown him off balance like that. The girl lost her last strength and could no longer move. She fell down without the ability to do anything, and at that very moment the queen struck her. Sam wanted to rush to his girlfriend, but the other adventurers who were supposed to protect him stopped him. Lin couldn't help but hear these desperate cries, but he still tried to stay focused on the matter at hand. Still, Sam managed to escape the other's grasp and quickly ran forward. Rem lay almost unconscious on the ground, The Rat Queen swung her paws to finally kill her. The paws hit the ground, but Sam appeared at the very last moment and managed to quickly drag the girl away. Grabbing her by the collar, he shook her, asking if she shouldn't come back alive. They must all come back to smile at each other again. Sam began using his healing spells on Rem, telling her to stop being a hero. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder and quietly apologized to him. Smiling, she told him that when they returned, she would definitely write him a letter with the changes. After finishing healing the girl, Sam and she stood up to re-enter the fight. But before they could take a single step, a wall of fire appeared in front of them. It was a fire spell that consisted of 4 triangles, and the queen's body immediately burst into flame. Fire raged around all the adventurers, surprisingly only affecting the monsters. They all burned very brightly in this flame, the spell of which was a mathematical equation that needed to be solved, and it consisted of 14 polynomials and 7 rational equations. When Lin finished solving the equation, fire immediately surrounded the queen. And when the fire found its victim, a huge explosion immediately occurred. The entire mountain was illuminated by a bright column of flame. The force of this explosion was so great that all the adventurers who were nearby were sent flying in different directions. Soon the fire died out, leaving only sparks behind. Rem woke up and looked forward. The girl noticed that the queen's body had burned to such an extent that only a pile of coal remained. Sitting behind the rock, Lin smiled sadly and noted that it was pathetic. Feeling incredibly tired, he said that before he could use such a spell 7 times in a row. All that remained of the queen finally turned into ashes, which were carried away by the wind. The normal rats turned back into less dangerous creatures. The red light disappeared from their eyes, as did their confidence in victory. The rats jumped to their feet and, frightened by the huge number of people, ran away. While the other adventurers chased the rats, Sam ran towards Bart, who was still lying on the ground. Rem couldn't help but notice that this sinister queen was killed with 1 shot. Sam knelt down in front of brother and exclaimed that he would help right away, and Rem felt her head spin. The girl asked the guy how their friend was, and he replied that he had a strong constitution, so he would recover without any problems. Bart, who had come to, apologized to the girl and asked her how she was, to which she replied that she was fine. She said that this time luck was on their side. She noted that now they would know that queens regenerate, and such information is not even in the database of the Adventurers Association. Remembering that the queen died with 1 shot, the girl immediately remembered Reyna. Lin, meanwhile, lay unconscious, his back leaning against a rock. The sun sank below the horizon. The comrades ran up to the guy and examined him. Sam said that he just ran out of mana. He would rest and everything would be fine. Rem noted that he had spent all his strength. Sam said that this magic was definitely done by Rain, and the girl replied that she thought so too. She asked why he was hiding behind the rock then, since the queen was attacking from that direction, and he did not need cover. And if he had revealed himself, his name would have been on everyone's lips. Sam told her that this was not the most important thing now, and they would talk about it later. The girl did not argue with him. Lin dreamed of moments from his life. One day he told his comrades not to write down the name. He said that he had already said that he did not want to join the ranks of the team of heroes. They could convey this to His Majesty, to which the official said that he could not understand this, because this was the decree of the ruler, the date to honor those who sacrificed themselves for humanity. Esther asked why he was acting like that. Did he really not like them? Frida asked him if he was joking, adding that he was being a troublemaker and going too far. But suddenly the guy screamed at the top of his lungs that it wasn't because of that. He said he was not like them. Frida's face twisted into an irritated grimace. Lin said he doesn't carry the same evil fate as Frida and Kay's. He continued by saying that he had no mission to fulfill like Esther. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed that he did not give his all for someone because of his pride, and that the fact that they were here together was just a simple coincidence. He said that because he had no right to put his name in, otherwise their reputation would go down the drain, the team members looked at each other. And then they laughed loudly. Kays, as usual, ruffled the guy's hair. Frida began to say through her laughter that he was just a cutie. Esther, relieved, told him not to worry about it, and an irritated Lin exclaimed, waving it off, that he had not worried, but had come to the conclusion with the brains in his head. Taking the boy by the hand, Esther told him, "No matter what others say, he was and is part of the team. He doesn't have to worry about self-sacrifice and other things. He can do whatever he wants." She told him with a smile that this world had already recognized him as the archmage of the team of heroes. After some time, Lin woke up and found himself on Bart's back, with the city lights shining nearby. Looking around, the guy asked where he was. Rem noticed that he was already awake, and she said that the school was already nearby, so they returned to the Golden Rose. Relaxing, Lin felt his whole body ache and thought that he had overdone it, but fortunately they went unnoticed by the Black Mage. Bart asked the guy if he was the one who used that fire magic. Lin didn't answer, and Rem told him not to dare lie to them because they would definitely find out everything. After a short silence, Lin said that he had nothing to hide, and the girl said that she knew it. She said that they thought he would want to keep it a secret, so they wrote in the report that they used a scroll bought from a peddler. She asked him if there was anything that needed to be corrected, to which the guy replied that everything was fine. He was satisfied with this version. Rem told him that it seemed like he had his own reasons for keeping it a secret, so she wouldn't pry into his soul, but he still saved them, so they owed him. The guy tried to cut everything off, saying that they didn't have any debt. Sam suggested to his comrades that they give the entire reward to Rain, and they readily agreed. Looking out, Lin still noticed a strange expression on Rem's face and asked her what was wrong with her face. Didn't she say that justice was her specialty? He asked her if she really expected him to say that they were all great and offer to share the reward, to which she replied that there was no harm in dreaming, and everyone laughed. Lin dropped to the ground and said that they could give him 5 gold pieces and split the rest, but Bart objected, saying that it would be fairer to give him everything. The guy continued to persist and said that he hadn't done anything special, so he could only take the amount he needed, but they replied that they hadn't done anything special either. While Bart and Lin were arguing, Rem intervened in the conversation. She said that she and Bart were going to be the best adventurers, and since he was arguing, he could invest the money in them. She asked him how he liked the idea, and he said with a smile that it was not bad. Sam intervened in the conversation and asked Rain if he remembered asking him about terrain. Sam shook his head and said that when he was studying, he heard some things, but they were just rumors. Leaning towards the boy, he whispered in his ear that it seemed like she had been practicing black magic in her later years. A couple of minutes later, Lin said goodbye to his comrades, remaining in the square. When they turned around, the smile slowly slid off the guy's face. Back at the dorm, Lin began to thoughtfully flip through the book. After looking through it, he noticed that it certainly didn't contain any information about Terena having anything to do with black magic. Looking at the book in his hand, memories came back to his mind. In some ruined city 300 years ago, Lin looked at all that remained. Hearing a rustle, the boy grabbed his staff and began to climb the stairs. Climbing up, he slowly looked into one of the destroyed houses. And there, in the ruined city, among the houses that were half buried in the swamp, he found Terena. Finding some boards and tearing up some books, Lin started a fire with a snap of his fingers. As he rose to his feet, he heard the sound of a rumbling stomach behind him. The guy's hand reached into the bag. The frightened girl became even more afraid and began to shake even more. But to her surprise, the guy sat down in front of her and handed her a loaf of bread. Lin told her to eat if she was hungry and not to worry. He wouldn't ask for money or anything else. Esther and Kays, also walking through this ruined city, noticed smoke from a fire. Lin noticed that the girl had not even touched the bread, and he told her that she had better eat, since he had nothing else. Suddenly, Terena quietly said that everyone had disappeared. Her friends, family, loved ones had disappeared. Lin asked her if her village had no contact with the outside world at all. The girl replied that she didn't know, which made the boy just sigh. Standing up, he said that he didn't even know such a village existed, but that was understandable since it was a distant outskirts. He said it was sad that there was no one left except her who could remember this place. Terena buried her face in her knees, and Lin said that no one would remember her life, which was not bad. He said that if she died, this place would disappear without a trace. Gritting her teeth, the girl exclaimed that she didn't want that. Then Lin came closer to her again and brought the bread to her, telling her to eat it then. He told her that even if she didn't want to, she needed to eat to survive. He told her not to forget the people who lived here because there was no one else to do it. Terena snatched the bread from the boy's hands and greedily bit into the loaf, bursting into tears. Since then, Terena has followed Lin. Later, he and his team discovered that she had magical abilities. Having drawn the spell on a piece of paper, the girl directed it towards the sky. And when the spell worked, rain came from the sky. The girl turned around with a cheerful smile. Lin never thought that she would ever become a great magician. One day, when the girl was already asleep, Esther suggested leaving her in the church in the next village. Frida agreed with this, because they would expose her to even greater danger if they took her with them. Lin was not against this proposal. He knew that the girl already had the necessary magic, with the help of which she could survive alone, relying only on her own strength. But until the day of their separation, he tirelessly taught her everything, and she obediently obeyed. Terena lived stubbornly and did not complain about anything. Lin taught her to put out small fires. They also learned to use earth magic to save those who fell. It was magic that could help all people. One day, Frida asked the guy if he really liked this child, or if it was some kind of youth hobby. Esther asked if it was true, to which Lin only said that they were talking some nonsense again. But the guy still cared about her, although he couldn't understand whether it was pity or sympathy. Perhaps he was drawn to her because she had to face the same difficulties as he did. But they couldn't do it forever, and the day came when they had to say goodbye. Lin could see that his student was sad. But, to his own surprise, he was able to say goodbye to her calmly, without any particular emotion. The team decided to leave the village immediately, otherwise they would have felt uneasy, and Terena was taken to the church. The pastor told her that this was now her new home. The building might be a bit big, but she would soon get used to it. He told her that from now on, she had nothing to worry about. They were her family now. But Terena replied that they were not her family, and this was not her home. Her family was her mentor, and a spell began to shine in the girl's palms. After some time, another church minister came out and told the pastor that they had finished processing the new disciple. But the man was surprised to find that the pastor was tied to the column by his roots. He asked him if that new disciple had done it, and he said that he would send for her at once, to which he received the answer that everything was all right. He sighed and thought that there was no need to search, they should just leave it, and he himself thought about how to get it taken down as soon as possible. Before leaving, Terena smiled at the pastor and said that she should be with her mentor. After a while, Lin turned around, hearing someone shouting behind him. As it turned out, it was Terena, who had managed to catch up with her mentor and his comrades. When Lin asked her what happened, she said that she escaped using the magic he taught her. Bowing, she screamed and asked the guy to take her with him, and she exclaimed that she would not cause any trouble. Lin's comrades looked at each other as if expecting something like this, while the girl begged. Finally, the guy agreed, but said that they would not be together until the very end. Coming closer, he shouted, asking her what it meant that she escaped with magic. Did it mean that she harmed a person? The girl quickly replied that it was not so, and then Lin turned around, telling her not to forget that magic was not created to harm people. So Terena became part of the team, and over time her talent gradually began to emerge. It was a little hectic and restless, but this child's abilities surprised Lin. The girl's innate gift began to develop in different areas under the guidance of team members. She was like a sponge that absorbed knowledge regarding magic and new techniques. She also worked with Esther, who broke a huge boulder, as an example. Terena shook her head, refusing to try it. Although the girl was stubborn, she continued to develop her skills, and so she went on a mission with Kays. Terena had grown to the point where she could take on powerful monsters and was accepted as a member of the team. One evening, Esther returned to camp with a pile of bags and a wide smile on her face. As it turned out, the girls bought new clothes for the new member of their team. Lin took out a hat and asked her if she wanted one. And then he said with a grin that she would get it only when she defeated him. So the days and months passed, and their journey was coming to an end. In the final battle with the Abyss, the girl's strength increased significantly. She lay in the middle of the rubble, but there was a triumphant smile on her face because she had managed to take the hat. One day, the team of heroes stopped in the territory occupied by the Abyss. Lin told his student that she should stay here, in their base. The girl jumped up, not understanding why she couldn't go with the whole team. She exclaimed that she would fight. Esther exclaimed that they knew what the girl was capable of. She could help, but the team agreed with Lin. She told her that they couldn't take her with them because it was dangerous. Then Terena turned to Kaze and Frida to say something, but they only remained silent. Terena clenched her little fists and said that they had been through so much together and it was just too unfair to leave her here alone. Rising from the table, Lin told her that she was too small and that the enemies they would face were very dangerous. Ruffling his hand through her hair, he told her that they had originally started this adventure as a foursome, and that it was now over for her. But he told her not to worry because they weren't abandoning her. As he walked away, he told her that he would return and continue teaching her magic. When everyone had already come out of their shelter, Terena shouted that she agreed. With tears in her eyes, she cried out that she would look forward to seeing him. And so his journey with Terena ended. Lin now could not understand why she got involved with black magic, and it was also very suspicious that all the books with her were censored. Lin opened the book from which Rudian flew out. Rudian sat on the guy's head, and he noticed that his progress had increased by a whole 2%. As he leafed through the book, he wondered if they had gotten any better after destroying that rat, but in any case, there was still a lot to do. His gaze fell on one page, which had a drawing of Lin on it, and at the bottom was the caption, "The coolest mentor ever." Lin chuckled and wondered out loud when the little one had managed to do that. But suddenly a realization struck him, and the smile slowly slid off his face. Meanwhile, at dawn, at the place where the battle with the queen took place, a man in a green cloak kicked the ground and shouted that he thought it would reduce the number of adventurers and reveal the golden children to them, to which his comrade noted that there was still a lot of fiery ash left, and the explosion radius was huge, so it was at least 4th level magic. Those adventurers who fought the rats with Lin, Ram, Bart, and Sam were now hanging limply from the branches of the tree. One of the cloaked men said that if they were telling the truth, then it was Ram and Bart, and his comrade shouted that they would take revenge. He would gut both of them and hang them by their guts. The second man in the cloak said that this way he would leave material evidence for the golden children that they were in the south. It was impossible to destroy the case just by starting it, to which his less patient comrade irritably kicked the rat's corpse. To begin with, they need to focus not on the place, and then the first asked him about that. And on what then? The second said that they should report everything to Terrain. The next day, Lin went to the Magic Development Club and greeted his clubmates. At the main table in the auditorium stood the head of the club, who noticed that the number of participants had increased. The leader greeted him and said that his name was Zhuan, and that he was the chairman of the Magic Development Club. He said that he didn't expect so many listeners to come, so he was very surprised, but he couldn't help but be happy, and he hoped that they would all get along. Zhuan said that he would now talk about the club's purpose and objectives. The guy started talking about how they were studying magic for the development of the area and agriculture, when suddenly his speech was interrupted by the appearance of another participant. Somewhat irritated, Logan walked into the classroom without saying anything. The guy reluctantly said hello and introduced himself. Zhuan was a little confused, but immediately said that he came just in time. Waving his hand nervously, he told him to sit in any empty seat. Looking around the audience, Logan noticed that there was only one empty seat left, which was next to Rain. Shuffling through his papers, Zhuan exclaimed that they should change their tune then. Lin snidely asked Logan if he kept his promise, to which he replied that he was just following the rules. Zhuan continued to talk enthusiastically about his club, occasionally drawing something on the board. Lin couldn't help but think that there was a black mage nearby, and he wasn't sure he could defeat him again in his current state. Rudian flew out of his pocket and showed his stats, where his magic power was 12,564 and his physical power was 311. Lin thought that he needed to strengthen his body as soon as possible. He thought that without training this could not be achieved, and he thought that it would be great if someone helped him. As he thought about this, his gaze immediately turned to Logan, who was sitting next to him. After some time, Logan and Lin moved to the gym, where Lin tried to do push-ups, and Logan harshly scolded him. An irritated Lin tried to keep himself in his stance, under the indignant shouts of the other guy, and thought only about how he would shut up. But if he wants to develop physical strength, then he needs to listen to the guy. Then in the audience, Lin asked him to help with training, to which Logan replied that he did not understand. Didn't he defeat him then? Why should he learn anything from the loser? Lin asked him why he was refusing so quickly. He was the best in the group at building muscle mass. Logan angrily told him that he had indeed lost the confrontation, so he could ignore him. But he has no reason to treat the entire faculty with contempt. Tapping his finger on the book, Lin told him that he didn't have time to make fun of others, and it seemed he didn't understand, so he would say it straight. Lin told him that he was strong, so he asked him for help. He said this without sarcasm and had personally seen it, and he was surprised that someone at such a young age had achieved this. Not understanding the part about being young, Logan still thanked her for the compliment. The guy told him that a strong body is the foundation, but he doesn't have it. He said he wanted to devote time to training but not waste it, which meant training under the most promising person in the field. After receiving compliments, Logan finally agreed, saying that no one was better at this than him. But he still told him that he couldn't, and that he should ask others. Lin immediately exclaimed that it was not free, and he could pay, to which the other said that was not the point. Logan sighed and replied that he was from a great family of mages, and he was a student of one of the 8 schools. They were enemies. How can they ask each other for help? Lin didn't answer him, but only called him by name. Opening his eyes, the boy noticed that another one was pointing a finger at him with a spell. Lin fired theatrically, causing no damage to his neighbor. Without any emotion, Lin told him that he was lucky. Lin said that if he had thought the same way, the guy would have been dead in that fight. The fact that he stopped and did not kill him suggests that they are not enemies. They are not warriors but students, and this is not a battlefield but an academy. Lin put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him that they were not enemies but colleagues studying magic spells together. Finally, Logan couldn't find what to say to this, although he himself couldn't believe it. After Lin finally finished the set, Logan told him that he was surprised because he didn't think he would do it, to which Lin responded that he was sincere. Logan told him to get up for another exercise, so the guy asked him to lift him, which the other guy immediately refused. He asked what would happen when someone saw them, they would laugh. Lin asked him if he really thought about it all the time, if he really needed muscles just for beauty. He told him with a smirk to get rid of everyone who said nasty things. Logan smiled and took his hand to lift him up and told him he was right. Owen stood behind the wall and listened to their conversation with a smile. Suddenly, a woman's scream was heard. As it turned out, Krista entered the hall and, noticing the guys together, asked what they were doing. She assumed that they were fighting again, but they dispelled her assumptions, saying that they were training, but the girl could not believe it. Logan, ignoring the girl, handed his student the magical protein and told him to drink it. Krista asked Rain if he was crazy for humiliating him before, and an irritated Logan asked her if she couldn't see that they were busy. The girl continued to scream, not believing that they had become such friends. Owen came up to her from behind and put his hand on her shoulder, saying that the girl always made a lot of noise. Hearing a familiar voice, the girl immediately calmed down and froze. Logan asked the professor what brought him there, to which he merely replied that he had seen a group of monkeys when he passed by, and that he had an official message for them. He said with a serious face that this was not good news. As it turned out, the man came to tell them that it was time for midterm exams. Lin couldn't understand why this was bad news. Krista told him that at Delathe, these were not normal exams. She said that this is, in fact, the same as the transition to a new stage of life. There will be those who will be able to break through and those who will fall behind. Owen reminded that Delayton's ideology is one of endless competition. Turning around, he said that those who did not comply would be expelled. Returning to his room, Lin lay down on his bed. Rudian flew out of the book again, and the boy thought about what he needed to check, what he needed to do before the exams. But suddenly he noticed that Rudian looked strange. He was blurry. When Rudian became normal, everything around him was illuminated with a bright light. Looking around, Lin discovered that he was no longer in his room. A message appeared stating that the research progress of unique magic was now 40%. Confirmation of a new magical power scheme has begun. A message appeared that the mental barter is being detailed. The holy stream is within a radius of 20 meters from the magician. Lin noticed that some kind of glowing sign appeared on his hand. Now the success rate when using unique equations and runes increased to 33% and the power to 66%. But the required amount of magic power to understand was 20,000. While the guy only had 12,564, the activation imprint for using the mental barrier was determined. Blinking again, Lin found that he was back in his room. He realized that he had now reached a mental barrier due to the fact that he had reached 40% mastery. The mental barrier was a secret technique that even among the sages, only 2 could use. The guy thought with anticipation that this was simply incredible. He wrapped his hand with the sign in bandages, hiding it. Once he got out into the city, he headed straight to the black market. Humming the song joyfully, he thought that so much had happened in the last few days that he was almost going crazy. Suddenly, he crashed into someone's large back. He immediately apologized, rubbing his bruised nose. Suddenly, he realized that the voices in front of him sounded very familiar. As it turned out, he met Ram, Bart, and Sam by chance. Bart grabbed the guy and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Rem noted that it had only been a couple of days. Bart immediately threw Rain over his shoulder to Rem's loud laughter. Having grabbed the guy, the team immediately decided to go on a new mission. Lin shouted at them to stop, asking them what they were doing. Rem cheerfully replied that the students were very busy, and they were all going together, so this was the fastest way. Sam told Rain on the run that they had been told that for their punitive expedition against the rat spiders, he, as the main character, was obliged to receive a reward. Bart told him not to be so stubborn, and besides, sometimes you need to visit places like that. And he said that this award would be given at the central office of the Adventurers Association, which surprised the guy a little. The boys reached the branch of the association and climbed the stairs, and a whole crowd had already gathered behind the fence. Everyone immediately recognized Bart from the Black Iron, and Rem from their drunken shooters. And the boy with red eyes was immediately recognized as the eldest son of the Ludwig family. Lin asked what all this pathos was about. Rem said that it couldn't be otherwise, because Bart's school is the first holy school of the 7 swords, and she is from the school of drunken shooters, and he killed the monster with 1 blow. Lin asked her about the likelihood that their schools, including the founders of the schools, were not distinguished in any way, and Rem immediately shouted at him, asking again. Bart told the boy that it might seem that way to him, but even though he and Rem had fought countless enemies while achieving the silver rank, they never thought that they lacked skills. However, this was true until they encountered the queen. The knights, noticing that a familiar figure had appeared, immediately stood at attention, letting him go ahead. There were admiring whispers and conversations throughout the crowd, and Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Lior and Akka, the Saint Bow of the 4 Emperor's battle stars, asked the boys if they were rising star adventurers. Unable to bear it any longer, people began to express their admiration louder. They could not believe that he had been sent here straight from central control. Sam said that the Empire gathers the best warriors and grants them the status of the Emperor's 4 battle stars. They are guaranteed power and honor, but in return, they obey the Emperor without question, and as expected, his ego is huge. Noticing that Ram's face had darkened and she had lowered her head, Sam asked her what had happened. Leorin noticed the girl, looked into her face, and with a grin asked who they had here, in response to which she asked him what he wanted. The man exclaimed, asking who this cutie was here. Rem told him that he was mistaken, in response to which he said that this could not be. He exclaimed that it was impossible for a little man who got angry and left the martial arts hall to dye his hair and become an adventurer. Leorin asked her if she was stalking him, saying that she needed to ask her brother for permission first. Rem shyly pushed his hands away and shouted at him to shut up. Sam tried to stop Rem, who wanted to beat the man, and he only noted that she was, after all, the leader of this team. Bart replied that it was, and Lauren said that he must be very strong to be able to defeat that creature. The man told Bart that he had been through a lot because of this restless woman, and he asked him to take care of her in the future. Bart replied that their team never cared about anyone. They just covered for each other's shortcomings. Leorin smirked and remarked that he liked it and told the man that he would soon become a platinum rank. Lin watched as Leorin began to actively communicate with Sam. Seeing that green hair and the bow behind him, Lin couldn't help but think of Kay's, and then he noticed the man's gaze turning to him. Rubbing his chin, the man thoughtfully told the guy that he had seen him somewhere before, saying that he was more familiar with the energy than the face. The man waved to the knight. Having seen the guy's name on the papers, Lauren happily hit the guy on the shoulder, asking him if he was really the grandson of Old Man Scalzi. And he exclaimed that he could have guessed right away because Even their eyes were similar. Lin smiled and shrugged as Lauren spoke about how he owed him a lot from his days as a holy mage. The guy, looking at the man, thought that if Kays could speak, he would definitely have a different manner of communication. Behind the man's back, he immediately noticed a cane of Irni root. Mentally turning to it, he asked her if she was doing well. Suddenly, Lauren felt the cane behind his back, pulling him back somewhere, as if rushing towards something familiar. The man grabbed the cane and couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the knight's words that it was time to begin. Taking hold of the sheet of paper with the speech, Lauren began to read it monotonously, but stopped halfway through because there were too many words. Deciding to cut his speech short, he told the team that they were great and would receive an award for their military service. And he announced that their reward would be 2 gold coins. And also, the Adventurers Union will pay each team member 500 units of contributions. And the crowd exploded with joyful cries. People immediately ran up to the team. Some offered to join their guild, and some simply expressed admiration. Sam and Lin stood to the side, the man noting the wild popularity of their comrades. Sam told the guy that everyone was saying that he caught her with the scroll, and he asked him if he was okay with no one knowing about his accomplishments, to which he replied that it was okay. Deciding not to linger any longer, Lin said he would go. The man told him he would say goodbye to the others for him. Sam happily told him that now he had reached the copper level, so he too would be recognized, and someone had already paid attention to the guy. The man in the yellow coat and hat grinned mysteriously as Lin replied that he hoped nothing would happen. Lin, entering the alley, called Rudian again, who reminded him that he needed to reach 20,000 magic power to use the mental barrier. The boy thought that he still had a lot of work to do, but when he found the book, he would finally be able to focus on preparing his magical power. Smiling smugly, he thought about how he couldn't achieve this in his past life, but now it was in front of him. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard behind him, calling for the young master Ludwig. The man shouted that he would not be able to get into the black market, and people immediately turned their attention in that direction. Coming closer, the stranger told him that he was going the right way, but for some reason all the traders had fled from there, so the market was no longer open. Taking off his hat, the man said that he was from the Union of Magicians and said that it was nice to meet him. He asked the guy if he could spare some of his time. They reached the restaurant where the stranger immediately began to order lunch. He told the guy that he had nothing to fear. He wasn't going to interrogate him about why the guy went to the black market, but Lin couldn't understand how he knew about it. But the strangest thing was that his magical power was quite impressive. The man decided to introduce himself, saying that his name was Torrin Slade and that he worked in a special department of the Union of Magicians. He showed him his gold watch, which could serve as proof. He happily told the boy that when his father, Kevin, was student council president, he was in charge of the office, and he remarked that it was such a good time. Torrin said that he decided to tell about it so as not to look too suspicious, and he is also a fan of the young master. He came here to check a couple of things and asked the guy if it was his magic that knocked down the queen. Lin frowned slightly, not understanding what was going on, and Torrin said that there were no recent records of Bart's team visiting the magic shop. Even if they had prepared in advance, they didn't have anyone selling scrolls. And in the past 10 years, there hadn't been a single 4-star mage who could create a scroll of such power. That's why he thought that Lord Scalzi Ludwig did something like that for the self-defense of his grandson. But that turned out to be wrong too. Looking at the guy with a sharp gaze, he said that then there was only one conclusion left. Lin told the man that he wasn't hiding it on purpose. It was just something he was worried about. Torrin asked him if he was talking about the black magician. Lin couldn't tell if the guy was just curious, but he was brought out of his thoughts by the waiter who placed the plates on the table. Looking at the plate, Torrin asked the waiter if this was a portion for 2, to which he said that he thought there were 2 of them. That's why the portion was like that. But the man did not complain and said that he would eat everything. While he was busily devouring the meat, Lin decided it was time for him to go. But the man said that he was already getting to the point. With a smile on his face, he asked him if he wanted to join the work of their department of the Magic Union. The guy replied that he was still a student, to which Torrin said that they would invite him after graduation. He said that Mr. Kevin was still feeling well, so he was still far from inheriting the family, and he promised him that they would empower him to independently investigate cases related to black magic. And most importantly, this department was the best place for career growth. Lin just stood up and said that he wasn't interested, but the man did not back down and said that the Black Church has now become more active. Torrin said that the top department of the Magic Union is intoxicated with the idea of peace and tranquility. So they deny everything, but he is sure that something big is approaching, and it does not bode well. And comparing forces now, I want to believe that they can prevent everything, but who knows? Lin still answered him emotionlessly that he did not understand what he was talking about and said that he would think about it. Now Torin stopped persisting any longer and thanked the guy. As he walked away, the boy wondered whether he would have to fight with this scum in this life, which he didn't want at all. Finally, Torin shouted to the guy that if he needed to find something on the black market, then in the Adventurers Union he would definitely need to complete the order VIP security. So they said goodbye. Torin, chewing meat, looked after the guy. Suddenly, a woman jumped off a roof somewhere and asked the man if the guy was who they thought he was. Tirantid, who was also from the special department, said that they said that this year's freshmen Delayton were the golden generation. But no matter what reason he chose him, he was a natural disaster. Torin said that he did not think that Mr. Rain belonged to the golden generation, and sitting down at the table, Tirantid asked him why that was. The man said he had no contact with Tarina. They needed to look for another suspect. The woman asked him if he really thought anyone there knew Tarina. With his cheeks full, Torin said that this was just his guess. Anything could have happened before entering the academy, so it was better to be on the safe side. He wondered how anyone could even say that they belonged to the golden generation. He thought about how Mr. Kevin had given birth to a real monster, and this was the first time he had been so scared by someone's potential. When Lin arrived at the library, he told Karen why he couldn't find the book, to which she replied that it was okay, it was her fault, and she thanked him for his help. She said the important thing was that he was alive and well. The guy asked the girl if a strange guy, smiling and wearing a hat, had come in there, to which she replied that no. But then she noticed that a man who worked in a special department of the Magic Union came in. She said that she heard that he came, remembered the old days, said that he had known the high-ranking librarians for a long time, but she was not able to meet him, so she does not know what he looks like. Thanking the girl for the information, Lin walked away, thinking that the guy had definitely come. But he couldn't understand how he knew about the black market if he hadn't seen Karen. As he approached his door, he noticed that there were 2 huge boxes standing there. After taking them inside and unpacking them, Lin discovered that there were 2 huge white spheres. The guy thought that he made the right choice by buying the largest ones, because with such soul pearls, he will be able to save the necessary amount of magical power for the mental barrier. He sighed and placed his hands on them, remembering that he currently had about 12,000 magic power, but needed 20,000. He decided that now he would save 8,000 units in these balls, and when he would create a barter, he would take them back. The guy tensed his whole body and the balls under his hands rolled with a bright light. The light grew brighter and brighter until Lin fell to the floor exhausted. Out of breath, he announced that the introduction of magical power was complete. He decided to wait until they were safe. Lin sat in his room until the evening, meditating to restore the strength he had already spent. When he felt that he had already recovered, he decided that it was time. He clasped his palms together. A bright light lit up between them. In response to this, the balls also glowed with a bright light, and the guy began to establish a mental barrier. A huge stream of force poured out of the balls, and they, unable to withstand the load, began to crack. The spell flashed between the guy's hands like a bright flash, and he suddenly almost choked on his own blood that came out of his mouth. Both balls were destroyed, and once again exhausted, Lin leaned his hands on the floor. Looking at his hand, he couldn't understand whether he had succeeded or not. But the mark on his hand shone even brighter than before. Looking around, Lin noticed that 4 runes were glowing around him. Yu, Flow, Ryan, Understanding, Chan, Strengthening, and C, Peace. With the last of his strength, the guy stood up on his feet while his entire room was illuminated by this bright light. He felt something new inside himself and decided to try some magic. 3 runes were able to appear with ease and they began to spin in the air. Lin discovered that it was a feeling when the missing pieces finally came together. He thought he knew it intuitively. This magical figure was perfect, and the runes were transformed into suitable ones, and the mathematical equation was also supplemented. The boy's last strength finally gave out and he fell to his knees, the spell crumbling. The shining runes on the floor disappeared, and the guy fell limply to the floor with his whole body. Turning over onto his back, he thought about the sage Rayut Woden once said that the mental barrier is like a mirror, reflecting the inner state of the magician. Now Lin understood this. His thirst for truth is embodied through thought. The holy stream does not give any new knowledge. It only superficially supplemented his knowledge and abilities. Clenching his fist, he thought that this method was perfect for him, because now he could learn all the magic on his own without resorting to anyone's help. Smiling, he said to himself that he had taken another step towards becoming a 7-star. The next day, All the professors of the institution gathered in the Day-Layton conference room. Madelia glanced at the piece of paper and said that they were finished with the undergraduate graduation schedule. Vice Chancellor Madelia Kyle said that since they have already decided on the current location for the internships, they will be able to focus on freshmen within a week. Among the professors who spoke of the great things they expected of them were Owen and Theon, who remained silent. Professor Ivan said he didn't know about the rest, but it looked interesting, especially that young disaster guy hiding his talent. He was about to continue talking about this when he suddenly noticed that someone right in front of him was burning with rage. Elin said with a frown that he was already talking too much. Caroline hastened to reassure her colleague and told her that there was no malicious intent in the professor's words. She asked the girl if she had much time. Otherwise, after Logan, the girl she was guiding could be erased. Madelia thought only of Canessa, who could also study here if everything were as before. As the heir to the Page family, she could become a student representative and a key figure in the Golden Generation. Professor Marjana told the rector that they needed to hurry. Following the advice, Madelia announced to the professors that they should announce to the students that the exams were starting today. A completely tired Lynn sat at his desk and thought about how Logan was giving him increasingly difficult assignments every day. He noticed that his classmates were getting ready to go somewhere. Lynn asked Krista what all the fuss was about, to which she responded by saying that there would be a briefing about midterms right now, and that everyone was told to gather in the auditorium. The guy asked if the exams weren't starting next week, to which the girl sadly replied that this was Day-Layton, where the director and professors changed the schedule at their own discretion. He asked her why this was so, and then Gertrude intervened in the conversation and asked the guy what he thought the reason was. And she answered her own question, saying that this was all so that the students wouldn't have time to learn everything at the last moment. And she said that last year they announced the schedule and started midterm exams the next day. Lynn responded by saying that he liked how funny the professors were. The girl replied that she couldn't believe he said that, because she was simply abusing her power. The guy said with a smile that if a student can show his skills at any time, then this is real knowledge, and the professors know about it. Gertrude laughed in response, agreeing, but thinking about how much this all irritated her. But what irritated her more was that it was true. But in any case, children from powerful families are nasty, of course, except for Mrs. Krista. Standing up from her desk with her bag, Krista said that this is why you always have to make every effort not to get upset. All the students gathered in the assembly hall on the first floor of the main building. Looking around the crowd, Lynn noticed that most of the students were very nervous. In the crowd, the guy quickly found Logan. They greeted each other in a friendly manner and began a dialogue. Gertrude ran up to Rain and excitedly told him that he couldn't be so friendly because Logan was one of the opponents he should be afraid of. But Lynn told her that they are not opponents. He is his trainer, and he gave him magic protein every day. The girl asked him if he really thinks that he is good. Since he gives him food, he is not some kind of pigeon. Logan intervened in the conversation, mockingly asking Gertrude if Krista's lackey was there. He asked her if she wanted some magic protein too. The girl answered him that she was not in the mood for jokes right now, and therefore if he wanted to fight, he should prepare his ass. Logan, not at all scared, told her that she scared him, but he was thinking of sharing a pinch with her. Krista appeared next to them and told them that they were being too noisy. Looking sternly at the couple, she told them to go somewhere else if they wanted to make noise. Gertrude looked down guiltily and immediately apologized. Logan told Krista that she was being a bit too sensitive. Her skills were a surefire way to get through, so she shouldn't worry at all. The girl shouted back at him to stop talking nonsense, and she said that midterms were easy only in words, but they were arranged to weed out students without skills. As she walked away, she dropped that if they wanted to stay, they had to make every effort. A couple of minutes later, a loud greeting was heard that shook the entire hall. Caroline told the students that she enjoyed the tense atmosphere and hoped that the mood would continue until the end of the exams. She said into the microphone that she would make an announcement regarding midterm exams. She announced that they would be held during this week, from today until Friday, which made everyone shudder in surprise and fear. Caroline said that they would receive grades according to the responsible teacher system. In case the teacher makes a decision about expulsion, then the student must pack his things and leave the dorm within a day. And she took it upon herself to introduce the professors who would evaluate them. Gertrude immediately began waving her arms when she noticed someone on stage. Lynn asked her, confused, what was the matter? And she, screaming, asked him if he really didn't know Professor Margina. She said that she was the head of the Magic Union, and now she's a senior teacher in Day-Layton. And the head of the Magic Union is the most honorable position that can only be occupied by an outstanding magician, recognized by all the magicians of his time. Logan frowned and thought that this was a very important person in the magical world. But Gertrude went on to tell Rain that it was she who had replaced his grandfather in that position. And now Lin was surprised. Lin thought that this woman was on the level of his grandfather, maybe even higher. The girl continued to shout that there were still outstanding personalities behind. She said about Kyle that he was a genius student who graduated with the highest scores among 1,378 groups. About Professor Zeron that she built her magic tower at the age of 20. And about Elin, she said that she has her own column in the Magic Herald. The girl exclaimed that these professors are the elite and are in charge of the second and third years. Hearing all this hubbub from the hall, Margana stepped forward, a bright ball of light shining between her fingers. Like a megaphone, this ball of light carried the woman's voice throughout the room, and she told everyone to shut up. The students, who had almost fallen to the floor, immediately closed their mouths. The professors were also under the spell. The woman slammed her cane down and shouted at the students, asking if they really thought they were going for a walk. And she told them that they would now get rid of the most useless among them. She said that the professors evaluating them this time were not the professors responsible for their first-year teaching and who treated them like children. And everyone immediately remembered the tough Owen and couldn't believe it. Margana shouted that they were now with heartless people who would expel them as soon as they decided that they had no abilities, and they were all wondering how many students would remain. Quieter now and with a smirk on her face, she said that she could now see from their faces that they realized the seriousness of it. Exams are held at different sites. The location will be appointed taking into account individual characteristics. The location will be announced soon, so once they get the information, they can head there. She raised her voice again, exclaiming that in Delatain the strong go on, the weak go away. With a big smile on her face, she told the students to move forward. The first testing ground was the Red Mountain Range, Chulin Peak. Kyle told the students that they would have to get out of this labyrinth using all their magical knowledge and experience. The students began to talk excitedly, wondering if she would be able to get out of there safe and sound. Lin said thoughtfully that, as far as he remembered, there was no cave in this area. Kyle noticed his expression and asked him what was the matter, to which he replied by saying that this Red Mountain Range was the sacred land of the Red Dragon Corps, so it was surprising that there was a cave in such a place. Kyle was pleasantly surprised that he knew this, and he said that this cave was artificially created specifically for the exam. What is inside is controlled, so they do not have to worry about safety. He smiled and said that they could of course get hurt, but there was almost nothing there that could harm life. He told the students that they had better worry about whether they would pass the exam or be expelled. Kyle said that he would now talk about the grading system, and compared to absolute grading, he liked relative grading better. Therefore, the first place will be given to the S level, the second and third to the A level, and so on. The F level is 39th place, and everyone who ends up lower will have to retake the exam or will be expelled immediately. The evaluation criterion is the time spent on completing the labyrinth, and completing it means destroying all the targets located inside the labyrinth, but if you don't meet the deadline, you will be immediately expelled. Kyle said that the exam would be held in pairs, and nearby, Assistant Zamar was adjusting something on his magic screen. The man said that based on the results of their entrance exams, an average was calculated, and based on this data, pairs were formed, and a list was created according to which they had to be divided into pairs. Lin immediately wondered who his partner would be. Suddenly, a small clay doll fell to the ground next to him. Someone immediately approached the guy and trampled the doll with their foot. It was Krista, laughing smugly, telling the guy that heaven didn't care about him, since he had been competing with her from the very first day. They cried out to him to get ready. Otherwise, the same thing would happen to him as to that doll. Logan came up and asked the girl what they were doing there, and he said that he wanted to go with them too. Looking at the face dark with fatigue, the guy told Rain that he had good news. He announced to him that they were on the same team. Shaking his hand to his partner, Lin said with a smile that he was lucky and that they had to try harder. Krista screamed, asking if this distribution was strange. She couldn't understand how two of the best students could be paired together. Lin asked her if she had just acknowledged his abilities, to which she immediately shouted back that he wasn't as good as her. But suddenly she remembered that Rain had taken an additional entrance exam instead of the main one, which meant that he was, in fact, the worst of all. The other students noticed that Rain and Logan were on the same team, and they immediately wondered if she would fight like last time. Understanding the reason, Krista finally said that she would still take first place one way or another. Lin noticed that she seemed ready to put her life on the line for the exams. He suddenly asked Logan if these exams were important, if he was going to graduate as the top student. The guy replied that they were very important because they only take 4 official exams a year. Hearing this, Lin apologized to Krista, and he said that this time he wouldn't be able to be a gentleman. Smiling, Krista told him not to even hope. Kyle announced that he was giving the students 10 minutes to discuss how to get through the maze, and they could come in whenever they were ready. The exam would start as soon as time was up. Kyle said that there were a total of 20 routes in this maze, each with the same number of targets. There could only be one team on one route, so it was better to focus on their own route rather than others. And all the students began to discuss heatedly what to do. They discussed how to use magic and which one was best to use. Zmar asked the professor if there was a reason why he insisted on giving this exam to freshmen every year. He replied that the moment when one can see the true abilities of a magician comes precisely when he encounters something that he has not encountered before. In such situations, all thoughts disappear from the head. The ability to make decisions decreases and their execution slows down. However, it is in such situations that geniuses emerge. Exams are only a basic assessment to identify talents, and they find such children and encourage them to further education. This is his job. Logan suggested to Rain that they kill everything they see when they go inside, to which he smiled and said that it was all brilliantly simple. Putting aside the jokes, he said that this was indeed a good option, but it was better to have a spare one, because if you didn't distribute the magic correctly, there would be problems. Someone behind him mockingly repeated the guy's words. Krista asked him with a smug grin if he really thought he could get better with such a plan. The guy sullenly told her to think better about how she would go about it, to which the girl said that they had already come to an agreement regarding their plan. Logan told her that the magic they would be using was not too different. She was too confident, to which Krista said that he would soon see for himself. The girl asked Rain if he had expressed a desire to graduate as the best student. She said that she had never won first place before, so she would show him today. She exclaimed that he would definitely see the difference between their abilities. Calling out to her partner, Krista quickly ran to the entrance. Entering the cave, she announced that the second team was beginning the exam. At the entrance to the cave, a magical projection appeared, in which one could see girls running through the cave. They jumped down and Krista commanded her partner to conjure light. In her other hand, her partner had a reconnaissance spell that gave a signal. Krista told her to trust her to land, and she continued to search for targets. The girl shouted that she had found two, and the girls landed in the soft sand. Standing to her feet, Krista raised her hands up, calling on her warriors. All the students who were watching her were surprised by the speed of her spell. They were also amazed by the number because she immediately summoned 10 of them. As Kyle watched the clay warriors fight, he thought that the magic of the Varden family, which was passed down through generations, was created by the second elder, Riot Varden. Even if we take into account that it was done by a 2-star mage, the speed of execution was still incredible. Krista had perfect control over her 10 warriors and quickly dealt with the targets. Krista's partner exclaimed that she had found 3 more targets. As they ran towards them, the girl asked the other where exactly they were. One was in the gorge for 3 hours, another one at 8 o'clock. The third one was under the ceiling. Summoning her warriors once again, Krista rushed into battle with a smile on her face. The warriors got rid of their targets with precision and speed, cutting them down. The partner opened her mouth wide and couldn't believe that the girl had taken out 3 at once. Running further, Krista asked her why she was standing, if there was something in this direction. She came to her senses and answered that there was not. Then Krista shouted at her to search further. The students watching them pass noticed with horror that they did not even pause once. Lin noted that Krista is very skilled at working with 2-star magic. Logan agreed with him and said that she was a genius, the most hoped for among their generation. Lin asked him if she was really that cool, to which Logan replied that there was no one who didn't know her. Even senior students are urged to be careful with her. Krista struggled more and more furiously, thinking only that it was not enough. She thought about how the Warden family's ancestors were the only sages besides Paige. In the past, someone had told her that Paige's family was on another level, if only because their eyes were the Dean of Delaith. Little Krista listened to this with wide eyes. The Varden family continued to be ridiculed, and the girl was told that the head of the Varden, her father, had barely reached the level of 2 stars. She was asked how it was possible that 2 families descended from sages could be so different. The man's friend told him to stop, to which he replied that the girl should understand this. As he walked away, he told her one last thing, to tell her father that their family did not fit into the status of a family of magicians. This burden was too much for them to bear. He said that everyone thought so, even her mother, because her 2 older daughters couldn't use magic properly. He said it was time to retreat, because despite the suffering, things would only get worse for them. Krista continued to fight furiously, killing 20 targets already, thinking that they had nothing to be ashamed of. It was just a lack of talent. Krista immediately turned to her partner to find out where the next target was, in response to which she, breathing heavily, asked to rest. Krista grabbed her partner with a hand made of sand and carried her further, asking her again where the target was. Dragging the girl behind her, Krista continued to run forward, drenched in sweat. The students whispered that it was amazing. They even got goosebumps. Krista thought that everything was fine. She could already handle magic of this level. In her childhood, when she was learning magic, one day she was asked what was wrong. The girl replied that she would become the best magician, simply magnificent. She said that this way, mom, dad, and sisters will no longer be treated with disdain. As she continued to cut down the monsters, she thought only of how she would definitely return their glory, authority, and make them respect her all. Meanwhile, a monster jumped to the ground, which was several times larger than the previous ones. He waved his paw and the girls flew to the side. Krista's mother in the past grabbed her daughter by the shoulders, burst into tears and said that all hope was only on her. Krista quickly gathered herself and summoned a golem of a larger size. Driven by the determination to lift her family up, she rushed towards the monster. With one of his fashionable blows, the golem killed the monster, slamming it into the stone. Zmar, looking at his screen, announced that there was a signal on this route that all the walls had been destroyed. He announced that the second team had completed the exam. He said it took them all 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Zmar said he couldn't believe it took them less than 5 minutes. Kyle chuckled and said, as expected from a descendant of one of the magical families. While Krista was trying to catch her breath, Kyle said that she was a great S-tier. With a satisfied smile, Krista walked out of the cave. The students gossiped about how someone had not yet finished the discussion, and they had already finished the exam. Logan thought that he knew about Krista's abilities, of course, but he didn't expect this. Now he understood the reason why the elders were so wary. He thought that she was already being considered as a candidate for the position of head of the Union of Magicians. Kyle told the girls that they were, in all his practice, the second team to complete the exam in under 5 minutes. Krista said smugly that overcoming odds is a family motto. Kyle thought that the strengths of the Varden family, who settled high in the mountains, were their incredible physical and magical strength. And in order to maintain these strengths, a plan was developed. But that did not explain all of Krista's actions. He thought that it must have taken her a lot of effort to achieve this result. Her strength is that she is smart and at the same time very hardworking. Smiling, he told the girls that there was no need to tell them that they had passed the exam. And although not all the students had finished yet, he rated them at S level. Remembering her manners, Krista made a small curtsy and said that Kyle was too kind. Looking at Rain, she thought that she was a good girl and that she was the best student. Lin told his partner that exams were a lot more fun than he thought. One day in his past, Lin and his team reached the southern star Orvidon. Earlier at noon, the sun's rays poured down on the city from all 4 directions. But now, Esther said that she didn't even want to get close to it. Frida asked her what their plan was then, since entering that fog meant voluntarily going to their death, to which Lin agreed. Esther, with an unchanging face, told the guy to blow everything up, to which he immediately agreed. As soon as he realized what Esther had said, he turned to look at her in surprise. He asked her if that city was a cultural heritage site, to which she replied that it was. He exclaimed that then it was necessary to preserve its original appearance as much as possible, to which Esther agreed. She told him with a smile on her face that sometimes you just have to do something first and regret it later. Frida agreed with the girl with a smile. Esther said that for her they are more important than some cultural heritage, and she told the guy that next time he should leave the role of being dissatisfied with her, because she is the leader after all. She exclaimed that if necessary they could use her fist. Lin asked her if it wasn't such a simple problem, to which she replied that she hated to complicate things. Lin, already starting to create a spell, said that then it didn't matter what they would say later, but he himself was very worried. Remembering this, Lin called Logan, thinking that it was such sudden actions that changed the world. He told his partner his idea, in response to which Logan said that they could be suspended from the exam, to which Lin told him not to worry. If anything happened, he would take care of everything. Looking away, Logan said that even if they passed the exam, it wouldn't be interesting. After hearing about the exam suspension, Krista asked them what they were going to do. Lin told the girl to just wait and see. In response, Krista screamed, getting everyone's attention so they wouldn't forget that this was an exam. She screamed that there were other things to have fun with, but now they had to take everything that was happening seriously. Turning away, Lin told her that magic was supposed to be fun. The time for discussion was already coming to an end. and everyone ran to the cave to begin the exam. Lin didn't go inside, but went to the professor. He asked him if they guaranteed the safety of the students who entered the cave, to which he said that they did. Kyle said that they control everything with magic, so even if something happens, the students are not in danger. Lin asked Logan if he heard it, and he said that then they would do as they discussed. Zmar said there was 1 minute left. Logan, throwing off his jacket and shirt, said that 7 seconds and he was ready. Lin stopped at the entrance to the cave, not even thinking about going in. The lights of Belsidius shone in his eyes and he screamed that they were going to turn everyone upside down. Krista and her partner couldn't understand what was happening and why they weren't going into the cave. Kyle, looking at them, already began to guess something. Looking into the boy's eyes, he immediately recognized the magic of the Ludwig family, Belsidius. Kyle couldn't believe he was using it at 16 years old. Out of all the geniuses in the family, it was the fastest result. Logan also began his preparations, his green magic coursing through his veins. All around, Krista's screams could be heard, and she still couldn't understand what was happening. Lin, with the help of his powers, immediately found all the targets, which for him were little lights. Having found everyone, he descended to the ground, on which a magic circle began to shine, and he gave a signal to his partner. Logan ran up and hit the ground with all his might, right where the magic circle was. Krista, who was blown away by the impact, screamed and asked what they would do if the exit collapsed. Kyle noted that the scale of the damage was too small for such a force. Logan's magical power ran through the cracks created by his blow into the depths of the cave. The magic continued to spread further and further, cracks in the cave stretching in all directions. A magic circle began to appear near each target. Even under the most enormous monster, he also appeared. The next moment, as all the targets were in the crosshairs, the magic circles activated, destroying the monsters. These magical blows together created a huge wave that shook everything around. Even the professor and his assistant could not stay on their feet. Krista fell to the ground, looking around in confusion. Zmar couldn't understand what it was, and Kyle immediately asked about the number of living targets. The assistant asked again, shaking himself off. Kyle asked about the number of living targets inside the cave. Looking at the screen, Zmar said that there was no one left inside. Using magic, Kyle decided to explore the cave himself and asked his assistant about the time. The time was 59 seconds. Kyle finished checking the condition of the cave, shocked that someone spent less than a minute. Scratching his head, Zmar told the professor that this was wrong. Kyle asked him what he meant, to which he exclaimed that he couldn't understand. He said that they were evaluating the abilities that the students showed inside the labyrinth, and they could have destroyed the entire labyrinth and, as a result, would not have fulfilled the main criterion. But it was only by chance that they hit all the targets without destroying the walls and the ceiling. He said that the S grade is the ideal result, and what they saw was not ideal, but some kind of disgrace. Kyle paused for a moment and then said that genius is not always ideal. An ideal is something that corresponds to some superior standard that is widely accepted in this world. However, the geniuses who change this world have always exceeded this norm. A genius is not a person who fits into the framework of an ideal, but one who creates new ideals. Zmar asked again about the new ones. Kyle said that the team of Rain and Logan is still far from perfect, if you look at the traditional criteria. He asked him if he had ever thought of destroying the labyrinth, to which he replied that it had never even occurred to him. But he could do it if he had thought about it. And the professor said that now it was the young people who had paved a new road. The fact that they were the first to implement an idea that no one else could think of before cannot be ignored. And this is actually more important than anything else. Kyle thought that magical knowledge, as well as understanding of what was happening, turned such reckless ideas into reality. He could not believe that this was actually happening. The professor told the assistant to look more closely. After all, the day will come when these young people will become the center of this magical world. The horizons of magic can change. After 40 minutes, the exam was over and the results were in front of all the students. This year, the tests were more difficult than in previous years, but most of them passed successfully and even completed them within 30 minutes. During the exams, some students were injured due to exhaustion and loss of control over the flow of energy. And there were also students who had to retake the exam due to being attacked by targets more than 3 times. And in this chaos, the 4 minutes and 13 seconds that Krista and Lamro managed was an amazing result. So Professor Kyle's preliminary S score was justified. However, it took Rain and Logan's team less than a minute, and Krista's grade dropped to an A. As a child and to this day, everyone admired Krista because at the age of 6 she had already mastered the magic of 2 stars. Everyone thought that now the Varden family could breathe a sigh of relief because their crisis was over. The situation for the Ludwigs, on the contrary, was in decline. They said that they had no hope at all, and that their youngest son was a disaster. Hearing this, Krista couldn't understand why he lived so carefree. Didn't he get angry at what people around him said? She screamed at him, seeing herself in him, to try harder and prove himself to these idiots. Rain didn't care about these speeches, but now, remembering all the things that adult Rain had done, Krista remembered how everyone had called him amazing. His magic usage speed was as fast as that of the professors. She didn't understand how this was possible, because during the family dinner she couldn't even imagine that he was so strong. She remembered asking Caroline to give him an extra exam because he was late. She couldn't understand why she was so worried about him. Caroline told her then that new emotions were awakening in her when she was around him. Krista was glad that such an interesting student entered the school. Then she thought that now he too had the desire to do everything right. Krista couldn't forget how she declared him her rival. But now everything was in vain. Krista's partner thanked her, not because thanks to her they received a high grade, even though their result was lowered to A. Krista didn't listen to her, and only one thought was spinning in her head. Did I lose again? While Rain happily high-fived Logan, she couldn't understand how she could possibly lose to someone who calmly said that magic was interesting. Clenching her fists, she wondered why it hadn't occurred to her to destroy the labyrinth. But she immediately realized that even if she had, nothing would have come of it. Kyle, looking at the girl, thought that competition was turning her on, which was good. However, it won't be easy for her to keep up with Ryan. He sighed and told all the students that the S grade was always given to only one team. But this time, they had a very unusual situation, so two groups were getting the highest score. He said that they formed teams based on their scores on the entrance exam, but it still seemed a little unfair to put Rain and Logan on the same team. And so Krista and Lamru also received an S grade, and the other students cheered. Everyone around them was saying that, given all the difficulties, they had done a great job and deserved it. But Krista was not happy. Instead of a joyful smile, she clenched her teeth angrily. Coming closer, Lin told the girl that they had a draw. He extended his hand to shake hers and said that today he saw a new side of her. But then Krista screamed at him not to come near her and sharply pushed his hand away. She ended with a crooked smile on her face, asking the guy if he really thought she would accept this outcome. Lin couldn't figure out what the problem was since she had an S too. The girl screamed that their team was given S only out of pity. Everyone around them stared at Krista, and the girl thought they saw pity in their eyes, and she prayed that they wouldn't look at her like that. The girl turned around and ran away from the crowd. Lin asked Logan what he said wrong, to which he replied that he didn't know, since he was a student at one of the 8 schools and didn't really know much about magical families. But the guy told him not to lie because it was all written on his face. Logan said that the Varden family is finished. It is a disgrace for the family of magicians. Lin asked what this means. Logan sighed and said that this is what people say. The honor and glory of the Varden family was a thing of the past. Even before Krista was born, no one in the family had enough skills for the family to be recognized as part of the magical elite. Krista single-handedly raised her family from ruins and even made them recognized as a great family of mages. She did everything herself, and even now she is the only one who supports the family. She has taken on too much. After running through the forest, Costa stopped and crouched down on the ground. Footsteps were heard behind him, and she said that aristocrats from magical families should always be treated with respect, even fear. She said that they are the ones that everyone should look up to, that everyone should respect, that they should not be treated as equals but not sympathized with. Standing on her feet and clenching her fists until they trembled, she exclaimed that she had tried hard no matter what. From the age of 6 until today, she had almost reached the level where she could be called the genius of this century. She shouted at Rain that he was butting into things that weren't his business for the sake of those who didn't have a pedigree. No one in the Union of Magicians behaved like that. She exclaimed that he communicates so calmly with everyone. She screamed that she couldn't understand what was fun about magic. There was nothing exciting about it. She continued to scream, asking why everything was like this, and a spell flashed between her palms. She pointed her hand with a spell at the guy, and a golem appeared behind her. The girl screamed, asking why he was considered better than her, although for him it was just fun. Lin waved his hand towards the golem that ran up to him and destroyed it with one blow. Tears flowed from Krista's eyes when the boy told her that he liked magic. Coming closer, he continued, saying that when you can manifest the spell according to your desire, all the difficulties and complications fade into the background. He said that this was a picture of the world that could be seen if you tried hard enough. Krista jumped back, preparing the next spell. She summoned a new golem, and Lin told her that he wasn't always happy. She should understand that. He also had moments of despair when things were really hard. The guy destroyed another one and told the girl that she was carrying the entire Varden family on her shoulders as the family's last hope. She had honed her skills to be able to use magic at this level at 16, and he couldn't even begin to imagine how much effort and dedication it took her to put in. When his magic faded, he said that he could only say one thing for sure. He said that this was the moment when she first managed to master magic for real. He told her that she didn't have to take everything on herself. She could quit magic at any time. He shouted at her, "But you didn't do it, why?" Krista waved her hands and a huge golem appeared behind her, and she screamed at the guy to shut up. But Lin didn't shut up. He just asked her if it was because she still felt the pride and excitement of her first successful spell. Screaming, the girl struck the spot where Rain stood. But the boy's words awakened memories from her childhood. She remembered how she was able to summon a small clay doll back then. She remembered the happiness and joy she had felt then, as a smile spread across her face. The blow missed Ryan. He stood next to a stone spike, and he told the girl that she was strong. Smiling, he told her that no matter what choice she made, no one could or would laugh at her. He asked her to feel the joy of magic again, and the girl fell to her knees, sobbing bitterly. A couple of minutes later, Krista stood up and said that he was annoying her, putting on airs here. Lin replied that he could afford it because this time the victory was his. Krista looked away from her eyes, red from tears. The guy extended his hand to the girl and said that he, however, had not felt such inspiration for a long time. He told her that she was truly a worthy opponent. Krista was a little quick to say that, and Lin said he hoped they would do it again, because he had had a lot of fun thanks to her. Unable to bear the embarrassment, Krista swung and hit the guy in the face. She quickly ran away, shouting at him that he had only won once and next time she would beat him. Lin rubbed his bruised cheek, thinking that her hand was really heavy. Krista ran away. In her thoughts, she apologized to her father, but a happy smile played on her face. Kyle told Zamar that talent always reveals itself in different forms. The assistant did not understand anything and asked again. Kyle said that sometimes he reveals himself as a catalyst to cheer up his fellow student. Sometimes it's like a huge wall that needs to be overcome, and sometimes like a friend you can rely on. Kyle noted with a smile that things would get more interesting, and Zamar only wearily asked if this meant there would be more work. The professor asked the assistant if that was not what they were working for, and he told him that no matter how much he thought about it, he still came to the conclusion that he was doing an excellent job, and that he was doing it with all his heart. Finally, Kyle said that everything needed to be put in order and the candidates needed to retake the exam. During this period, additional exams were held, so there were no classes in the afternoon for the entire period. When they got to the building, Logan noticed a bruise on his friend's cheek and asked him about it, but he only sullenly said that he imagined it. Lin suggested that they go to the gym since they had some free time after lunch. Someone asked them if they weren't tired from the exam that just ended. Lin said that's why they needed to try harder. Logan agreed with him. Owen, who appeared before them with a predatory smile, said that he was pleased to hear that they still had strength. He pointed to the huge stacks of paper, saying that he had just happened to have prepared 150 assignments on mathematics and magic. He told them that they had to pass a written exam as well, and that they would not return to the dorm until they had decided everything. Logan asked hopefully if that applied to him too. Smiling, Owen told him that if he wanted to, he could go, but only home with all his things. Looking around at the other students behind Rain and Logan, he told them that it concerned them too. The students began to say that they were completely exhausted, but the professor looked at them sternly and said that he had already said that he would not repeat it twice. Everyone sat down sadly at their desks. Lin looked at Krista and thought that she would be the first to pass everything, because she was already sitting there when they arrived. Owen said with a smirk that she came running so fast, so he thought she was ready to take exams all day, so he prepared even more questions for her. Krista, forcing Rain, asked him if he had just laughed. Owen told the students not to think about writing partially, as the grades for this written exam would count towards their grade. Lin, scribbling with his pen on the paper, thought that the professor wanted to know how good their results would be under conditions of total fatigue. But he noted that this number of questions was still too many. He thought wearily that here the problems they had solved thousands of times were like correctional labor. Deciding to take the easy way out, he activated Bell Sidious. 10 minutes later, Lin called the professor and told him that he was finished. Owen told him that he had finished rather quickly for a man with nothing but sawdust in his head, but that he could pass if he was confident in his answers. A tired voice came from the side, asking him if he was really so confident in himself. Krista tried to smile with a martyred look and asked the guy if he really thought she would have fewer correct answers. Lin noticed that she was already a little out of it. Owen screamed at them to shut their mouths, and Krista apologized in a pained voice. Lin, getting up from his seat, glanced at Logan, who still had a lot to decide. Sighing, he headed to the dorm, intending to take a shower. But suddenly he noticed that a girl with red hair followed him. Looking into her black eyes, he noted that in that gaze, breaking through the fiery mane of hair, darkness was swirling. He immediately recognized this girl as the best student among the 8 great schools, Lillian Karain. He realized that this was the first time they had met face-to-face like this. A little later, in the gym, Lin asked Logan if he knew Lillian Karain. While lifting the dumbbells, he said he knew and asked why he was asking. While wiping his face with a towel, Lin said that he ran into her yesterday after the written exam, and the atmosphere was quite tense. He asked Logan what she was like. He responded by saying that she was the secret weapon of the Rivendell school. It was said that she had been using the magic of the 2 stars since she was 5, and at 7, she made a contract with one of the 4 mythical creatures. Ever since she was admitted to the school, there have been many rumors about her. Thinking about Rivendell, Lin remembered that it was a school that specialized in fire magic. Logan said that, as he probably knows, a person receives red hair as a confirmation of passing a baptism of fire, and this means that their sensitivity to the properties of fire is a priori several times higher than that of ordinary people. Among the 8 great schools of magic, Lillian has an incredible reputation. She is not considered a real monster and is put on the same level as the genius Little Varden. They even say that she can become an archmage. Lin asked with a smile if she was overrated. Logan just said that he knew it was annoying, but she was really strong. Lin thanked his friend for the information, and then he asked him how he knew everything about her, if he really had a crush on her, which made Logan choke on the protein he was drinking. He tried to clear his throat, and the guy continued, saying that they would make a great couple so he would root for them. Logan asked him if he was joking, if it was really that obvious. Lin said, with a grin, that it was very obvious. He frowned, thinking about Logan's words, and thought that he wouldn't get bored in Delathane. On the 4th day of midterm exams, all first-year students went to the foot of the Red Mountain Range. The students noticed that the barriers were 4 layers long, meaning it was 4-star magic. Zmar announced into the microphone that he would now tell them about the exam and what they could expect today. He said that the exam would be held in the world of illusions. All 60 people would be divided into 3 teams, which would be assessed based on the results. Lin looked at the barrier, where the world of illusions was visible. Zmar said that this exam will be conducted in a battle royale style. Each location contains jewels, each of which will be worth 1 point. And inside each territory there are monsters created with the help of illusions, by destroying which they will also receive points. Their number will depend on the complexity of destruction, so first you need to assess your strength, and only then decide whether to attack or not. Noticing the raised hand, Zmar told Krista to ask. The girl asked where the battle royale would be, if someone focused on finding treasure and someone on killing monsters. Zmar said wearily that they did not understand this term. Margana, who came up from behind, said that there was another rule. By fighting, they could also lose their points. She said that even if they steal a treasure found by another student, interfere with the destruction of a monster or make a counterattack, it's all acceptable. They can do anything, even kill. When the students began to talk anxiously, Margana struck with her cane and said that this space was not called the world of illusions for nothing. What was happening inside the barrier was not real. Simply put, no matter how serious the attack is, no one will be harmed. However, the pain will be as in reality, regardless of the severity of the wounds or even death inside the world of illusions. When the barrier disappears, they will return to their original state again. The woman told the students that they had nothing to worry about and that the grading process was as simple as possible. The 2 people with the highest scores would receive an S grade, and there were no other criteria. Whispers began to spread through the crowd that murder sounded great. Margana said that the founder of magic, Amitsa Page, said this. Even in this world, the main duty of a magician is to enable people to dream. She shouted that they must try to fulfill this duty. Someone in the crowd smiled, and the woman continued, shouting that in the magical world, strength was and is above all else, so let them show what they are capable of. She announced Team A, which included Hubert, Logan, Krista, and others. The girl said that they were finally given a task for which they would have to sweat, and Lin asked her if everything was the same last time. He noticed that she then lost and started crying. The embarrassed girl screamed, asking who was crying. Gertrude listened with a smile on her face as Rain and Krista began to argue. After calming down, Krista told herself that she needed to pull herself together and get her S-level grade. because she was the only one who deserved to get an A. She told herself that she couldn't afford to play, and seeing the smiles on Gertrude and Rain's faces, she shouted at them to stop. Finally, the start of the exam for Team A was announced. Team B consisted of Gertrude, Lillian, and Rain, and the guy asked Gertrude if she was nervous, causing her to flinch. She waved her hands and quickly rattled off that she cared about Krista Varden, so he didn't need to joke. She exclaimed that it was he who needed to worry, and the guy asked her why. Dripping with sweat, Gertrude forced a smile and exclaimed that he had been placed on her team, and if they clashed at the very beginning, he risked being expelled immediately. Lin waved his hand and smirked, saying that it wouldn't happen. Noticing Lillian near him, whom Gertrude had failed to notice, Lin asked her what she wanted. The girl responded by saying that she had something to say. Lin told her with a smile that he would only listen if it was something interesting. Meanwhile, Krista was destroying monsters with her stone golem. By this time, she already had 280 points, which was not enough for her. She kept thinking about how many points Rain would score, and meanwhile someone was quietly sneaking up on her in the grass. But she immediately grabbed them with her sand. She turned around, looking at them with a murderous gaze, and asked them if they really thought they could attack her together. The guys ran away, and Krista simply let them go, saying that she wouldn't even get any points. The students admired Krista, who could already use the magic of 2 stars, but someone also noticed Hubert. His strategy is his talent for wind magic. With the help of maneuvering and the ability to restrain, he simultaneously obtains treasures and subdues monsters, so he has already gained 253 points. In third place was Logan, who had 249 points and was simply destroying everyone who came near him, which is a bit harsh, but admirable. Kyle noted that as they expected, the 3 were acting alone. Zmar said that they were great. Margina exclaimed that they were all shameful losers. Elin silently watched the students' battles. Meanwhile, Lillian told Rain that she had never lost. She said that there was never a time when she was defeated, and losing was equal to death. She asked him about why he did not show himself until now. The guy told her that he wasn't hiding. There was simply no point in revealing himself. Lillian said that all the young gentlemen from influential families think so. Gertrude noticed that the girl was still being sarcastic and continued to call Rain young master, but she herself was also from a high-ranking family. Lillian said she didn't think that title suited her. It would be better to call her an object. Turning around, she said that she was not a child born from the union of love between a father and mother. She was only an instrument that was created for a specific purpose. Her father, Tadan Karain, headmaster of Rivendell School, locked her in her room from her childhood and forced her to learn magic. If she didn't get good grades on an exam at school, she would be beaten until she passed out. He would even involve his mother in this, burning her skin to teach her a lesson, and he knew how to hurt without maiming. Lin noticed that it was very different from Osirius, where he studied, and he asked the girl if she would be beaten if she did not graduate with honors. Smiling, Lillian replied that this old man was no longer dangerous to her. She could kill him if she wanted. Gertrude frowned, wondering if she really meant to say that she could defeat a 4-star mage. As she passed, she said that her goal was to graduate from D-Lathe with stellar grades and be recognized throughout the school so that she could use that to remove her father from Rivendell. Finally, she told him that she was warning him not to disturb her. Gertrude told her with a smile not to forget about Krista Varden, the acknowledged genius of magic. But Lillian replied that some hothouse flower was no match for her. Gertrude's face froze with a forced smile. She came closer to the girl and asked her again. She couldn't believe that someone considered her mistress a hothouse flower. Lillian, looking down at her, asked her if she wanted to argue. Lin walked up to them and extended his hand between them, saying that he generally understood why it had come to this. He told the departing Lillian that he could not give up his place as the best student to her. He said that it was all because his friends were waiting for him. Lillian only said that she had already explained the reason and warned. Looking at him with her dark eyes, she said that if he interfered with her, then she would have no choice but to get rid of him. Meanwhile, the Group A exam ended. Krista and Hubert received 361 and 338 points respectively. Therefore, they received an S. Handing the towel to her mistress, Gertrude told her that she had done a great job, while an exhausted Krista said that it was a piece of cake. The assistants noticed that all of Team A's members had left the barrier. Kyle announced that Team B would now choose where they wanted to start the exam. Lin walked up to the magic table to choose where to start. The entire B team was crowded around the table. Zone A was located at the foot of the mountains, and Zone F is Mejgoria. These are the largest areas in terms of area, and they are also the most popular, as they contain the largest number of treasures and monsters. Zones B and C may have the advantage of visual control since they are mountain peaks, but it is easy to get surrounded by other students. Forest areas D and E are good for cover but difficult to see, which can be distracting. Lin kept wondering which point would suit him best. Kyle announced that they should picture the place in their heads if they were ready to begin. Krista shouted at Gertrude to make sure she showed her class. And then the girl disappeared in a bright flash. The exam started, and Caroline told Elin that it was Rain's turn. Elin thought that everyone knew what Professor Margina expected from students. She expects the ability to maneuver, analyze the situation, and the ability to fight. This is truly a test of a wizard's core talent. Elin mentally told her nephew to show her how to deal with this old woman. The students noticed that Lillian and Krista chose the F zone as their starting point, which shows their confidence because it is dangerous there, but they can get the highest scores. Zone F is the most convenient place to get to other areas. Zmar noted that compared to Lillian, Rain's choice was very simple and clear. He said his strategy was to avoid battles and gradually gain points. Kalu noted that this was unexpected but not bad. Lin touched the tree, and the students were saying that it was boring, and it would be more interesting if he chose Zone F like Lillian. The boy's finger flashed with magic as he touched the branch. Elin asked Caroline if this guy was annoying, to which she replied that he was a little bit, and she couldn't believe that he was acting so cautiously, considering that he could destroy all the promising students of the great schools. While walking through the forest, Lin met a student. The students who were watching this shouted with joy, hoping for a good fight. Caroline wondered what he was going to show them now. She wanted him to show off his abilities, which is why Kyle gave him an S. But suddenly Lin turned around and ran away from the girl. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. Even Caroline couldn't help but gasp. Elin screamed in frustration about what the asshole had done, while the other professor held her down. Krista asked if he was even going to get an A. Margana was infected with laughter. Watching Scalzi's grandson Zmar asked her if this was something to laugh about. She said there was no problem with it. It just made it more interesting. She thought that he was saving his strength and waiting for the right moment to make a breakthrough, so they would still see if he could compensate for the lost points. 40 minutes passed. Team B's highest score was lower than Team A's, but still excellent. In first place was Gertrude, the youngest daughter of Baron Panton's family, and she abruptly stole the stone from the boy. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind her, intending to devour her. She reacted quickly and kicked. Caroline thought that she was constantly in Krista's shadow, but it was obvious that she was an excellent mage. Kyle asked Zmar where Lillian was, to which he replied that she wasn't even in the top 20. He was surprised to find that she was in last place. He said she had no points at all. The students couldn't understand what her tactics were if she just sat there from the start and one of the students decided to attack her with the monster. But Lillian destroyed the monster without even lifting a finger, and the student ran away in fear. She didn't show any initiative at all. Rain collected treasures. He fought a monster only once, when it suddenly appeared right in front of him. But even so, he was in 13th place with 198 points. Caroline noticed that he was now in the highlands of Zone C. She asked Elin if he often went to the mountains to be able to move around so dexterously, to which she replied that he was clearly a monkey in a past life. Caroline said that at the rate he was scoring, it would be a dream for him to get into the leading group. Suddenly, the sky became covered with clouds and it started to rain. Lin smiled and said that it was the perfect time to hunt monsters with keen hearing. He spread his hands, calling on the spells, and noticed that the rain was interfering with them. Meanwhile, somewhere in the sky, bright balls of fire were flying, which were not extinguished by water. Without touching the monsters, they flew to Lillian. The girl told herself that she had found everyone in the top 10. Finally getting to her feet, she said it was time to begin, and suddenly the volcano began to erupt. Everyone who was in the area was told to evacuate the area as soon as possible. This Battle Royale-style exam was designed so that no one could survive by simply sitting in the bushes. With the once safe zone now dangerous, everyone will have to fight. A barrier was set up, and one of the assistants said that the top students, as expected, began to act as the time came. Logan said that if only they hadn't lost their pace in that part of the exam, the result might have been different. Krista, drying her hair with a towel, replied that he simply lacked skill. Suddenly it was noticed that someone was showing strong activity. It was Rain Ludwig. Margana told them to show him. As it turned out, Rain was now in the middle of an open area, hiding behind the stone peaks he had built himself, and surrounded by monsters on all sides. Elin immediately perked up and smiled when her nephew stopped chewing his snot. Lin killed monsters one after another. His score grew rapidly and now he was already in 8th place. Smiling, Margana noticed that he was quite the impudent one. Logan asked how he did it, to which Krista replied that he caused an earthquake and thereby attracted the monsters. The girl noticed that he acted so slowly in Zone C and was now using vibration propagation magic. Lin continued to fight the monsters, dodging their attacks. He raised his hand to use the 3-star spell, deciding it was time. He hit the ground with his hand and something sharp started to emerge from it, piercing the monsters. As it turned out, these were tree roots. Kyle was surprised to see that there were no trees in this area, but he immediately understood everything, remembering how he touched the trees at the beginning. The assistants quickly counted the points for such an attack and added 164 points to him. Caroline said it was amazing that he could use 3-star magic at the same time and fight so many monsters. Elin said with a grin that there was nothing surprising about it. Brushing the dust off his shoulder, Lin noticed that he now had 362 points, putting him in first place considering Team A's scores. Lin walked away, deciding that that would be enough. Kyle thought about the fact that the battlefield had shrunk significantly due to the fact that everything was flooded with magma. There were almost no jewels, there were almost no monsters left. Gertrude would no longer have time to get around Rain. Smar turned to Kyle, who asked him what was wrong. Smar noticed that Bruno and Eni, who were in 3rd and 4th places, were missing. Kyle asked him if he had really gotten old and had poor eyesight. Kyle leaned towards the screen, not believing it. Finding that they had indeed disappeared, Kyle thought that there was a big difference in points between them and 5th place, but now they weren't even in the top 20. Turning to the workers, he told them to show what happened to those who were in 3rd and 4th places 3 minutes ago. The screen immediately showed the image of a burning man screaming in pain. Someone was approaching the girl, who seemed to be Eni. Eni put her hands forward, using a spell to defend herself. But before she could cast the spell, a wave of fire washed over her. Lillian walked past the burnt body with the same emotionless face. So she has already dealt with several students, and it will be enough for her if she catches someone in 1st or 2nd place. Margana noticed that the girl's character was like her father's. Sitting on the branch, Gertrude noticed that Rain had already passed her, and Lillian had come close in points, but the guys behind her had disappeared somewhere. She couldn't understand what was happening, and meanwhile, a fiery bird was flying towards her. Seeing it approaching, Gertrude dodged and began to fall down. And after her, this fiery bird flew again. The bird gained more and more speed, smashing the girl into the ground. Lillian moved closer to the fire to make sure she was rid of the girl. But suddenly she felt a gust of wind behind her and bent down. Gertrude's foot flew over her head, and she was thinking that she had not felt the heat of the fire. Lillian threw fire behind her, but Gertrude twisted in the air and sent a stream of water at him. With a quick and dexterous movement, Gertrude jumped back and landed. Lillian pulled out a paper talisman, saying that perhaps she should have handled things differently with those she had eliminated earlier. Calling for water, Gertrude answered her with a smile that it was too late to regret. The girl threw the talisman under his head, saying that he would have to act differently. She used magic, and the firebird appeared again and headed towards her opponent. Gertrude put her hands forward, protecting herself from the bird with a stream of water. She shouted at the girl not to try to change the score and to give up. Lillian didn't say anything to her, but only tore something off her neck. The beads of her rosary caught fire. The Rivendell school uses talismans. This is magic in the style of remedial, which made it possible to reduce the time for creating a magic circle, calculating formulas, and manifesting runes. This thereby maximizes the effectiveness of the battle in a short time. The beads turned into fiery butterflies. Lillian waved her hand and the butterflies flew in formation towards Gertrude. The girl prepared to use the water spell again. But the butterflies had already crashed into the obstacle, exploding. Lillian watched the fire burn when suddenly Gertrude burst through it. The girl was surprised but still managed to dodge. She took out the talisman again and said that this was the end. But before she could use it, Gertrude's foot flew into her cheek. Lillian found that the girl had pushed off from the tree, which was why she was so close so quickly. Gertrude's kick sent Lillian flying backwards, hitting a tree. All the students watching this shouted joyfully, supporting different sides. Gertrude did not retreat. She slid along the ground with her water spell, closer to her opponent. As soon as the girl got closer, Lillian stretched out her hand and launched a stream of fire at her. But Gertrude immediately dodged quickly and deftly, and the fire only pierced the water. Swinging her leg, the girl kicked the place where Lillian was standing, but she managed to jump back. Elin was surprised to see that Lillian had dodged, which was a bad position for Gertrude. Preparing to strike, the girl took out a new talisman. But then a large magic circle appeared under their feet, glowing with blue light, and a powerful stream of water hit the air. Kyle smiled and noted that it was underground water, and Gertrude stood in that place on purpose. She clearly had talent. Gertrude pinned Lillian to the ground with her arm pinned behind her back. And Kyle noticed that she was striving for harmony in her use of martial arts and water magic, using all of her strengths. He noticed that only she should not underestimate the enemy. Lillian coughed, spitting out water. Gertrude smirked and told her to know her place. Before it was all over, she would bring her back down to earth. Krista continued to be happy for her friend and began to hit Logan on the shoulder. Gertrude continued, telling the girl that she was already soaking wet and could not use the talismans. She exclaimed that this was the last chance she had to give up if she didn't want her arm broken. Lillian grinned and told her opponent that she was too naive, and in her place, she would have simply killed her. Gertrude frowned and told her that with such a love for the stage, she should have gone to the theater. She jerked her hands sharply and still managed to break her opponent's arm. Turning her head, Lillian told the girl that she did not use talismans because she was slow at counting. She stuck out her tongue, which had a magic circle drawn on it, and she said that she just couldn't control her power. Noticing the murderous look in her opponent's eyes, Gertrude immediately jumped away from her. Lillian rose to her feet, waved her unbroken arm, and fireballs appeared in the air again. They spun quickly through the air and Lillian screamed a spell. A bright flash illuminated everything around, and Gertrude immediately covered her eyes with her hand. A huge fiery snake appeared behind Lillian. The snake began to hiss, its tongue wriggling, and the owner told it, pointing to the girl in front, for the python to swallow her. The fire python is considered the best summoning animal among the 4 fire divine animals that the Rivendell School is so proud of, and is said to have been used as the main force by the founder of the Rivendell School himself, Orbos Karain. The fire python is famous for being very selective in choosing the master it contracts with, and currently the python that Lillian has accepted only has 1/3 of its strength, as it is not yet possible to summon it under ideal conditions. Elin said she couldn't believe that this little girl at 16 had already summoned a fire python. All the students stared at the screen in fear. Krista, turning pale, asked if anything could be done about it. Looking up, Gertrude noticed that the situation was not so good, and the python opened its mouth, releasing a loud cry and a wave of heat towards the girl. Following this, a wave of fire poured towards her, but Gertrude managed to dodge it, jumping to the side. Standing on her feet, she immediately noticed that she was still slightly injured. The edge of her cloak was on fire. She began to slap it with her hands, trying to put it out. Looking to the side, she noticed that several hundred meters further on, everything was burned. She even said that, which it would seem could not fall apart and turn into ashes, did not survive. Seeing such damage, everyone finally realized the power of the fire python. Suddenly, Gertrude noticed that the trees a few meters away from her were also on fire. The unfortunate monsters and students fell into this fire without having time to escape. The assistants noticed that the fire python was encircling Gertrude. The fire python circled the forest, setting trees ablaze behind it, surrounding the girl with a ring of fire and choosing her as its target. Zmar jumped up and asked Kyle if they should intervene. He exclaimed that although the girl would not actually die, the pain would be real. If she were to suffer from the flames of the fire dragon, it would not be limited to a simple injury. Gertrude was having a hard time dodging the python. Zmar asked the professor if they should stop the exam. Kyle didn't answer, but simply turned to Margina to make a decision. After a short hesitation, she finally agreed and raised her hand to do something. Suddenly, she noticed Rain standing on a branch of one of the burnt trees. When Lin was still studying with Scalzi, he told him that 3 times was the maximum for his magical power. Blood was flowing from the boy's eyes. The man said that the higher the level of magic he wants to compete with, the faster he will find his own limits of what is possible. And at the limit, it is no longer possible to use higher level magic, and so he hits the ceiling without a chance for further growth. In other words, he must think about when it is right to use it. Standing at the top, Lin reasoned that he had already earned enough points, and now he just needed to wait in a safe place, holding the line. He thought that due to the legal hunting, there was almost no magical power left. Now he had no reason to deliberately expose himself to danger. But something in him wavered as he saw Gertrude begin to give way, the fire burning her face. Yet Lin jumped from the tree branch, determined to join the fight. His eyes flashed with bright flashes of Bel Curious. Looking at the python, he noticed that the formula of the magic equation consisted of 5 triangles. The runes were formed. As he made his way down the charred remains of the trees, he continued to analyze the python. From such overexertion, his eyes began to bleed again, which forced the guy to close his eyes. He thought about something he definitely realized during the fight with Logan and the Spider Rat Queen. He realized that every time he overcame obstacles, his strength grew, so the more he fought against strong opponents, the faster he would be able to reach the level of 6 stars of magic. While the python was flying at full speed towards Gertrude, she only sank tiredly to the ground. She smiled sourly, ready to accept her fate, and Lin thought that he was doing all this for himself, and not for the sake of young Panton. He used Bell Curious again, and the python flying towards the girl exploded into a bright flash. Lillian stared into the air in disbelief, not believing that the fire python had disappeared. Helping someone during an exam does not bring any benefit. This is where, under limited time, resources, and special conditions, it becomes possible to test whether students can make a choice, leaving behind all the pros and cons. Krista, once her friend was safe, sighed in relief and hung on Logan. Margana looked at Rain, mentally asking Scalzi if this was his doing. She noted with a grin that this would definitely be a high score. Lin thought that suppressing the 5th star-level magic required more mana than he thought, and he began to choke on his own blood. His whole body ached. The guy just thought that this meant that he was not ready yet. Noticing the guy, Gertrude quietly called him. Lin yelled back at her to run away faster and not sit there. The girl rose to her feet and walked away. Lillian stood in place, her head down. Breathing heavily with anger, she thought about how her magic and the Panton family's magic were completely opposite, and she didn't have the strength to summon the python again. More importantly, this idiot had made her first kite disappear, and she wondered if he would continue to bother her. She slowly walked forward, thinking that he had already, however, spent all his strength to get rid of the python, which meant that now he was completely defenseless. Driven by an abnormal desire to take first place, Lillian, with a crazy look, took out another talisman, which lit up in her hand. A fire python appeared in the air, much smaller than the previous one. The assistants immediately became tense, but when they noticed that he was smaller, they calmed down. But still, the new python was causing inconvenience, and tired Lin had difficulty dodging it. The fire burned brightly around the little python, and everyone noticed that its firepower was still terrifying. Elin immediately tensed up and exclaimed that it was dangerous. But before Lillian could command the python to attack, Gertrude appeared behind her. As the girl turned around, another one struck her in the chest. The girl flew back from the blow, flying backwards into her own python. Lin asked the weak and reeling Gertrude why she had returned, to which the girl quietly replied that Lillian was her enemy. And she said that if he was expelled, Mrs. Krista would suffer from a broken heart. Hearing this, Krista froze in shock, and her cheeks immediately flushed red. All eyes turned to her, and the girl immediately began babbling that he was just a competitor to her, even something like an enemy. Logan gave her a thumbs up with a forced smile, and Krista immediately screamed, asking him if he really wanted to punch her in the face. Logan asked her what was wrong and remarked that they looked great together. But before he could finish speaking, Krista had already slapped him across the face. From such a blow, the guy lost consciousness and fell, and Krista thought that as soon as Gertrude left the exam, she would kill her. But she still thought that Rain was the one who got rid of the fire python. She thought about what they said. If you perfectly understand the magic of the Ludwig family, which is passed down through the blood, then you can easily establish control over any kind of magic, but in 1,000 years, only 3 people have succeeded in this, and all of them did it at a fairly old age. The fire began to flare up again, and Gertrude stepped forward, telling the boy to leave it to her. Lin noticed that she was injured, to which the girl said with a grin that everything was fine, and he, to be honest, was more of a hindrance to her in this state than a help. She said that she hadn't beaten that crazy woman up yet. Lin didn't argue and ran away, telling the girl to make sure she survived. Choking on her own blood, Lillian muttered to Gertrude to move aside. Gertrude smiled and remarked that she had started the fight and was now driving it away, and she said that they would finish it among themselves first. With a wild grin, Lillian smiled and said that everything would be as she wished. Lin was running through the forest at the time when suddenly he encountered a crowd of low-ranking students on his way. Picking up a stick from the ground, the boy thought that his physical and magical strength was already running out. Taking a defensive stance with his stick in his hand, he frowned, admitting that things were bad. Looking around at his opponents, Lin forced a smile and teased them, noting that they were of low rank. The students looked down on him from the platform, and the boy told them that they couldn't defeat him even if they united, so they should let him go, and he would be lenient. One of the guys, respectfully turning to the young master, replied that he was several times stronger than all of them. But he noticed that it was strange that someone so strong was trying to negotiate with them. The boys didn't think anymore, and one of them jumped off the cliff with lightning in his hands. Lin quickly put his hands with the stick in front of him, defending himself from the blow. The attacker screamed, asking him if he wanted to give up when he didn't even have the strength to move. Elin, watching this, clicked her tongue and noted that this is such a circus and such idiots are everywhere. Caroline answered her that this is their strategy. and Lin continued to defend himself from the blows. As he dodged the lightning strike, he thought about not underestimating these low-ranking disciples. Having let his guard down, Lin received another blow that caught him off guard. The attacking guy decided to deliver the final blow, but Lin managed to recover and sharply swung his leg. Sand from the blow got into the opponent's eyes, and the guy, taking advantage of the opportunity, struck. The force of the blow knocked the guy out and he fell to the ground. Caroline still couldn't understand how Rain knew about the martial art of the Asura school. Ellen put her hands behind her head and told her that she wanted to know that too. The assistants noted that in any case the guy could not go on the counterattack. From the high-speed calculations of the 3rd-star level magic to the martial art of the Asura school, his abilities are not to be missed, but the distribution of magic power itself leaves much to be desired. In this sense, Krista is superior to him. The students who were still standing at the top noticed with a grin that the boy didn't use magic. Lin was breathing heavily, not engaging in battle on his own, and those guys decided to attack together to put an end to it. Elin thought that he definitely used Belcurious to stop the fire python, which caused his mana to be almost completely gone. 2 of the attackers jumped off the cliff, shouting to the others to wait their turn. Marjana thought that helping others is a good thing, but if you don't have enough resources, it's just a waste of time. She watched with interest to see what Scalzi's grandson's next step would be. Lin pulled his hand back and a bright flash of lightning appeared on his palm. The guy sent the flash into the ground with all his might and jumped up, so that the opponents were in the electric shock zone. Everyone watching was surprised. Zamar asked if he really had any mana left, to which Kyle replied that it was just Rain's sword with electrical properties. The boys fell to the ground unconscious, Kyle continued, saying that the sword was in a plasma state and was used the moment their feet touched the rain-wet ground, which caused the electric shock. The man said that even if you know how to do something, it doesn't mean it will work, so there's nothing more to say except that this guy is very experienced. One of the last guys on the platform started to use a spell and grinned, and told the guy that he was not a contender for first place for nothing, but now he had no more trump cards left. But suddenly his comrade standing next to him waved his hand, knocking the guy out. His hand was covered with his clay. He said that now even he alone could win. Logan clutched his head and asked what it was, to which Krista replied that it was magic that enhanced physical abilities through the soil. The guy's body was completely covered in his clay, making him look like a knight in huge armor. Krista said that this magic, however, does not combine well with martial arts, which are expressed in physical strength. The guy told Rain that he could give his points to other students. It would hurt when he got hit, so he better give them the nice way. Lin asked him with a smirk and a challenge in his voice what if he didn't want to. The guy noticed that he was funny and jumped off the cliff. With a loud bang, the enemy landed on the ground in his clay armor, the ground beneath his feet breaking, and he told the boy that he had looked at him in powder then. But when he looked up, he noticed that Rain was already flying towards him with his stick and a sparkle in his eyes. The boy's clay armor cracked from the impact and he flew backwards. Lin exclaimed that Osirius's technique was created together with him. He told the guy that he shouldn't have looked down on him. However, the enemy was still standing on his feet. Lin couldn't understand if he had done something wrong, because even his insides were shaking from the blow. But soon he noticed that his opponent was already at the limit of his capabilities. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and everything was swimming before his eyes. Lin told him that if he failed the exam, he would immediately receive an F. He asked him why he thought everyone, even professors, were monitoring an exam with such a supposedly simple grading system. And he answered his own question by saying that the reason was that later, they would probably have to make changes to the grades, the exam being one of the grading criteria. But they guys couldn't score any points, but also failed in their attack, lost to someone who completely spent his mother and relied only on martial arts. But the problem is not even the F grade. If a student fails an exam, he will not only be kicked out of the academy, but will also be laughed at by all the students. Lin said that if he survived, he would get at least an E, and depending on the number of students expelled, his grade could rise to a C or B. Somewhere behind, among the trees, an explosion flashed from the clash of forces between Lillian and Gertrude, who were still fighting. Lin told the guy that there were 2 people with the highest rankings fighting hard over there, so it would soon turn into ruins. The explosions continued to rumble, becoming louder and more destructive. The guy told the other that the exam would soon be over and he did not want to get involved in their fight. Finally, Lin gave the boy a choice: give up and get a B or he would be expelled. Thinking about it, the striker realized that a B grade wasn't such a bad option for him. He will quickly get rid of this thought, deciding that he deserves more and he cannot stop. Gritting his teeth, he thought irritably that this idiot had hit his head. Apparently, he wouldn't back down. Looking at the staggering rain, he thought that anyone would say that he was at the limit of his abilities. He spent even more energy repelling the attacks. He kicked the ground and thought about how he could crush him into dust and take all the points. There was only one thought in his head. If he loses, he will be expelled. But then Lin raised his head and stared at the guy with his piercing red eyes. The enemy froze for a moment, and he came to his senses only when a sound signal sounded throughout the entire territory. The end of the exam was announced, and all students were told to finish their battles and return immediately. Staggering more and more, Lin noticed with a smile that it was finally all over. Having barely finished this sentence, the guy fell face down on the ground like a doll. His opponent didn't know what to say, but just grinned. Elin sighed in relief, and a slight smile played on her face. Caroline asked her if she was really that worried, to which she agreed. But suddenly the assistants noticed that they had a problem. Lillian and Gertrude continued their fight. Kyle noted that their points would be deducted. Zamar exclaimed that it was not something to think about right now. Looking at the girls, everyone realized that they were no longer in control of themselves. Marjana clicked her tongue in irritation and said that she would show them now. She struck the ground with her staff and blue circles began to spread out across the ground. Succumbing to this impulse, cracks appeared on the barrier that stood on the territory. While the girls were flying at each other, the magic barrier fell apart into small pieces. The woman irritably pointed out that despite their abilities, they were still very green. Still, the girls stopped and listened as Marjana told them to go back if they didn't want to get the lowest score. Gertrude looked down at her hand, which should have been burnt but showed no sign of injury. The students began to gradually come to their senses, realizing that all the pain was just an illusion. Marjana's patience was wearing thin as she shouted at the students to leave while she spoke nicely. The woman, irritated, leaned back on the chair and noticed that these fools were making her repeat it several times. The assistant timidly turned to her, in response to which Marjana shouted at him, asking what was the matter, to which he said that she had already removed the barrier, but one group had not yet passed the exam. In response, the woman shouted at them to restore the barrier then. Meanwhile, the students were returning from the exam area. Lin also woke up and followed everyone. Lillian asked the guy what he did with the python. Sighing, the guy told her that he would first ask her something himself. He asked her if she respected her father. That crazy look came back into Lillian's eyes when she asked the guy if he was looking for a fight. The guy told her that it wasn't like that. He just heard something similar before. He noticed that she, in order to get rid of her father, tried to get the first place. Whatever the reason, she destroys everything that gets in her way and strives to rise higher. But isn't this the life that her father wants for her? He noticed that the way she burned her opponents for a purpose was no different from her father's actions in the past. He told her that if she wanted to follow in his footsteps, it didn't matter what he said. Finally, Lin told her that he was the one who got rid of the python, and if she continued in the same spirit, then one day they would meet again, and then he would show everything he was capable of. Lillian didn't answer, letting the boy leave. A light lit in her palm as she asked through gritted teeth what he might know. Clenching her fist, she said he grew up in a loving family and enjoyed the warmth and comfort of the family circle. She remained standing in place, asking her question into nowhere. When Lin and Gertrude had already reached the place where all the students were gathering, they were immediately called out to. As it turned out, it was Krista, who was happily running towards them with a smile on her face. Rubbing her nose in embarrassment, Gertrude asked her whether she had given it too much or not. But suddenly Krista ran up to her and hit her on the head with her fist. The girl began to angrily yell at the other one for what she said, and Lin, who didn't understand anything, asked Logan what was going on. Krista, taking her friend by the collar, said that after her words everyone looked at her so much that they wanted to fall into the ground. Gertrude quietly said that it was all true. Turning to Rain, Krista started yelling at him, asking what that was. The guy asked her tiredly. She shouted at him not to pretend that it was not he who got rid of the python to save Gertrude. Lin waved his hand and told her that he wouldn't do something like that. It was just that Lillian's magical powers were running out. Finally, Krista let go of her friend's clothes and did not persist any longer. Logan suddenly noticed his friend smiling and asked him what was wrong with him. The guy replied that he thought of something fun, and if he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have been able to get all this experience. Logan said he was right. DeLayton was different from other schools. Lin couldn't help but agree with him. The smile slipped from his face as he thought that if Esther hadn't left a letter, if the top graduate hadn't been given the privilege of meeting Lin, he wouldn't have come here. If all this had not happened, he would not have experienced this. He thought that Esther was right about the world being so interesting. Approaching Lillian, Krista told her that she saw her bullying her sweet follower. She told her to be prepared to pay several times more for it because the Varden family does not remain indebted to anyone. The students were completely exhausted, but the exams continued regardless. In the second half of the fourth, there was a written exam. In the first half of the fifth day, there was an exam, which was more like hell. However, compared to the Battle Royale, this applied exam was easier to pass. In such a hurricane rhythm, the inter-semester exams came to an end. Having posted the results on the board, Zmar summed up that 4 students received an S grade for all written and applied exams. On the board, they saw the files of 4 students, Krista Warden, Nora Raiden, Kaiden, and Ryan Ludwig. Zmar said that only one student in a stream can become the best, so additional assessment can be carried out to select the only leader. Processors who are related by blood to any of the students and who are in close contact with them during the educational process are excluded from the assessment. All professors could use 1 point. Deputy Kyle could use 2 points. Lead teacher Marjana could use 3 points. The professors immediately began distributing their points, some giving their points to Kaiden, others to Nora. Someone gave their point to Krista Varden and immediately asked Caroline how she managed to create such a diamond, in response to which the woman smiled Lilo and said not to exaggerate. Thus, for many hours, the discussions and awarding of points to the 4 students went on. Zmar looked at the papers with the votes, counting how many points each person had at the moment. Krista was in first place with 6 points, followed by Nora with 4, Kaiden with 3, and Rain with just 2 points. The man asked Professor Kyle to vote. Kyle didn't immediately say who he was awarding his points to. He started talking about how Krista Varden really did a perfect job. The precision of Nora's magic is amazing, and Kaiden also showed everyone his amazing abilities, harmoniously combining magic with his knowledge of music. Snapping his fingers, he sent a piece of paper with another student's name on it, saying that for the sake of the magic of the future, he would vote differently. After looking at the paper, Zmar announced that 2 points from Professor Kyle were awarded to Rain Ludwig. Caroline thought hard about the fact that there was no doubt that Rain was 1 step ahead of everyone. Elin thought that despite this, Krista still retained the highest number of points. The last to vote is Professor Marjana, who has never taken part in the distribution of additional points, since for her, there is no candidate worthy of these points. Everyone had already begun to think that Krista would be the best, when suddenly Marjana laughed. She laughed and noted that the man who, in his younger years, only knew how to flirt with the opposite sex, was talking about the future of magic. Kyle told her with a smile that it was all thanks to her leadership. With the help of magic, Marjana lifted a sheet of paper and a pencil from the table. Taking it in her hands, she said with a smile that she would also make a contribution to the future. Having scribbled the name on a piece of paper, the woman sent it to Zmar. Looking at the name, Zmar announced that with the highest score of 7 points on this year's midterm exams, first-year student Rain Ludwig was awarded first place. Sitting in his room, Lin looked at Rudian's information, and as he expected, his progress increased slightly. After closing the book, he wondered if fighting was the only way to raise the unique level. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, he walked to the door, saying that it was time for him to go. One day, 300 years ago, it was night. Frida was finishing the last drops of alcohol. Lin's voice was heard from below, asking her to give him some too, and Frida threw the bottle away, replying that there was nothing left. Lin told her that he knew she had more. Frida, sitting on a pile of monster corpses, shouted at him that they had been walking for 4 days and she had never closed her eyes, so she drank every last drop. She clicked her tongue in irritation and after a couple of minutes turned to Lin. She asked him if he would like to go to the temple on the Red Mountain Range when the journey was over. She said that there was so much elixir there, which is called Dragon's Breath, that she would treat him to it, and his magical power would increase dramatically. Lin asked her if she would just give him something so valuable. Smiling, Frida asked him who he took her for and said that she, the witch Frida, served the fire dragon Bel Takidun. Remembering their conversation, Lin went to that very mountain. He thought that maybe she was trying to prepare everyone for his arrival, so he should go and get it. Even though 300 years had passed, Lin said with a smile that he had not forgotten anything. And the guy set off on an 18-hour journey to the peak of the Snowflower. Ever since the fire dragon Bel Takidun led his legion and settled here for nearly 1,000 years, magical power has spread throughout the mountain range. That is why to this day this place is sacred for many believers. Lin was walking up the stairs breathing heavily when suddenly someone called out to him. Turning his head, he noticed a man who was sitting having a snack. The man asked the guy where he was going in such a hurry. He asked him if he was planning to rob the Snowflower Peak Shrine. Lin didn't answer him, but just looked at him suspiciously. The man told him not to be afraid and asked him what kind of trouble he was in, that he was going to rob the sanctuary, and told him that he had something useful to tell him. The man told him not to go there because no one had been there for 300 years, but having just stepped on the threshold of the sanctuary, not one of the robbers returned alive. Lin sat down on the step and asked the man why this was happening, if there was really someone there. While chewing a bun, the man replied that the witch had placed a demon there as a guard. The boy asked again, his eyes wide. The man said that this is what people call it. No one really knows what kind of thing it is. He said that he himself decided to take a risk and reach the entrance, but almost died on the spot. Lin sighed and shrugged, and the man told him that he had literally been one step away from death. But Lin had already gotten to his feet and was walking further up the stairs, not listening to the man. Finally, he told him that if he didn't want to say goodbye to life, it would be better not to approach the entrance. Lin waved his hand, thanking him for the warning. The guy thought that he had already heard that a monster lived in the temple, and it looked like he would have to defend himself. It was already evening, but the guy was still climbing the stone steps. He took a flashlight out of his backpack to light the way, and the sounds of the forest could be heard from all sides. Lin thought that it was too loud. Was this what nature looked like without human intervention? And he noticed that this place looked like the natural habitat of rat spiders. He remembered the day when Esther brought him to meet the other team members. She asked them with a smile if he was cute. Frida, not at all delighted, replied that their BB was much cuter and pointed to the bird on her shoulder. Lin asked her if she had compared him to a dove, to which she replied that it was a parrot. The guy said with a smile that it would be better to have someone like BB nearby right now. After some time, Lin reached the temple. Wiping the sweat that was dripping from his face, he said he couldn't believe it had taken so long an effort to get here. He began to think about what to do next, but the only solution was to go inside. Looking around and seeing the various debris, he wondered if the temple built by the dragon could overcome the flow of time. Remembering about the guard demon, Lin told himself that it sounded like a common story. He didn't feel any traces of the demon, and he quickly ran through the half-ruined arch that was the entrance to the territory. As soon as he stepped into the territory, a bright flash erupted somewhere in the sky. With a loud cry, a firebird appeared on a wooden pole. Jumping off the pole, the bird flew down, flapping its fiery wings. The bird flew straight at the guy with a quick movement, and he barely managed to dodge the blow, falling to the ground. Lin began to prepare the spell, shouting at the bird that she was greeting guests very rudely. Pressing his palms to the ground, the boy summoned a stone wall into which a firebird flew. She opened her beak and screamed loudly in anger and pain. Having destroyed the stone wall into small pieces, the bird again flapped its wings, rising into the sky. Lin thought that this fire and this crying were strangely familiar to him. He immediately remembered the little yellow bird on Frida's shoulder, which occasionally breathed fire. Looking again at the fiery bird in the sky, which looked very scary, the guy could not believe that it was that BB. 300 years ago, Esther happily introduced Lin to Frida. Pointing to the bird on her head, she said it was BB. Remembering this, Lin immediately thought about how Frida raised this bird as if it were her own daughter. BB didn't calm down and continued to breathe fire in all directions. Lin barely managed to dodge these fiery shots. He thought about how he knew he would get it from that feathered ass one day. The guy ran as fast as he could, avoiding the blow, and still couldn't believe it. He ran away from the temple, running out of the gate. The only thought spinning in his head was that this couldn't be, after all. 300 years had passed. The boy's pace slowed as hope crept into his soul that this might be true. Turning around, he called out to the bird, asking it if it was BB. However, BB did not respond to him in any way, but only tried to attack the enemy again, knocking him down. Sitting on the ground, Lin looked up into the sky and shouted to the bird that it was him, Lin. Finally, the screams reached BB. She looked at the guy on the ground and landed next to him. She looked into the guy's eyes with her own and asked again uncertainly. In her mind, she still had the image of Lin in the past that appeared before her eyes when she heard the familiar name. With a smile, Lin told her that they even competed for the title of their team mascot. However, BB did not recognize Lin. She frighteningly stated that he was not Lin. There was a malicious look on her face as she said that he didn't look right. His face was not familiar to her. BB rose into the air again, flapping her wings, and began to open her beak to release a new stream of fire. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and summoned a water shield, trying to hold back the onslaught of fire. Lin was not upset at all, but on the contrary was delighted by the news that even though 300 years had passed, BB was still alive. While the firebird was preparing a new volley of fire, Lin shouted to her that his face was different, but it was him. But BB didn't listen to him anymore. She opened her beak again, spitting flame. Trying to hold back the fire attack, Lin tried to figure out what to do. because they definitely had to have memories together with her. He just needed to find something that would definitely make it clear that he was Lin. Suddenly, the guy got an idea. He immediately got rid of his water shield and summoned a stream of water that headed towards BB. Having received such a blow, the firebird immediately fell to the ground. Once the bird was on the ground, Lin exerted all his strength and summoned several streams of water that rose into the sky. He clapped his palms together and asked the bird with a smile whether she had forgotten this too. And the very next moment, these columns of water broke up into small drops that sparkled brightly, refracting the light. BB immediately froze, watching these drops of water that fell like snow. Lin remembered how he had done this in the past, calling upon this spell that was not mentioned in any grimoire. This moment was and is only in the memories of those who were there then. Smiling as he watched BB, he told her affectionately that this was her favorite spell. Just like in the old days, BB began to dance joyfully under the bright glow of these drops, and suddenly the fiery body disintegrated into bright, but already fading flashes of fire, and a small bird appeared in the center. A small yellow bird flew up to Lin, flapping its tattered wings vigorously. Looking at the boy with her faithful button eyes, she chirped and called his name. Lin held out his hand and the bird landed on his fingers and he gently told it that it was him. BB jumped further on the guy's hand, calling him the timid magician Lin, which surprised the guy, but after she called him her friend. Finally relaxing, Lin felt incredibly tired from the long hike and fell to the ground, while BB continued to chirp, calling him a coward. The guy noticed with a smile that she hadn't changed at all. She was still just as noisy, but it would be strange if that happened. But then he noticed the almost broken beak and the frayed skin on her paws. Overall, BB looked quite rumpled. The guy asked her how she had lived before these days. BB chirped that Lin said he would come back and he did. Bowing his head to his knees, he asked her brokenly why she, a fool, had waited so long for someone like him. BB sat on the guy's head and said that Frida told her to wait for Lin, so she did just that. A tear ran down the boy's cheek as the bird continued, chirping that she had been waiting for him because he was her friend. After being reunited after 300 years, Lin and BB spent the entire night talking, enjoying the time they spent together. BB told him what he had missed, and then they told each other what had happened to each after his revival. Unfortunately, they didn't have any extra time, so the conversation as a whole was brief. The sun rose over the horizon. Lin rose from the steps where he was sitting and apologized to BB for making her wait so long, because 300 years is a long time. The bird agreed, and then she threaded the feather through the rope that hung around her neck, and on that rope hung a ring. After removing the rope from BB's neck, Lin asked if this was really Frida's ring. The bird chirped joyfully that this was indeed the case, and flapped its wings and flew to the entrance to the temple. Following after her, Lin asked her if she had been protecting this place all this time. The eyes of the stone dragons that sat on either side of the temple entrance began to glow red as soon as Frida's ring came close. With a quiet rustle, the doors of the temple swung open, letting in the owner of the ring. Without waiting for the guy, BB flew into the depths of the temple, so the guy had no choice but to run after her. Finally, after running through the dark corridors of the temple, Lin and BB reached the bedroom. Looking around, Lin thought that this was probably Frida's bedroom. BB sat down on a dark box that lay on the bed and began to tap on it with her beak, attracting attention. Taking the box in his hands and removing the lid, Lin discovered that there was a small bottle lying on the red pillow. Taking out the bottle, he blew on it. Blowing away the dust and removing the cloth from the box, he discovered a letter. Having taken out the letter, the guy noticed that the paper was already so worn that it would fall apart in a little while. His gaze immediately fell on the date on the letter and who it was intended for. It was written on September 24th, 1168, and it was intended for Lin. It was written 250 years ago. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the guy began to read the letter in which Frida wrote that this year she was writing a letter again, this time the last one. She wrote that she knew that he was doing very poorly with finding things in principle, so she decided not to hide the envelope away from the eyes of the thieves and left BB as a guard. She would protect this letter and the gift until he returned. In the letter, Frida asked the guy if he had met little BB, and wrote that the magnanimous dragon had taken pity on them and increased the life expectancy of her daughter. She wrote that she was very sorry that she would not see his surprised face. The letter said that Frida and BB had already grown very old, but they still hoped to meet him. Age was already taking its toll, so she often cried and remembered the old days. And she thinks only about what she couldn't do for him. She wrote that she must now leave this place. She plans to go to the Flame of 10,000 Li, located at the South Pole. She says this just in case her dream comes true, because she does not know if they will be able to meet again before she leaves this world. She would like to write more, but she is forced to finish, because Esther and Kays will scold her. The item enclosed with this letter is a gift for his 19th birthday, and it is Dragon's Breath. Frida wrote that she hoped that her gift would help him, at least a little, to overcome all the hardships on the journey called life. The last words in the letter were, "Thank you for everything, I miss you very much." In a weak voice, Lin noticed that she had written almost formally, a style that did not suit her. Covering his face with his hand, Lin burst into tears, his body shaking with tears. Bibi circled around the boy, trying to calm him down and telling him not to cry. Wiping away his tears, Lin reassured Bibi that he wasn't crying. It was just the respectful style that made him laugh until he cried. Without a doubt, the guy uncorked the bottle of Dragon's Breath and decided to drink it, mentally thanking his girlfriend for the gift. As soon as the liquid hit his mouth, he immediately winced at the disgusting taste. But the next moment he felt a strange sensation throughout his body. Having frightened Bibi, he turned to her sharply, asking her to take the diary out of her backpack. The bird obediently took out the diary. When the guy opened it, Rudian flew out of it. And he showed that the current level of magic power had doubled and became 26,444. Lin couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that even the elixirs created by the 8 major schools, which took hundreds of years to make, would only help to add 5,000 units of magic power at best. The boy didn't know that this potion would be so effective. Falling back onto the bed, he exclaimed that he needed to increase his strength even more before drinking. Soon his discontent turned to joy. He looked at his palm with a shining sign. He noted with a smile that he could now use the mental barrier, and that was enough. After some time, Lin got up and got ready. He told Bibi that he had to go already. The bird was surprised. The guy asked her if she wanted to go with him. Bibi replied that she was waiting for Frida. She said that first she was waiting for Lin, and now she is waiting for Frida. Smiling, the guy told her that she could wait with him. He told her that in that case she definitely needed to go with him, because she shouldn't wait here at all. Frida is very famous, so if she's alive, they will definitely hear something about her. He asked Bibi if she would like to go look for Frida with him. Starting to flap her wings, Bibi landed on the guy's head, happily chirping that they would be together. And so Lin and Bibi left the temple together. Walking through the corridors and going outside, they noticed that it was already morning. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The doors of the temple closed immediately as soon as they left it. Bibi and Lin walked away. The guy asked her what she would like to eat. Bibi chirped that she wanted corn. And Lin felt like he had gone back in time and replied that he remembered how much she loved it. 300 years ago, Frida finished writing a letter to Lin. At this time, Bibi was enthusiastically pecking at the corn that was lying on the plate. Smiling at her bird, Frida asked her if she would wait there for Lin and said that it was time for her to go. Taking off to move onto the table, Bibi told her hostess that she would wait for him. Frida warned her that it would be hard and lonely. She would be alone until this child was born. Bibi chirped that everything was fine, but Frida asked her if she was sure. If she didn't want to, she could go with her. Bibi replied that even if it was hard, she would wait for him. She happily said that she would definitely wait for her friend Lin. Frida said that this boy would definitely find her, considering how stubborn he was, so she had no doubt. Clasping the bird's body with both hands, Frida told it that she was counting on it. Tears were running down her cheeks, but there was a smile on her lips. She said that she was sure that everything would be fine. After some time, Lin got back to the hostel. He went to the management to make Bibi his carrier bird. Lin told the girl at the counter that they even had a water treatment for it. He told her that first impressions can be deceiving, but this bird is very talented. Turning to Bibi, he told her to repeat what she was told. Already beautiful and neat, Bibi began jumping around the counter. She spread her wings, showing the girl behind the counter how beautiful she was, and she remarked that she was just a cutie. Lin, not at all impressed, told her to repeat the words and not dance. Bibi started to shout the word corn while flapping her wings, and the guy asked her irritably what she was doing. Forcing a smile, he told her not to show off anymore, but Bibi only chirped. And Lin, even more irritated, tried to grab her, telling the girl behind the counter that she usually speaks well, while the bird deftly dodged. Bibi started pulling the guy by the hair, and the girl behind the counter told the guy that it was, of course, his choice. But she did not recommend making a parrot a courier bird. The guy asked why. The girl replied that the parrot could be caught and eaten by an owl, but there were many dangers around besides owls. She said that parrots also have a fairly low sensitivity to magic, so it would be difficult to use Bibi as a messenger bird. And at that very moment, one of the messenger owls flew in. The owl landed heavily on the stand with a letter on its paw, and Bibi jumped back in fright. The girl began to remove the note from the owl's paw, which it obediently extended. and she noticed that, compared to other birds, this bird was quite small. She suggested that the guy think some more, and in the meantime the owl looked menacingly at Bibi. But the next moment, Bibi spat fire at the owl, who barely managed to dodge it. Lin screamed, asking Bibi what she was doing. The owl immediately flew away in fear, and the girl looked at the parrot with surprised eyes. She immediately realized that it was a sun parrot, and began to talk animatedly about how there were no more than 100 of these individuals on the continents. Although reluctant to do so, Lin confirmed that it was indeed a sun parrot. The girl immediately began to actively ask the guy where he found her. The guy looked away and replied that he picked her up somewhere. The girl, blushing with emotion, began to talk about what she couldn't help but ask. Although for one of the greatest magical families to have such a bird is not such a big event, and she asked the guy if she could touch it. While Lin filled out paperwork for his new carrier bird, the girl behind the counter was actively petting Bibi. The guy handed her a piece of paper, and now there were no more problems with her registration. Taking the bird in his hands, Lin said that it was time for them to go, calling it by its new name, Bizi, but he still got the names mixed up. Bibi obediently flew after the guy, while the girl behind the counter looked sadly after them because she still wanted to pet the rare parrot. Lin sighed heavily and Bibi sat on his head. He sighed and told her that this was her new home now, and that they would be going to school together from tomorrow, so they had to try hard. Bibi repeated his words in fragments and began to pull his hair again. Night fell and Lin and Bibi reached his dorm room. Bibi immediately fell asleep, and the guy noticed that she was, of course, tired, because she had been defending the temple so diligently all this time that she had not been able to rest even for a day. Turning off the wall lamp, he quietly wished her good night. The next day, Lin met Kyle in the schoolyard in front of the main building. The man noticed that the guy seemed tired after exams, so he asked him if he was okay. Lin thanked him for his concern and said that he had just been thinking, and that was why he had imagined it. Kyle told him that he couldn't relax now. If everything was okay, then maybe today would be the day it would all start. Lin asked him what he was talking about, and he replied that he was talking about the student council. When the guy asked again, the man told him that it was good to withdraw into oneself, but one should sometimes look back and pay attention to the world around one. He told him that there was no one among his peers who could match his skill level, which was probably why school didn't feel important to him. Lin replied that that was not the case at all, and Kyle said that he was glad to hear that then. The senior student who could give him a push is the student council president. As he walked away, Kyle continued by telling the guy that he hoped they would be a good stimulant for each other, and they probably would be. He laughed and said happily that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Lin looked after him for a while and then went into the large hall where all the students were gathering. In the middle of the hall, he noticed Logan, who was actively waving his hand at him. As Lin sat down at his desk, Logan noted that he had passed all of his exams with S's, and the boy replied that he still had 3 more. His friend said that was true, but even Lillian was out of the race, so he didn't have to be modest. He said that, looking at the results of these exams, he thinks that he will definitely be chosen as the first-year student council president. Lin said that Professor Kyle had spoken to him about this recently, and he asked about his connection to the student council. Logan responded by telling him that starting from freshman year, the students who performed the best in both midterms and semester exams would be given the right to join the student council, with most student council presidents taking this path. Sighing wearily, Lin asked if this was necessary, and his friend looked at him with huge eyes. Lin said he was already busy, and the student council seemed like it would only add to his workload. Suddenly, Logan shouted, asking the guy if he knew that many were ready to tear each other's throats out for a place on the council. The guy replied that he didn't know it was that important, and his friend just said that he was in his element. And in the meantime, Medelia came on stage. The workers climbed onto high stepladders and hung up the lists. The students immediately began to look for themselves in them. Some were happy, while others, on the contrary, were angry. In 8th place was Gertrude, and just above her at 7th was Logan. 6th place was taken by Hubert, and 5th by Lillian. Students began to gossip that as many as 33 students were expelled during these midterms. Lin noticed that from 4th place onwards there are no names. Medelia asked for silence and said that she would now announce the names of the 4 students who had won 1st place in the midterm exams. She announced the names of 4 people, among which was Rain and Krista, and the woman asked them to come on stage. To loud applause, these 4 students walked onto the stage. Lin was thinking that he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The students stood in front of Medelia, and she told them that she would read them the distribution of extra points that had been decided upon by the Council of Professors. Medelia announced to the entire hall that these 4 students had received an S grade for all of their mid-semester exams. thereby proving their superiority over the others by demonstrating their knowledge, understanding of magic, and skill. As she folded the paper, she said that, however, among them there was a special talent. This student had the potential to create the magic of the future. She said that this is the student they are awarding the title of Best Stream to. Madelia said creativity beyond knowledge and excellence is their main requirement for a top delighted student. Among the many rough diamonds, there is one unique one that emits light. Elin sat on a chair behind the scenes, humming something under her breath as she watched her nephew being awarded. Kyle came up behind her, startling her, and noticed that she was in a good mood today. Elin exclaimed that it was not like that at all, and that she just had to imagine how high he could climb, and she immediately felt sick. Kyle thought with a slight smile that she was hiding her true feelings again. Looking at these students, he was immediately reminded of their younger days, when they also competed for the title of Best Student, when he was Margana's student and Elin was Scalzi's. Kyle told the girl that he was in a good mood. On the contrary, he said that he thought that at this moment they were witnessing events that would surely go down in the pages of history, and they would begin as, on this day, the new future of magic revealed its face to the world. Finally, Madelia announced that the best student of the 1,388 exams was Rein Ludwig. Lin's mind immediately flashed back to Scalzi's words about how, if he graduated from Delayton as the best student, he would have a chance to meet Archmage Lin. He remembered how, with his red eyes, he ran after his grandfather, having already decided everything that day. He smiled, thinking that he was now one step closer to his goal. Madelia, while pinning something on the boy's chest, said that when Professor Caroline first said this, she doubted it, but she didn't expect him to be so good. She said that this brooch is the distinguishing ghost of the best student, and he must do everything possible if he does not want to be deprived of the award. Madelia clapped her hands and congratulated the best student of the course once again. Her clapping was followed by a loud ovation throughout the hall, and she said that she expected him to continue to take active action. Everyone in the hall was buzzing with admiration and couldn't believe that this klutz had become the best student. Logan smirked as the others exclaimed that Rain had beaten all the students from 8 schools. Madelia announced that second place went to Krista Varden, third to Nora Ledden, and fourth to Caden. As she concluded the ceremony, she began to talk about how Delayton was just a transit point. Madelia told them not to relax and to continue to develop and move forward. And she finished her speech, turning to all the students, saying that she expected initiative and active actions from them. Nora noted with a grin that things would get even more fun from here on out. Krista, looking at Rain, thought that this time she would accept her defeat, just like she had during the exam in the labyrinth. But she noticed that the difference was not big. She still had a chance to catch up with Rain. Filled with determination, the girl walked loudly off the stage. Caroline, watching her, thought that everything was right because tears would not help matters. Without difficulties, there will be no victories, and victories breed perseverance. She thought that, as they say, a fighter is tempered in the fire of defeat. After the ceremony, everyone returned to class and everyone began to do their preschool activities. Someone entered the classroom with a loud slam of the door, frightening everyone around. A girl with short hair turned to someone and asked him if he remembered her because they had already met. Walking towards Rain, she said that he was really cool, and he was the same Rain who was staring at the sky as if rooted to the spot. Lynn tensed and remembered that he had met this girl once at a family council. This girl was Sandra Keppel, and she was already a second-year student. And on her chest was the same ribbon as the top 4 students of the first year. Sandra waved to Krista and greeted her happily. She said that she was confident that she would be the best student among the first year, again reminding Krista of her defeat. Krista was heartbroken again, and Sandra laughed loudly so that everyone could notice the presence of the student who had become the best student in her first exams. Lynn used his abilities to assess the girl, thinking that she was now the top second-year student. He noticed that her mana seemed unusual for some reason. Turning to Rain, Sandra grabbed his hand, saying that everyone was already waiting for them. She pulled him along with her. Lynn asked her where they were going so suddenly. Sandra replied with a wide smile that the student council was waiting for them. Running ahead, Sandra exclaimed that they needed to hurry. There was a lot of work to do. Lynn ran after her and asked her if she was the president, to which the girl waved her hand and said that she was a sophomore, so not even a deputy. She asked him if he didn't know who the student council president was, and Lynn awkwardly remained silent. Sandra said that even so he would like him. The guy asked her if she could tell what kind of person he was. On the way, the girl told him that the president had no family, no school. He was alone and left to his own devices. She said admiringly that, however, no one could compare to him. She noticed that everyone began to call him a master of his craft, So they ran to the fourth floor, to the student council room. Sandra, going inside, loudly introduced their new member. However, all the members sat quietly at their desks, and the girl continued, saying that according to Professor Kyle, he was an excellent candidate for the student council. Since no one responded, Sandra volunteered to introduce the other participants to Reina. Pointing to the red-haired guy, she said that his name was Felix Drake. He was a third-year student and the vice president. Sandra and Lynn walked past him and Felix waved at them. Looking at the blonde girl who was actively writing something, Sandra said that it was Travis. She used to be the clerk, but now she was responsible for the accounting department. They passed her desk and Lynn and Travis nodded at each other. Lynn noticed, without much joy, that the girl was surrounded on all sides by stacks of documents. He asked Sandra if she really had to do all of this, to which she replied that now is the time when there is a lot of work. But from tomorrow, some of this work will fall on him. When the girl's words reached the guy's brain, he immediately asked again. Sandra laughed and said that this was until a new council member arrived. She said that they meet every day after classes, and if they have nothing to do, they only come to the meeting. But when they have a lot to do, they stay until everything is finished. Not encouraged by this outcome, Lynn told her that he did not think he had the skills and abilities to be part of such a team. He said that they would be better served by someone more knowledgeable and suitable, so they better not have him on the board. Sandra asked him what he was trying to say. Suddenly, the guy who had been sitting with his back to him intervened in their conversation and asked Lynn if he was Rein Ludwig. Sandra immediately answered herself that she had completely lost her head and had not imagined it. This guy turned out to be the student council president, Valencidis. As soon as Lynn looked into the president's eyes, something immediately clicked in him, making him wary. There was no reason for this. It was something akin to instinct. However, his whole being began to scream the same thing in fear. Lynn immediately realized that this guy was somehow connected with black magic. Not noticing anything strange, Sandra continued, saying that their president was amazing. She wanted to tell about his merits, when suddenly Valencidis stopped her, telling her to take the guy away. He said it was not at all what he expected. Krista Varden, who she brought last time, was much better. Sandra noticed that the whole school was currently in a tizzy, because Rein had surpassed all the students from the top 8 schools and became the best. But the guy asked her what it meant, because it wasn't about talent, but about attitude. He asked Rein if he really thought that here, in the student council, he would be pampered and cherished like at home, to which he replied that this was not the case. Valencidis then asked him why he had immediately changed his mind after hearing about the paperwork, and he remarked that he wanted to hear an honest answer. Lynn began to think about what he should do because even if he told everyone that he was using black magic, no one would believe him. Deciding not to interfere, he said that it all irritated him and he did not understand why he had to take all this on himself. Valencidis asked him if he was so disgusted by helping his schoolmates that he would rather die. If so, then he was completely hopeless. Lynn chuckled and said he's been hearing that since he was a kid. Valencidis continued to stare at the guy, saying nothing, and he just smiled. Finally, the president said that the problem was not only with him, since he was born into an aristocratic family that blindly followed these principles. There was nothing to do but have such a distorted way of thinking. Sandra whispered to Travis that it affected her too. Valencidis told the boy that he was not saying that he should try to please everyone. He should know what to do to help the weak one, to earn the right to stand at the top. He said that the aristocrats were considered the ruling class only because of their good bloodline. But those who could lend a helping hand beyond their status deserved to stand at the top of the social pyramid. Lynn couldn't help but think of Esther. Valencidis finished by saying that this is what he thinks. Turning to the window, he began again, saying that the student council was a place that taught exactly this kind of worldview, where you immediately realize that you are respected not only for your grades and skills, of course, if you have the desire for it. He told the guy that it was his right to either leave or take on the job. Lynn couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy, because all the black magicians he had ever heard of were people who would do anything for their own ends. He could not understand whether he was hiding his true intentions behind this sophistry, or whether there was a reason why he came to black magic. The phrase black magic brought to mind Terena. Suddenly, Lynn said that his passionate speech made it seem like he really wanted him to be a member of the student council. And he said that if that was the case, then he would try. He slammed the table and thought that if he wanted to watch him, the student council was the perfect place to do it, where he could do it all the time. Lynn asked if he was okay with the fact that he had no experience and therefore would have problems. Valencidis told him with a slight smile not to worry about it. If anything happened, he would correct his mistakes one by one. There was a heavy atmosphere in the Ludwig family's Bellevin estate. All the family members gathered at the table. Scalzi sat at the head. The man told Bran to read the letter again. The second son, Bran Ludwig, took up the letter with confidence. In his thin voice, he read haltingly that Rein Ludwig had been chosen as the best student in the exams. Scalzi told his grandson to let Ciri read it now, and the boy handed the letter to his sister. The girl took the piece of paper and cleared her throat. And then she read again about Rein Ludwig being chosen as the best student in the exams. Listening to this, Scalzi couldn't help but smile. Everyone at the table also began to quietly chuckle. Laughing loudly, Ciri happily tossed the letter. All the family members and servants began to clap, congratulating. Yud also clapped his hands, thinking about how Scalzi came to Bellevin. When he heard that Rein became the best student, he thought that this day would never come. Scalzi told the man that his contribution to Rein growing into such a wonderful young man was invaluable, and Yud bowed and thanked him. Raising his glass, Scalzi invited everyone to drink to this. Kevin said that this time the school had some outstanding students, including the third daughter of the Varden family. He thought that it would be difficult for Rein to become the best, but he was worried for nothing. Scalzi exclaimed that the only thing to worry about was that Margana was the organizer of the exams, but fortunately her personal attitude did not affect the grades in any way. Rein's mother noted that she thought they were close enough to each other since their school days. Suddenly, Ciri stood up from the table and shouted to her grandfather that she would also enter Delayton and become the best student. Scalzi told her that it would be so, and she, like Rein, would make their family name famous. Yud thought about how Ms. Ciri had also become the best student in Leeuwarden High School, and she was so talented that everyone was saying that the little girl was following in Krista's footsteps. He thought that these brothers and sisters were creepy. While Kevin was actively communicating with his father, Rein's mother was silent. But then Scalzi said that the most important thing was that she was able to raise such amazing children. He said that she had invested more in his grandchildren than anyone else. Nothing else could be expected. She definitely deserved to be the daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family. The smile slid off the woman's face and she apologized and stood up from the table. Kevin stood up from the table following his wife. Kevin caught up with Preem and asked her why she was crying on such a nice day. At first the woman didn't answer him, but then she said that this was the first time. She said that today was the first time Scalzi had called her daughter-in-law. This was because Prim was from a fallen baron family with no status or abilities, and there was a huge gap between her and Kevin, who was a descendant of one of the great families. Scalzi Ludwig, who wanted his son to marry a bride from the royal family or a daughter-in-law from one of the great families, was categorically against this wedding. But because Kevin did not give up until the end, the two people's opinions differed dramatically, and eventually, Scalzi told him that he was no longer his son, and then left the estate. Prim told her husband that she always felt guilty and regretful. The memories of her begging them to make peace with tears in her eyes were still fresh in her mind. But because of her, the father, who loved his son so much, broke off all relations with him. Tears streamed down her cheeks again as she said that if they had not gotten engaged, he would now be in a higher position, and the relationship with my father wouldn't be so tense. But then Kevin said that if it were as she said, then Rein would never have been born. And also Ciri and Bran. He said that their children are the best gift to him, and his father agrees with this like no one else. Kevin hugged his crying wife from behind and gently told her not to cry. He said that their children had only just entered this world so they would surprise everyone more than once. Meanwhile, Travis ordered Lynn to sort through the proposal letters sent by the students, select the most adequate ones, and sort them. The guy asked her if there were always so many letters, to which the girl replied that only during exams and after holidays. Lynn asked her if she had brought him here to sort everything out, to which she replied in the affirmative. Travis said it was a tradition and she had gone through it too. She told him that he would do this until the next best student came along. An hour later, unable to bear it any longer, Lynn went outside, stretched on a bench, and said that he couldn't believe that all this had to end today. And all the letters were filled with absolutely meaningless content, like complaints about couples in love on campus and questions about what kind of girls the president likes. Leafing through this nonsense, Lynn couldn't understand who was writing this stuff because it only added work. He finally found something useful. It was a complaint that cleaning the campus was very difficult. And in the meantime, someone approached the guy from behind. As Valencidas approached, he noticed that he was looking through the letters. Lynn asked him if he had come to check that he was being lazy, to which the guy, snatching the letter from his hands, said no. Lynn asked the president if he thought this was a great agenda, since anyone could handle it. The president replied that that was the whole point. He said it was absolutely the opposite of the old aristocratic way of thinking. After quoting the note, He said that this was something the workers had to do anyway, so they didn't need the help of the apprentices. And then he asked if there was any point in magic at all. After thinking it over, he said that then it seemed there was no point in it. He asked whether it was natural for ordinary workers to sacrifice themselves in order to raise outstanding wizards. Lin noted that this was Delaith's philosophy, to which the boy agreed. He said that this is the basic ideology of the academy and a well-known truth. He said that the magic formulas and figures were very complex, so someone who was not a magician would not even be able to understand what it was. And no effort was made to ensure that the use of magic was made by a wide range of people so that they could at least make one scroll. In the end, ordinary people are perceived as having no value, which is why they cannot enjoy the benefits of magic. And the reality is that while they develop high-level magic, there is none that can restore the devastated soil. In rural and mountainous areas where magic is not developed at all or is unknown, all the work is done by hand. Looking up at the sky, he said that the truly beautiful world is different. The president said he believed a golden age would come, and finally the miracle would be fairly distributed among the people. He said this is the world he wants to achieve. Returning the note to the guy, he told him to take it to the local magical development club. Although this is not enough, it is already something. And then Valencidus walked away silently, while Lin watched him go. The guy couldn't understand why the president had started such a conspiracy in the first place. He noticed that he greeted the cleaners and wondered why he got involved with black magic. Smiling, he noticed that this Valencidus was becoming more and more interesting, and he decided that when he went to the black market, he would try to find out what kind of guy this was. 2 days later, Lin went to the Adventurers Union, where people were crowded around the board with tasks. He walked up to the counter, and the girl behind it greeted him and asked him how she could help him. The guy told her that he would like to go on the road as security, and if possible, his destination was the Leda Cable area. The smile slipped from the girl's face, and she asked him to show his credentials. And Lin noted that they didn't assign the task to just anyone. He thought that it seemed the head of the Special Assignments Department had not lied, and he handed the girl his copper ID card. Taking it, the girl went away to look at the assignments, telling the guy to wait. A few minutes later, she said that he was a little late. Most of the errands had been completed yesterday. Lin asked her about what was left. Taking the sheet of paper in her hands, the girl said that there was only one order left, the deadline for which was this evening. And she said that it would not be possible to start doing it right away. First, it was necessary to successfully complete the ability test. Lin noted that this meant that the customer would only choose those who could be trusted, and he told the girl that he would take him, and the girl's face immediately smiled again. Handing over the task sheet, she said that the customer had prepared a carriage for the adventurers, which would take them to the right place. The departure was soon, so it was better to go to the carriage right away. The girl waved her hand vigorously and wished the guy good luck. As soon as Lin left the Union building, someone immediately called out to him. The girl with blue hair looked at Lin and said that she was calling the cutie with the boyish haircut. Without answering, Lin looked around, trying to figure out who she was talking to. But then, shrugging his shoulders, he turned around and walked away. Noticing that he was leaving, the girl jumped up and grabbed the guy by the shoulder, exclaiming that she already realized that he was a guy. Smelling the sea, Lin immediately assumed that she was a swordswoman from the Iron Knight Islands, and he asked her what she wanted, to which she told him not to be so cruel. Waving a piece of paper, she suggested that they join forces and go together, since they had the same task. Lin asked her why they should go together, to which the girl replied that it would be so that they would have someone to talk to. But this did not arouse the guy's enthusiasm, and he quickly walked away. The girl ran after him. She screamed, asking why he didn't want to go with such a beautiful lady, and he too was so handsome that she mistook him for a girl. Lin muttered tiredly that she was a leech. So, while the girls were talking, Lin and she reached that very cart. Lin still didn't answer her, but the girl didn't calm down. She continued chatting even as they climbed into the cart. The girl was talking about how when she returned home, she would change her name to Swordmaster and instantly become a bronze-level adventurer, while Lin was thinking about how he had never wanted to go deaf so much. The girl belatedly noticed that they hadn't even introduced themselves, and the guy didn't care. Turning to the guy, she said that her name was Harpian and asked what his name was. Exhaling tiredly, Lin nevertheless said that his name was Rain. Someone new approached the cart, and Harpian said that she had heard that name somewhere before. Throwing back the cloth, the stubbled man peered into the cart. As he climbed inside, he told the boys that he would go with them. Harpian asked him if he was an adventurer too. Throwing the spear over his shoulder, the man did not answer the girl, but only said that there would be 2 more with them. So, following the man, 2 more people entered, the first of whom was a blonde with a large backpack. And another girl, she looked around at those present and said that it was worth a try. Once everyone had taken their seats, Harpy and happily said that they all needed to try harder. The blonde said she was nervous at the thought of being escorted, and the man said he agreed that it was worth the effort. The cab driver threw back the cloth and told everyone that it was time to go, and so the cart slowly drove out of the city into the forest. The man with the spear asked the driver where they were going now, to which he calmly replied that they were going to the place where the owner was. The man asked how far the place was, to which the guy replied that it was just a little bit further. After some time, the cart stopped, having arrived at the place. Everyone got out of the cart. One of the girls noticed that they had, of course, arrived in the forest, and she asked where the customer was. The cab driver said that the owner was waiting for them at this place. Looking at the map, the girl noticed that it said Golden Rose, which was the same place they left from.